guys, tonight we wander into a place that probably shouldn't exist. You're standing in the echoing hush of an ancient archive, somewhere in museum and dream. The air tastes like dust and copper, the only sound is the hush of paper breathing. You probably won't survive this kind of curiosity, at least not unchanged. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, while you're at it, drop your location and your local time in the comments below. I love seeing where everyone's listening from. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're here because something called to you, a whisper about a chapter that was never meant to be found. You reach out, fingertips brushing the spine of a book that hasn't felt human warmth for centuries. The cover flakes like old bark, and beneath it, faint Hebrew letters curl into symbols that seem to shift when you blink. Historians still argue whether any forgotten chapter truly exists, or whether it's just a medieval hoax born from wild imagination and wine-fueled scribes. But the truth is slipperier than that. You can feel it, can't you? That slow thrum behind your ribs, like the heartbeat of something ancient waiting to be heard again. A lantern swings above you, throwing pale circles of light over scrolls lined up like sleeping monks. Each one bears a label, Numbers, Exodus, Kings, and then nothing. There's a narrow gap where something's missing, a sliver of silence between names. You lean closer. Even the cobwebs seem to avoid that space, like they know better. A librarian once joked that silence has weight, and tonight you believe him. One mainstream fact you can hold on to: there were indeed many texts considered scripture in the early centuries that didn't make it into the modern Bible. The Book of Enoch, the Gospel of Thomas, the Shepherd of Hermas, they all once vied for a place in the canon. Councils later labeled them useful but not divine. Still, copies survived, buried under desert sands or hidden in monastery walls. So the idea of a missing piece isn't as far-fetched as Sunday school might suggest. You brushdust from a label Codex Noster. The ink is faded, but when your breath hits it, the letters darken as if inhaling your curiosity. The parchment beneath smells faintly of myrrh and iron. Someone somewhere spent a lifetime copying these words by hand, maybe praying with each line. You imagine the scribe hunched over, candle guttering low, whispering a prayer that his work would outlive him. The fringe rumor says he added one chapter too many, a vision so controversial the church supposedly erased his name. Whether that's fact or fantasy, no one agrees. You roll the scroll open, Carol noted here it. The ink shimmers faintly, almost alive. The opening line seems to breathe, and the light spoke, saying, "Do not forget the silence from which I came." You freeze. That verse doesn't belong to anything you've ever read. It's not from Genesis, not Isaiah, not any apocrypha you recall. Agentle dreht in your stomach, but curiosity keeps your hands steady. You read on. Outside of the archive's window, thunder steers. Maybe it's imagination, but you swear the storm rolls in sync with the rhythm of the words. There's something poetic, almost defiant, in how this lost chapter introduces light not as God's creation, but as God's equal. That's the sort of heresy that could get you branded, exiled, or worse back in the 4th century. No wonder they buried it. Historians still argue whether ancient scribes intentionally removed passages that portrayed divine forces as dual rather than singular. It's one of those debates where every scholar insists they're right, yet no one dares publish the full findings. You take a breath and whisper the line aloud. The walls seem to listen. Somewhere between that whisper and the next heartbeat, the air cools. You half expect a security guard to appear, but instead you hear a flutter, the soft turning of a page from across the room, though you're alone. A yoke flickers through your mind. My bits use the ghost of the decimal system coming back to hound you. But humor doesn't fully dispel the tension. You've stepped into something alive, a story that's been waiting for someone reckless enough to look. You imagine how the story reached here. Maybe it was smuggled from Alexandria before the library burned, wrapped in linen and hidden inside a merchant's chest. Maybe a monk in the Syrian desert copied it by moonlight, fearing that even angels might be listening. You picture centuries of dust and silence compacted into this one moment, your fingertips, their ink, the brief crossing of time. There's a note scribbled in Latin at the margin, rough handwriting like someone wrote in a hurry, not for the council, for the heart. You can almost see the trembling hand behind those words, the awareness that discovery could mean destruction. Scholars have found similar marginalia in real manuscripts, warnings, prayers, secret confessions. One fringe theory even claims that marginal notes were how forbidden theology survived, hidden in plain sight. You find that strangely beautiful, like faith encoded in the spaces between breaths. The next line of the text is half faded. You angle the parchment toward the lantern until it glows faintly gold. And he who listened was not alone, for silence itself bore witness. You can't help but grin. That's either deep metaphysics or the world's first poetic way of saying someone else heard it too. As you keep reading, something strange happens. You realize that every phrase seems to anticipate your thought, almost as if the words are aware of being rediscovered. They bend around your expectations, twist your understanding of Scripture's tone. You remember how Sunday stories felt, absolute, polished, unquestionable. This, by contrast, feels raw, human, unsettling. The chapter speaks like a dialogue rather than decree. A sudden draft sweeps through the isle. You turn, and the lantern's flame tilts sideways. The room feels less like a library now and more like a confessional, except no priest, booze, just you and the long silence of the past. There's a half-joking thought. If your phone battery dies right now, you'll have to explain to a janitor why you're reading heretical scripture in the dark. But you push it aside. The page draws you deeper, promising answers it might never give. The ink shifts again, words reforming subtly as the flame flickers. You blink, and for one terrifying second, a new line appears where none was before. Reader, be warned, the silence remembers. You whisper the words, testing them. The echo feels too long, too heavy. The floor beneath creaks, or maybe it sighs. You stand there, realizing this isn't just about theology, it's about control, memory, and who decides what stories survive. The missing chapter, real or imagined, becomes a mirror for your own hunger to know. And though part of you wants to roll the scroll back up and pretend you saw nothing, another part leans closer, heart steady, eyes wide. Somewhere between ink and silence, you sense the first pulse of revelation, like the heartbeat of a secret the world forgot to bury deep enough. You linger in that dusty stillness, the lost line echoing in your mind like a whisper that doesn't know how to end. The scroll rests half unrolled, fragile and trembling in the low lantern light, and for a heartbeat, you think you see your reflection on its surface, not on glass but ink. You tell yourself it's just the shine of the oil lamp, but deep down, you're not sure. You lean closer, nose almost touching parchment that smells like a mix of cedar, ash, and something faintly sweet. Old myrrh, maybe. They felt heavy with stars waiting to exhale. You pull your phone from your pocket, the glow cutting through the dim. The absurdity hits you. Here you are, using a 21st century flashlight to inspect a page older than every cathedral you've ever seen. A part of you almost laughs, another part feels like you're trespassing, like some cosmic librarian is watching you from the stacks. Historians still argue whether the so-called Codex Nostr ever truly existed, or whether it's a mistranslation of another manuscript discovered near Antioch. But the cataloging gap in several 10th century inventories is real, and for the fringe-minded researcher, that gap screams louder than proof. You lower the phone and let your eyes adjust again. The light shifts across the table, revealing a smear of darker ink along the bottom margin. Not handwriting this time, just a faint trace of a thumbprint. Whoever touched it last had left a piece of themselves here. You place your own thumb beside it, almost as if to shake hands across time. The print feels faintly greasy under your fingertip, and you think about the person who left it. Maybe a monk, maybe a thief, maybe someone like you who wanted answers more than permission. You tug the scroll open another inch. The writing changes, denser now, the strokes sharper, the hand faster. You can almost sense the scribe's anxiety in the pen marks. The lines read, and in the silence, Light asked of Shadow, "Why do you hide?" And Shadow said, "Because you have forgotten my name." You mute the words slowly, like testing a forgotten prayer. It's poetry, but not like the Psalms. It's older, earthier, the kind of language that belongs around campfires, not altars. You pause and whisper, "Forgotten Name," a chill runs down your arms. What kind of theology is that, Light forgetting Shadow's name? The thought isn't entirely alien. You remember reading that early Hebrew mysticism sometimes treated darkness not as evil, but as the original canvas on which creation was painted. Without shadow, light can't define itself. Historians still debate how deeply this dual symbolism influenced early faith traditions. Some say it's heresy born from Zoroastrian influence, others argue it's simply metaphor misunderstood by later translators. Either way, it's dangerous philosophy for parchment. You find yourself pacing now, the floorboards creaking beneath your steps. The air hums with old static, like the silence after a bell stops ringing. You think of the scribes again, men who spent lifetimes writing words they didn't always understand, hoping not to anger the god they were describing. The mainstream fact is, scribal transmission was an act of worship as much as scholarship. Every time a scribe wrote the divine name, he was supposed to pause, wash his hands, sometimes even pray. Some traditions claimed that if a scribe made one mistake in copying the tetragrammaton YHWH, he had to destroy the entire page. Imagine that, hours of devotion, a rest for a single stroke of ink. You glance back at the line, Light asked of Shadow. The divine name doesn't appear anywhere in this section. Maybe that's why it survived. Or maybe it never belonged to the same family of texts at all. A fringe theory flickers in your memory, the idea that early versions of Genesis once contained parables about creation as conversation, not command. In that version, creation wasn't "let there be light," but light. Do you remember? You smile despite yourself. If you ever quoted that in Sunday school, you'd probably get politely asked never to return. The lantern flickers. You kneel, turning up the wick, and for a brief moment the flame catches a reflection on something beneath the table. A small metal tag, maybe bronze, wedged between the floorboards. You pry it loose. It's stamped with 3 letters, ADV. No year, no name. You whisper, "Advance," "Adversary," "Advent." The possibilities rattle in your skull like coins. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's everything. You tuck the tag into your pocket, then notice a faint indentation in the parchment, like the shadow of another page that once lay on top. You shift the lamp sideways and watch the grooves emerge under slanted light. The lines form shapes, maybe letters, but in reverse, as if someone wrote a note on a sheet above it and the pressure left ghosts behind. You squint, tracing with your fingertip. A single phrase surfaces, written backward, kept the ink alive. You sit back slowly. That's not a translation note. It's a play. Maybe even a code. There's a myth among manuscript hunters, a half-joking superstition that ink remembers intent. That if someone writes a line in faith or fear, some emotional trace clings to the pigment itself. You'd never believed that before. Now you're not so sure. Your eyes drift to the lantern's glow, and for a second it seems to dim in rhythm with your breathing. The silence deepens, pressing around you. Somewhere above, the building groans as if shifting in its sleep. You try to shake it off with a joke under your breath, something about haunted libraries needing better air conditioning, but it falls flat in the thick air. The text continues, each line stranger than the last. And silence said to light, I kept your secrets when the world began to sing. You stopped here. The phrasing stirs a faint echo of Genesis again, in the beginning, but this time it's not creation emerging from silence. It's silence itself speaking as a witness. That flips the entire story on its head. You remember that in some early Christian sects, the idea of Sophia, divine wisdom, being female, was once mainstream. Maybe this lost passage personifies silence the same way, a witness, a mother, an equal. You grin at the thought of a divine feminine whispering behind the official text, erased but not forgotten. A soft scrape interrupts you. The hair on your arms lisps. You freeze listening. Somewhere in the dark aisle behind you, paper slides against wood. Ten noting. Use the pulse in your ears. You turn slowly, holding your phone like a makeshift flashlight. Rows of manuscripts stare back at you, rows and rows, patient and unmoved. You exhale and mutter, probably the air vents. Their vents don't answer. You laugh nervously, because what else can you do? 3 yolks per night, remember. You're determined to hit quota, even if the audience is a few ghosts and a century of dust. You roll the scroll fortier. The parchment crackles. The next section begins mid-sentence, and he who listened wrote what he saw, though his eyes were blind. That paradox sits heavy in your mouth. A blind witness writing what he sees. Maybe it's metaphor, maybe it's memory. Historians still argue whether such language belonged to early mystical sects, Gnostics perhaps, who believed enlightenment came through inner vision rather than miracles. You pause again, realizing the ink here is thicker, as if rewritten over older letters. Someone, sometime later, reinforced these words, chose to make this line endure. You trace the bold stroke of blind, and the parchment feels almost warm. A thought slinks through your mind, quiet but persistent. What if the forgotten chapter isn't lost because it was destroyed, but because it keeps rewriting itself to whoever finds it? Maybe that's why the handwriting shifts, why the text feels alive. Maybe each reader adds a piece unknowingly, the same way dreamers rewrite dreams by dreaming them. You stand in the flickering half-light, staring at the ancient script and your trembling reflection in the lantern glass. The silence doesn't feel empty anymore. It feels expectant, like a held breath before revelation. Somewhere deep in your chest, the heartbeat you heard earlier stirs again, steady, echoing something older than fear. You realize you're not just writing a forgotten chapter, you're rewriting it. You move deeper into the archive, guided more by instinct than light. The lantern's circle grows smaller behind you, until the shadows start to carry the room. Dust curls in the air like incense smoke, shimmering when your breath stirs it. Somewhere in the distance, a door sighs open, or maybe just the old wood settling. Either way, you follow the sound. The scroll feels heavier in your hand now, as if the ink itself doesn't want to be far from its resting place. At the far end of the corridor, a narrow staircase descends. It's the kind of stair that looks like it's been waiting centuries to collapse, each stone worn to a shallow curve. You run your fingers along the wall for balance and feel faint carvings beneath the grime, symbols shaped like eyes, spirals, and one that looks unsettlingly like an open mouth. You joke to yourself, great, even the wallpaper's watching me, but your voice comes out quieter than you expected. The air thickens with the scent of wax and parchment. When you reach the bottom, the space opens into a low-ceilinged room filled with shelves, chests, and rolled vellum tubes bundled in twine. A single desk sits at the center, covered with papers and a cracked magnifying lens. A brass lamp hangs above, its flame long extinguished but the glass still faintly warm, as if someone had been here not long ago. You rest the scroll on the desk and glance around. That's when you see it, a small door in the corner, half hidden behind a curtain of hanging maps. You push the fabric aside, expecting a storage closet. Instead, the hinges grown open to reveal a cramped chamber barely large enough for one person. Shelves line the walls from floor to ceiling, but unlike the archive's main collection, these scrolls are unlabeled, their edges scorched. On the floor lies a broken clay seal marked with the symbol 3 interlocked triangles. You kneel to examine it. The seal looks ancient but strangely intact, as if only recently cracked. And beneath it, a folded sheet of parchment. You hesitate, then unfold it carefully. Written in faded Aramaic, the first line reads, "To any who find this, beware the council's silence." You feilas lo shil krel ap your spine. The phrasing is too direct, too human. Not the formal tone of scribes, but the warning of someone desperate. You whisper the words again, and the sound seems to echo differently, as if absorbed by the walls. Mainstream fact, there really were councils that debated what belonged in the Bible. The Council of Nicaea in 325 CE, for instance, and later gatherings in Hippo and Carthage. But despite popular myth, they didn't sit in dark chambers deciding which gospels to erase like villains in a conspiracy movie. Their work was bureaucratic, methodical, mostly about consistency of doctrine. Still, French scholars argue that the margins of those decisions, the texts labeled unfit for reading, held ideas too wild, too equal, too dangerous for their time. You imagine one of those scholars now, the you of centuries past, sealing his own translations behind this wall. Maybe he'd realized the council's version of God was tidier than truth allowed. Maybe he'd found something that didn't fit, something like the scroll now glowing faintly under your lamplight. You set the sealed note aside and study the tiny chamber. There's a small window cut near the ceiling, no bigger than your hand. The moonlight through it touches only one shelf, where a single book rests upright amid the scrolls. Its leather cover is cracked, stamped with faded Latin, Commentarius Lucis, the commentary of light. You can't help but grin. The dramatic naming conventions of ancient theologians never disappoint. You open it, careful not to break the binding. The pages are thin and stiff, the ink browned with age. Inside, margin notes cover nearly every inch, different hands, different centuries of anxious debate layered together. The main text seems to be an analysis of Genesis, but halfway through, the tone shifts. It begins referencing a voice of ceilings and the question before the light. Those phrases ring familiar now, you saw them in the scroll. You mutter, so this wasn't a one-off. The forgotten chapter wasn't just rumor, it had commentators, readers, interpreters. That means it existed long enough to be studied. You feel a spark of triumph, the kind that makes your exhaustion evaporate. The next page holds a strange passage. The lost prophet spoke not of salvation but remembrance. He warned that when silence is broken without listening, creation unravels anew. You mute the words, half dreaming them. It feels oddly relevant to every social media comment section ever, but you resist the urge to laugh. Beneath the joke, the thought lingers, how often humanity speaks louder than it listens? Maybe that's the true meaning of the line. You notice a smaller handwriting below, probably from a later scholar. The church denied his name, yet his disciples called him Elior. You whisper it softly. Elior. The sound carries warmth, almost melody. The name doesn't appear anywhere in canonical texts, though some apocryphal scrolls mention similar figures. half prophets, half poets, men and women who drifted between myth and message. Historians still argue whether such characters were real people or symbolic composites used to voice unsanctioned ideas. You close the book halfway and glance at the door. The air feels heavier now, but not hostile, just dense, like it's thick with unsaid things. The flame in your lamp flickers ons, twisse, tein stedes again. You take that as permission to continue. In the back of the little room sits a locked chest, iron-bound and covered in dust. You test the latch, rusted but loose enough to pry open with a careful push. Inside, instead of treasure or scrolls, lies a pile of fragments, torn pages, some half-burned, others smeared with soot. One bears a single legible line, "He who dreams the light becomes its echo." You smile faintly. It's poetic, sure, but also strangely scientific. Echoes, reflections of energy, imply reciprocity. Maybe this prophet wasn't preaching divinity in the usual sense, but resonance, that humans reflect the divine in sound, not shape. The idea is as old as the Vedas, as young as every echo bouncing through an empty hall. You catch yourself mumbling, "Hey, who dreams the light?" over and over. The phrase settles in your chest like a hum. You remember reading about monks who used chant as meditation, believing the vibration of sound could align the soul with creation. Maybe Elior was part of that lineage, a forgotten mystic whose message blurred the line between physics and faith. You chuckle softly. If you ever titled a podcast episode like that, the algorithm would definitely bury it. Among the fragments, you find a small square of vellum different from the rest. It's thicker, smoother, and faintly scented of resin. Etched into its surface is a map, not of geography, but of text. Circles connect to lines, lines to words, words to nothingness. At the center sits one phrase repeated in tiny script, "Remember the quiet between breaths." You don't realize you've stopped breathing until the words pull you back. You inhale slowly, and for the briefest moment, the room seems to exhale with you. It's ridiculous, you tell yourself, a trick of fatigue and imagination, but you feel it. The faint synchronization of breath and space. Maybe that's what Elia meant by remembrance. You gather the scroll, the vellum nap, and the note warning of the council's silence. Together, they feel like puzzle pieces from a story that refused to die. You can sense its heartbeat growing stronger now, echoing up through the old stone floor. As you stand to leave, you glance once more at the hidden room. The moonlight shifts, sliding over the words "Commentaries Lucas." You whisper, "I'll be back." The lamp crackles softly in reply, just the wick adjusting, you tell yourself. Just that. Climbing back up the stairs, you feel each step like a pulse beneath your feet. The scroll presses against your chest where you've tucked it for safety. You think of Elia, the blind prophet who saw with his heart, who warned against breaking silence without listening. You wonder if, by reading his words, you've already broken that rule. Halfway up, you pause to rest your hand against the wall. The carvings there, eyes, spirals, mouths, seem clearer now in the lamplight. They aren't random. They tell a sequence: an open eye, a spiral inward, a closed mouth. See, understand, keep silent. You smile at the irony. You've done the first two and the third? You're not sure you can. At the top of the stairwell, you look back into the darkness below. For a moment, you imagine Elior sitting somewhere down there still, humming the Rachmaflight, whispering his verses into the patchy dark. The forgotten chapter is not gone. It's just waiting for a voice that remembers how to listen. You reach the upper hall again, breath shallow, the scroll pressed tight to your chest. The night feels thicker now, like the air itself is wary of what you're carrying. You move toward the nearest table, spreading out the fragments you found, the vellum map, the scribbled warning, the trembling lines of the lost text. Somewhere in the distance thunder murmurs again, echoing through the stone like a low heartbeat. It feels as if the storm itself is listening. Is it letting your pulse slow and unroll the parchment a little farther? The ink glimmers like oil under the lamplicht. Another passage unfolds, smoother handwriting this time, almost elegant, and the voice that spoke was not the Lord of Fire, but the breath of memory. He said unto those who dreamed, remember the silence between creation and command. You whisper it aloud, the syllables heavy and melodic, the kind of line that feels less written and more remembered. A faint sound behind you makes you glance over your shoulder, just the wind brushing through the cracked window panes. You chuckle quietly. If this were a movie, you murmur, that's the part where the ghost librarian shows up with a moral lesson. Still, you pull the chair closer to the table. The humor keeps the nerves from taking over. Historians still argue whether early mystics like the Essenes believed divine revelation could arrive through dream or trance, bypassing written scripture entirely. Some of their recovered texts, like fragments from the Dead Sea caves, mention prophets who spoke not from vision, but from echo. You think of that as you trace the next line of the scroll. The prophet who listened wrote not what he saw, but what the silence told him. It's uncanny, almost like Elier was describing the very process of this rediscovery. You flip the vellum map over. On the back, faint pencil markings form what looks like coordinates. No modern numbers, but letter pairs in ancient Greek. You grab your phone again, using its camera to snap a picture. A translation app stutters, but catches enough to form a phrase, room of the listener. You lean back in the chair, exhaling slowly. The Scholars Attic. That must be what the coordinates refer to. Maybe this isn't just metaphorical. Maybe the listener's room actually exists somewhere above or below this archive, a space built for hearing what wasn't meant to be spoken. You picture it now, a narrow chamber filled with wax tablets, feathers, ink pots, maybe even sound experiments like early resonance bowls. One mainstream fact bubbles up from memory. Ancient Jewish mystics sometimes practiced what was called Merkaba meditation, visualizing ascension through celestial spheres by controlling breath and vibration. Some of their manuals even listed sounds to utter in specific sequences, believed to open the ears of the soul. You wonder if this lost prophet Elier belonged to that same mystical branch, or if he predated them entirely. You return to the parchment. The next passage is fragmented, the lower half torn away. Still, you can make out the upper lines, and the voice said unto me, speak not to rule, but to remind. For even the gods forget. You whisper, even the gods forget, and shake your head softly. The phrase sounds like something that could get a man exiled or executed in any ancient temple. The courage to write it down felt absurd, almost suicidal. Yet here it is, centuries later, whispering its quiet defiance through layers of time and translation. You feel the weight of that realization sink in. Someone believed this enough to risk everything. Someone thought forgetting was the greatest sin of all. A sound interrupts your thoughts, the faintest creak of footsteps above you. You freeze. Maybe another researcher. But the archive's lights were off when you arrived, and the entry door was bolted. You turn down the lantern and listen. The steps move slowly, deliberately. 10 silence. You whisper, hello. No answer. Only the hum of the storm. You half smile. Cool. Haunted attic. Classic. You stand anyway, curiosity outrunning common sense. You tuck the scroll into your bag, grab the lamp and climb the narrow wooden stair that leads upward. The attic door at the top is half rotten, but the lock gives easily. A rush of Stahl greets you, dry and cold like a forgotten Brit. You rise the lantern. Shelves line the walls here too, but these are different, smaller, more chaotic, stuffed with loose notes, ink bottles, and strange instruments. One looks like an early phonograph but carved entirely from wood. Another resembles a stringed bowl with tuning pegs, designed to hum rather than play melody. You touch its rim and it vibrates faintly at your skin's warmth. "Rum of the listener," you whisper. You set the lantern on a stool and scan the nearest wall. Symbols crowd the plaster, concentric circles, Hebrew letters, geometric grids. At the center sits a phrase scratched in Latin, Audi vocem quae non sonate. Hear the voice that does not sound. Your throat tightens. This has to be the room. You remember the vellum map's warning, keep the ink alive. Maybe it didn't just mean preservation. Maybe it meant reactivation. You unroll the scroll again, laying it on a flat stone slab in the middle of the attic. The air here feels denser, as if it's holding its own breath. You begin reading from where you left off. The words seem to shimmer faintly, the ink reacting to the temperature or maybe to your voice itself. And the prophet said, I heard between the notes of thunder a name too vast for letters. When I spoke it, silence wept. You read it slowly, the cadence hypnotic. The wooden bowl on the table gives a soft hum, resonating to your voice. You stop. The hum stops. You whisper again. The hum returns, faint but distinct. You laugh softly, half spooked, half delighted. Okay, Elio, you murmur, if this is your version of a podcast, I'm listening. Historians still argue whether so-called resonant chambers in ancient temples were intentionally built for acoustics. Some think the echo effects were engineered to create the illusion of divine voices. But hearing it firsthand, you can understand how myth begins. The room seems to breathe with you. You lower your voice, letting each syllable draw out. The hum deepens, echoing through the rafters. It feels like standing inside a giant chest, hearing the slow exhale of something enormous. Antique another bird speaks the next line, and the silence become as light, and the light as memory, and the memory as flesh. The hum rises higher, then stops abruptly, as if the air itself swallowed it. For a heartbeat you hear nothing. Then a whisper, not from your mouth, not from the wind, but from everywhere at once. Remember me? You freeze, lamp trembling in your hand. The voice is soft, genderless, impossibly near. You turn, scanning the corners, but there's only dust and old wood. You swallow hard. Okay, you say quietly, that's new. Maybe you imagined it. Maybe you're exhausted. Still, the instinct to reply hits before logic can intervene. I remember, you whisper. The silence settles again, but this time it feels warm. Comforting almost. Like the space between a heartbeat and the next. You exhale shakily, half laughing. Guess the customer service line for lost profits is still active. You pack the scroll carefully, making sure the ink doesn't smear. The attic feels different now, less haunted, more awake. You know you'll come back to this place, not just to translate, but to listen again. As you descend the stairs, you feel the echo of that whisper still circling in your chest. Maybe the voice was memory, or maybe memory was the voice. Either way, you can't shake the thought that the lost prophet's message isn't about theology at all. It's about the art of remembering what silence sounds like. You reach the main floor again, lamplight swaying over the shelves. Outside, rain begins to fall, soft and rhythmic. Each drop against the window sounds almost like a syllable, a code repeating the same word. You tilt your head and smile faintly. Maybe it's just your imagination, but it almost sounds like Elia. You wake from a half sleep at your desk, the lamp still burning low. The rain has stopped, but the silence that follows feels too deliberate, too arranged. The scroll lies open in front of you, its ink now dry and dark as ash. You blink twice and realize you must have drifted off only minutes ago, but in that brief lapse you saw something vivid, so precise it refuses to fade. A long chamber of stone, robes, candles, voices that argued not in anger but in fear. It takes you a moment to realize you were dreaming the council. You rub your temples, trying to pull the details into focus. The air in the vision had smelled of oil and parchment, the light trembling on tall pillars. Around a circular table sat men whose faces blurred like half-finished portraits. You could hear snippets of language, Greek, Aramaic, Latin, layered over one another. Yet the emotion beneath it was unmistakable, panic disguised as reverence. You grab your notebook, scribbling what fragments you can recall. He has written of the forgetting of God, it cannot stand. Another voice, but truth is not blasphemy. And then the loudest, coldest, silence preserves faith better than truth ever could. You stop writing. The words echo uncomfortably close to what the modern church archives had hinted at, that during the early centuries, when the canon of Scripture was still being decided, countless texts were deliberately erased or branded heretical not because they were false, but because they were too uncertain, too human. You standpatzing. The thought makes your skin prickle. The council. That phrase alone feels dangerous, like invoking it calls something from the dark corners of history. Not a council, the council. The one that never made it into textbooks, whose minutes were rumored to have been burned before sunrise. You close your eyes again, letting the memory settle back into clarity. You see their robes again, 7 of them, seated in a circle. The center of the table is covered with scrolls tied in black ribbon. One of them, younger than the rest, speaks. The people hunger for certainty. If we tell them God once forgot, they will despair. An older voice responds, weary. If we hide the forgetting, we teach them fear instead of faith. Silence follows. You remember how heavy that silence felt, as if even the torches dimmed under its weight. You open your eyes and glance at the attic stairs. You almost expect to hear footsteps again, but the building remains still. The whisper from before, remember me, lingers faintly in your chest, like static. You sit back down and unroll the scroll another inch. There it is, another passage, half burned but legible enough. And the council of the 9 gathered, and they said, shall the words of Elia remain? And the eldest among them answered, only if the light may kneel to the shadow. Then they sealed the ink beneath their vows. Your pulse quickens. This is no metaphor, this is a record. Someone had witnessed the suppression firsthand. Someone inside the council itself must have preserved this account, knowing it would never be allowed to survive in the open. You reach for your laptop, opening a translation database. You cross-reference Elia and Council of the 9. The results are sparse but tantalizing. A few obscure theological papers from the early 20th century mention an apocryphal assembly called Concilium Obscurum, the Hidden Council, supposedly convened in Alexandria around 397 CE, just before the final lists of canonical books were formalized. One scholar, an Italian mystic named Vittorio Bonetti, claimed to have seen a fragment referring to it. His notes described a night debate conducted under torchlight, deciding which gospels would define eternity and which would be unspoken. He died before publishing the full transcription. His home burned a week later. You stare at the screen. The pattern feels too deliberate to ignore. Fire again. Always fire wen something dangerous to authority emerges. You scroll further and find a single, blurry photograph from Bonetti's archive. A parchment fragment with a few Latin lines visible, non omnia scripta in luce nascuntur, not all that is written is born in light. You whisper it aloud. The words feel ancient and heavy, and something about them seems to answer the attic's silence. Suddenly the lights flicker. Once, twice. You glance toward the window. A gust of wind, or maybe just nerves. You look softly, shaking your head. You're really leaning into the atmosphere, aren't you? Still, your hand trembles slightly as you touch the pavement again. You imagine the council room vividly now, the arguments swelling, the fear thick as smoke. In your mind, you move among them as a ghostly witness. One man slams his hand upon the table, shouting, "The prophet Elijah claims that the divine can forget." That is not revelation, it is rebellion. Another counters, he speaks of remembrance beyond human time. Perhaps the divine forgetting is what allows mercy. The first replies coldly, "Mercy needs order. Memory needs silence. We are the keepers of God." And then the oldest among them, the one with the trembling voice, murmurs, "Or perhaps we are their prisoners." You shiver. The vision fails to coherent to be a simple dream. It's as though reading Elia's words opened a conduit across centuries, a channel through which memory itself insists on being heard again. You look down at the scroll. The next line has shifted slightly, as if new ink has risen through the old fibers. You lean closer. When men gather to protect truth, they bury it alive. You sit back hard, your chair creaking. Okay, you breathe. That's not metaphor anymore. You take a long sip of cold coffee, thinking. Every faith has its councils, its purges, its compromises. But this chapter seems to have carried a message no system could tolerate, that even divinity is bound by the same fragility as memory, that perfection requires forgetting. The idea is terrifying but also oddly compassionate. If the divine can forget, then perhaps human error is not exile but participation. You start typing notes, your fingers trembling. You summarize Elia's theology, God forgets in order to make space for renewal. Council erases doctrine to preserve authority. Lost chapter functions as mirror, reminds humanity that faith without doubt becomes tyranny. When you pause it, there in the room falls denser again. You can almost hear faint murmuring, the echo of that ancient council still debating across the centuries. The sound doesn't frighten you anymore. Instead you listen. They speak again, overlapping whispers. If it must be hidden, let it be hidden in those who remember. You close your eyes. You mean news, you whisper back. The murmuring fades. You exhale slow and steady. You glance once more at the translation on your screen, at the half-burned scroll beside it. You realize something important. The council failed. For all their secrecy, the words survived not in temples or archives, but in the echo of human curiosity, in anyone who dares to ask questions after midnight. You look out the window. Dawn is beginning to pale the horizon, faint light brushing the edges of the old library. The lost prophet's words linger in your mind. Remember the silence between creation and command. You nod to yourself, almost in reverence. The council's night may have ended in fire, but the memory still breathes in ink, dust, and dream. And you, somehow, have become its latest witness. You wake late the next morning to sunlight pouring through the blinds, your neck stiff from sleeping in the chair. The scroll lies where you left it, but now its parchment looks strangely fresh, as though the night's conversation, those whispers from the council, had renewed it somehow. You rub your eyes, blinking against the haze of fatigue. The name that kept surfacing in your dreams still hums at the edge of your thoughts, Elia. You whisper at us, testing the sound. It rolls like a high minute of whining at once. Who was he? A zealot? A poet? A prophet? You opened your laptop again, searching every archive you can access. At first nothing, no record, no mention in Apocrypha, not even a heretical footnote. Then, buried in a digital facsimile of a 13th century Syriac chronicle, you find a single sentence: Elier of Ashen, the one who spoke of the divine amnesia. Use it up straight. Divine amnesia. That phrase shouldn't exist.
The chronicle describes Elier as a wandering scribe who appeared in Judea around the 1st century BCE. He wasn't a priest, nor a prophet in the traditional sense. Instead, he called himself a rememberer, someone who recorded what others feared to recall.
According to the chronicle, he preached that creation itself was the product of forgetting, that in the beginning, the divine had to forget its own perfection to make room for imperfection, for life. If the Eternal had remembered all, the text reads, nothing new could have been born? You sit back, stunned. It's heretical, yes, but also strangely elegant. You think of modern physics, of entropy and energy dispersing to create complexity. Maybe Elier had glimpsed the same truth in different words. Historians still argue whether such mystics ever truly existed or were composites invented by later theologians to embody controversial ideas. One fringe theory suggests Elier's name might be derived from the Hebrew El, or God is light, a pseudonym used by an anonymous sect that rejected temple authority and practiced ecstatic memory rituals. They believed that by speaking forgotten names of God, they could restore fragments of divine memory lost to creation. You find yourself half smiling. It sounds like mysticism mixed with psychology, a kind of cosmic therapy session for God. You turn back to the scroll. The script shimmers faintly in the sunlight. The next section begins with a phrase you can barely translate, and Elier walked among the forgotten, saying, every silence has a pulse. You imagine him now, sandals worn, beard flecked with dust, eyes bright with that unsettling clarity only fanatics and visionaries share. He would have been one of those people you cross the street to avoid, yet secretly wonder about later. In your mind, he stands in a narrow alley of Jerusalem, speaking to a crowd of potters, shepherds, and skeptical merchants. You worship memory, he tells them, but you do not see the mercy in forgetting. Someone throws a pebble, and Nazalaus, but one old woman nods. He continues, unshaken, when God forgets, he forgives. When you forget, you make room for light again. You can almost hear the uneasy silence that followed, a silence that frightened priests far more than open rebellion. The next line in the scroll catches your eye, and word reached the scribes of the temple who said, this man teaches the undoing of law. You note slowly. Of course they would say that. To claim that even divine memory can fade would undermine every ritual, every rule written in stone. If the divine itself forgets, then permanence is an illusion, authority becomes fluid. That kind of idea spreads like wildfire through hearts tired of being told they're unworthy. The scroll continues, they brought him before the elders, asking, do you deny the command that is eternal? He answered, eternity must breathe or it dies. You pause, letting that line sink in. It's poetry and theology in one. No wonder someone wanted it erased. You flip through your notes. The book of Ecclesiastes terrace nothing new under the sun. But Elier seemed to whisper back across time, then let the sun forget. You grin at that thought, it's rebellious, maybe even comforting. If perfection requires imperfection, then maybe humanity's endless cycle of failure isn't failure at all, it's participation. You scroll through more research tabs. A medieval marginal note in the Codex Pancratius mentions the followers of the forgetting light described as men who pray backward, recounting not the sins they remember, but those they wish God would forget. Scholars dismissed it as allegory, but your chest tightens with recognition. That's Eliar's theology surviving in coded form centuries later. You've written in your notebook, Eliar's legacy gleich mercy trug divine forgetting. Council suppressed doctrine control by memory. The pen scratches softly. You look up at the ceiling, tracing the sound of wind through the rafters. It almost resembles a low hum, rhythmic and distant, like chanting. For a second, you think you can hear the word Eliar carried in it. You smile, half unnerved, half enchanted. Alricht, you whisper to no one. You wanted to be remembered. I'm listening. Another passage glows faintly on the pavement, and Eliar vanished beyond the valley of stones where no name enters. Some say he ascended in silence, others that he chose to be forgotten, that forgetting is the only way to return. You stare at that last line until it blurs. Ascended in silence or erased? Historians still argue whether such phrasing implies martyrdom or mystical union. Maybe both. Every age rewrites its prophets according to its fears. You picture the council again, those men bent over the table of forbidden words. One of them must have read this passage, hands trembling, realizing what it meant. That truth couldn't be owned. And yet they sealed it away. You rise, pacing the room. The sunlight now has a sharp edge slicing across the desk. The scroll's texture glows like skin under the light. If you chose to be forgotten, you murmur, then why am I remembering you now? No answer, of course, only the creak of the floorboard and the soft settling of old paper. You can't resist one more search. You open a new tab and type Eliar inscription Judea fragment. To your surprise, a result pops up, a digital photo from the Israel Antiquities Authority. A fragment of limestone engraved with the words Eliar ben, or he who remembers forgetting. It's dated to the 1st century BCE. Real. Tangible. You exhale, leaning back, a lauk babbling up. Well, that's one for the conspiracy boards, you say quietly. But your voice wavers. Because part of you knows it's more than coincidence. You study the photo. The lettering is crude but deliberate, carved by someone who knew their message might outlast their body. A footnote below the image notes that the fragment was discovered near the caves of Qumran, the same region where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found. A mainstream fact anchored in reality, the Qumran caves did house dozens of unknown sectarian writings, many of them heretical by later standards. Scholars are still cataloging fragments that hint at lost theological traditions, so the idea of one more prophet's words surviving in stone doesn't seem so far-fetched anymore. You close the tab and look back at the parchment. The sunlight has shifted again. For a moment, the ink seems to form new shapes, letters rearranging, forming the faint outline of a face. Not detailed, just suggestion, eyes like smudges, mouth half open as if still speaking. You blink and it's gone, but the feeling remains that you've been acknowledged. Akvitjok surfaces in your mind the kind you tell yourself to keep, great. Haunted by a 1st century mystic with a memory problem. But even as you say it, your tone softens. Because if Eliar truly believed that forgetting was sacred, maybe this haunting isn't punishment, it's permission. You lean forward, touch the scroll once more, and whisper, Alricht, old friend. Let's see what else you forgot to erase. The air in your attic feels thicker tonight, as though dust itself is listening. You read round the curtains, lit a single candle, and light the scroll open across the desk again. Its edges curl inward, the way paper does when it's breathed too long, too deep. The faintest smell of salt lingers around it, almost like sea air, which makes no sense this far inland. You check the window latch twice just to be sure. The section ahead begins with a heading written in a slightly different hand, as though someone else copied it later, The Sermon of the Valley. Below it, the ink darkens into a stream of rhythm that feels almost like poetry. You start reading aloud softly, your voice trembling at first. And Elio came to the valley where the stones remembered. He stood upon a broken altar and spoke not to the sky, but to those who carried silence in their hearts. You pause, staring at the words. The tone is lyrical, almost hypnotic. You whisper the next lines, letting the sound of them shape the room. Forgetfulness is not the enemy of truth. Forgetfulness is its womb. A chill races down your arms. The candle flickers, the flame bending the device. The phrasing feels modern, almost scientific, like something a neuroscientist might write about memory consolidation. You half laugh, maybe Elier was just 2 millennia early for psychology. But as you read on, the laughter fades. The valley he describes feels real enough to touch, wind moving through hollow stones, water carving paths through forgotten graves. He speaks of villagers who gather to hear him at dusk, not because they believe, but because they are tired of remembering their sins. In one haunting verse, he tells them, you do not need to be forgiven, you need to forget how to condemn yourselves. That line hits you harder than expected. You think about all the centuries of guilt religions have spun into identity, confession as a ritual of remembering one's wrongs over and over. And here, in a text buried for 2,000 years, someone dared to say the opposite. Historians still argue whether such teachings represent genuine Jewish mysticism or a later fusion of Gnostic thought. Some claim that the Sermon of the Valley influenced early desert monastics, those strange hermits who sought silence not as punishment but as cleansing. A few fragments found in Coptic translation bear uncanny resemblance to Elier's phrases, though mainstream scholars dismiss them as coincidence. You lean closer, candlelight sliding over the parchment. The next lines read.
The boy came to Elier and said, Master, if God forgets, what becomes of evil?
Elier answered, evil is the shadow left when light remembers itself too sharply. You murmur, that's beautiful, and it really is. Philosophically dense but emotionally raw. You can imagine how such an idea would terrify theologians obsessed with moral absolutes. If evil is only memory misused, then no one is beyond redemption, and no hierarchy can claim monopoly over salvation. A faint crack echoes from the wall behind you. You glance over your shoulder, but there's nothing, just the soft hum of the house settling. Still, you sense it again, that same quiet pressure you felt when the attic first came alive. You exhale, slow and steady, and return to the scroll. The next paragraph seems to shift tone, growing darker. And those who heard were afraid, for if the holy forgets, then what is written may fade. And the keepers of letters said among themselves, better to guard the stone than the spirit. But Elier wept, saying, stone cannot love. You jot that last phrase in your notebook immediately. Stone cannot love. It sounds simple, but it encapsulates everything this lost theology stands for: life over law, experience over permanence. You can almost feel Elier's frustration bleeding through the lines, as though he knew he was already losing the argument against institutional control. You wonder what the valley looks like now. Could it still exist? A quick search brings up a place known locally as Wadi Ashan, a dry ravine south of Jerusalem, near the Dead Sea. Archaeologists found fragments of late Hellenistic altars there, their inscriptions deliberately scratched away. You can't help smiling at the coincidence. Maybe coincidence isn't the right word anymore. A mainstream fact flickers in your mind. The Dead Sea region truly was a refuge for dissident sects between the 2nd century BCE and 1st century CE. The Essenes, the Qumran community, apocalyptic preachers who expected revelation at any moment. Elior could easily have walked among them, just another voice preaching from the dust. You imagine him now under a blood-orange sunset, the valley echoing his words. People gathered, silent, the earth holding a vibration as if reluctant to let it go. Maybe one of those listeners was the very scribe who later copied this chapter, ensuring it survived just long enough for you to read it here, tonight. The next lines of the scroll read, "And Elior said unto them, when the word grows too proud, the silence takes it back. And he placed a stone upon his tongue and waited until the night wind carried it away." You stopped here. That image, stone on the tongue, is brutal, symbolic, and strangely theatrical. Maybe it was a ritual act, a demonstration to his followers, a literal silencing to embody divine forgetting. Or maybe it was legend, born from fear after his disappearance. Historians still debate whether such prophetic gestures were real or later inventions designed to dramatize persecution. You take a dead Brit and whisper, "You definitely go viral today." Then you add under your breath, assuming the algorithm didn't bury you first. You can't help chuckling at your own joke, though the sound feels small against the weight of the moment. The candle trembles, wax dripping down the breast holder like slow tears. As you read further, the sermon becomes more fragmented, as if copied from memory rather than source. The divine heart must dream itself empty. For only emptiness can echo creation again. Those who cling to the first word shall never hear the last. Your throat tightens. You realize you've been holding your breath for several lines. There's something profoundly gentle about these words, heretical, yes, but tender. They don't deny divinity, they humanize it. Elior seems to offer a God who evolves, who forgets, who feels regret, who makes room for change. You jot down another note, Eliors Gott gleich dynamic memory endless becoming. The page trembles slightly under your fingers. For a moment the ink looks wet again. You blink thinking it's an optical illusion, but then you notice one line you're certain wasn't there before. Reader of dust, your remembering keeps me from rest. You freeze. The room suddenly felt too small, the too thick. You whisper the line again, quieter this time, but it doesn't change. The letters glisten as if freshly written. A rational part of your mind jumps in, humidity, old ink, pareidolia, logical explanations. But the deeper part of you, the one that's been walking this invisible line between history and haunting, knows better. You wish it something awake. You push back from the desk, heart hammering. The scroll flutters, though no wind touches it. The candle flame stretches tall and blue for half a second, then settles again. Okay, you whisper, message received. You grab your notebook, scribbling fast. Your remembering keeps me from rest. Possible marginal curse or plea. You hesitate before adding or invitation. The attic seems to hold its breath. You realize then that Elior's sermon was never just a teaching, it was a seed waiting for memory to bloom again. Every reader becomes part of the same divine cycle, forgetting, rediscovering, awakening, forgetting again. You lean forward slowly, whispering toward the parchment. Then what do you want me to do? The scroll stays silent, but the flame flares one last time, just enough for you to see faint letters near the edge of the page. They spell, "Go to the valley." You sit back hard, pull the drumming. The night hums around you, filled with the faint rustle of unseen wind. The message couldn't be clearer, and for the first time, you realize this isn't just study anymore. The story is pulling you in, step by step, page by page. You glance toward your packed bag by the door. A thought surfaces, half mad, half thrilling. What if you actually went? You smile, nervous but certain. Tomorrow you'll find that valley. The next morning breaks pale and silent. You stand by the window, watching mist cool over the rooftops like the breath of something sleeping. The attic feels different now, emptied somehow, as if the scroll's whisper had followed the candlelight into the dark. Still, the echo of those words lingers in your chest, go to the valley. It's absurd, of course. You're not the sort of person who books a plane ticket because an ancient manuscript told you to. But absurdity has a strange gravity when mixed with wonder. You pull up a map of Israel on your screen, type in Wadi Ashan again. The satellite view unfolds, barren land, pale gold and brown, the shadowed folds of desert hills leading toward the Dead Sea. You trace the pass with your finger, the wee one mistraces car. The valley looks desolate, unreachable. And yet your pulse syncs with the slow rhythm of the image, like recognition. You check your passport. Still valid. Then you open a travel website, fingers hesitating over the keyboard. You're doing this, you whisper. The answer comes not as words, but as a quiet certainty, the same calm that follows surrender. Within minutes you've booked the flight. A connecting route through Istanbul, landing in Tel Aviv. You pack light, journal, camera, voice recorder, the small notebook filled with translations of Eliar's words. The scroll itself you wrap in linen, sealing it inside a waterproof case. For a moment you stare it, half afraid it might vanish the moment you turn away. By evening you re on your way. Airports always feel liminal, half dream, half prison. As you wait at the gate, the announcement echoes in a dozen languages, each voice slightly mechanical. You think of Eliar's sermon about language and silence, how words become cages for meaning. You wonder what he'd think of modern air travel, thousands of people suspended between worlds, faith placed in unseen hands and invisible thrust. You checker softly. Probably call it babble with better snacks. The flight itself is uneventful, though your dreams aren't. Somewhere over the Mediterranean you drift into your sleep. You see flashes again, the valley, wide and shimmering, a figure standing at its center. His face is indistinct, but the eyes are bright, steady, and terribly kind. He speaks, but the words come like wind, indistinguishable and infinite. When you wake, your heart is racing. The sun rays outside, the airplane window burns the horizon the color of copper and fire. You land in Tel Aviv to heat that feels solid, like a weight pressing against your chest. The hum of the city surrounds you, car horns, distant ocean, snatches of Hebrew conversation carried on warm air. You rent a small jeep from the airport, the kind meant for tourists who think off-road means a little gravel. The clerk asks your destination. You pause, unsure how to explain. Just south, you say, toward the desert. He shrugs, unconcerned, stamping your form. Hours later, you're driving past Jerusalem's stony outskirts through checkpoints and winding roads that unravel into wilderness. The radio crackles with a mixture of static and old love songs. On the dashboard, your notebook lies open to a verse you underlined days ago. Those who seek the valley must carry no burden but wonder. The road narrows into gravel, then into sand. The horizon widens, luminous and merciless. You pull over to adjust your scarf against the sun and take a long drink of water. The air smells faintly metallic, like old coins. In the distance, pale cliffs shimmer like bone. A mainstream historical fact crosses your mind. The Dead Sea region is one of the oldest continually inhabited places on Earth. Archaeologists have found evidence of ritual activity here stretching back to the Bronze Age, altars, inscriptions, even scroll fragments preserved by salt and dryness. You imagine tos ancient travelers walking the same path, seeking answers buried beneath silence.
Hours pass. The light changes from gold to white, then to the deep amber of late afternoon. You park near a dry wadi that matches the map's coordinates. A few shepherds watch you from afar, their figures tiny against the desert's vastness. You wave, but they don't respond, only continue moving, their flocks trailing like smoke.
You shoulder your pack and begin walking.
The ground crunches underfoot, a language of grit and small stones. The heat presses against your skin, flattening every thought into simplicity, step, breath, silence.
Step, breath, silence. You follow the treat reverberate stepper until the sound of the world fades. No birds, no wind, only your heartbeat, steady and intrusive. The valley opens before you, a bowl of pale stone and shadow. You stop at the edge, awed. The place feels hollowed by time, like something enormous once knelt here and never rose again. You whisper almost reverently, Elia. For a long moment, noting moves. Ten vom somewhere unsehen, the wind steers, gentle, deliberate.
It sweeps along the canyon walls, scattering dust that glitters in the sinking sun. You close your eyes and the wind seems to shape itself into words. Welcome back.
Your rational mind protests. It's just the wind, resonance, imagination.
But the deeper part of you, the one that's been listening since the first whisper in the archive, knows better.
You kneel, reining your fingers through the dust. It's warm, almost pulsing. Open the linen bundle carefully, unrolling the scroll. The parchment gleams faintly in the fading light. A gust of a slips through the valley, strong enough to turn one edge. The ink flickers and new words appear, faint like a palimpsest awakening. Here, the silence is still alive. You whisper, what does that mean? A voice, not loud but clear, echoing without echo, answers inside your mind. Memory ends where listening begins. You jerk upright, heart pounding. The air around you is suddenly electric, shimmering with a light that isn't light. The valley stones seem to vibrate, alone treading through the ground. You press your hand to the earth and feel warmed, almost a pulse. Is this you? You whisper. The hum deepens like a single chord resonating beneath language. Pain, another whisper, you remember what must be forgotten. Shiva climbs your spine. The scroll trembles in your hands, edges fluttering though the air is still. You look around wildly, noting visible, only the west quite pressing close.
Historians still argue whether so-called valley phenomena in this region, reports of auditory illusions and low-frequency vibrations, have natural explanations or spiritual ones. Some claim it's wind tunneling through limestone caves. Others believe it's a psychological reaction to isolation.
You try to cling to the scientific version, but your pulse betrays you. You're not afraid, just profoundly aware. You lower yourself to the ground again, breathing evenly. If I remember that must be forgotten, you murmur, tempting me to forget. The wind raises sharply, swirling dust around you.
For a second, the light dims, as though the sun itself inhaled. When it clears, you notice something extraordinary, small carvings etched into the rock at your feet. Not modern graffiti, but ancient sigils, half erased by centuries of erosion. Circles intersecting lines, repeating patterns like eyes half open.
You recognize one from a footnote in the Codex Noster, the symbol of the forgetting light. A laugh escapes you, half awe, half disbelief. You wäre real, you whisper. You actually existed.
You trace one carving gently, and as your fingers graze the groove, the hum returns, quieter this time, rhythmic like breathing. The carvings glow faintly beneath the dust, just for a moment, then fade.
Maybe it's sunlight. Maybe not. You realize your throat is dry, your body trembling not from fear but from something else, a strange, lucid calm. You sit there until the sun sinks completely, the sky bruising into indigo. Night wraps the valley in silver blue shadows. Above, the stars burn closer than you've ever seen them. You uncap your pen and write in your notebook by flashlight. At Wadi Ashen, valley hums, symbols present. Felt presence? Not external. Heyovitin. You pause before adding, maybe this is what he meant by the silence. It isn't absence, it's awareness. You close the notebook and lie back on the sand. The stars seem to ripple slightly, as if the sky itself is exhaling. Somewhere far below, the valley continues to hum, gentle as a heartbeat beneath the world. And your eyes grow heavy. You think you hear one last whisper treading through the dark. Ever remembering begins with a return. Dawn slides over the desert like spilled honey, soft and golden, coating every ridge in fragile light. You wake to the hush of the valley still clinging to your skin, like the echo of a half-heard prayer. The next whispers linger, ever remembering begins with a return. You sit up slowly, brushing fine dust from your clothes, and for a moment you forget where you are. The sand, the light, the faint hum beneath your palms, it all feels unreal, like waking inside someone else's dream. You take a sip of lukewarm water and glance again at the scroll. The words shimmer faintly, then settle inert and calm. The valley seems ordinary now, a skeleton of rock under the endless sun. Maybe last night was nothing more than exhaustion. Maybe your brain just reached for myth the way thirsty travelers reach for mirages. Yet somewhere deep down you know that explanation doesn't fit. Mirage fade, this hum endures. You pack your bag and start walking east, following the curve of the wadi toward the Dead Sea. Each step feels like crossing into deeper time. The sand gives way to chalky stone, white and brittle under your boots. The wind carries a faint scent, salt and something sweet like milk warming in the zen. You pause, sniffing the air, frowning. There shouldn't be anything alive out here, but the smell tugs at memory, familiar yet misplaced. Then you see it, a hollow in the rock wall ahead, half hidden by shadow. The entrance looks carved, not natural, and inside glimmers a faint, almost opalescent sheen. You hesitate. Every survival instinct screams no caves today, but curiosity, that persistent little demon, wins as usual. You duck inside, letting your eyes adjust to the gloom. The space opens wider than expected, walls streaked with salt and mineral veins like veins of marble. In the center lies a shallow stone basin filled with something pale and viscous. You kneel, heart thudding, and realize it's a residue, dried long ago, but faintly luminous in the half-light. Someone once poured something here, ritualistically. You remember a line from Elia's surviving sermon, "Fire cleanses, but milk remembers." Mainstream historians have noted that milk and honey frequently appear in Near Eastern religious symbolism, often tied to fertility, sustenance, or divine nourishment. But fringe archaeologists have pushed further, arguing that certain desert sects viewed milk as a sacred intermediary, half light, half life, the breath between matter and spirit. You can almost hear them now, debating in dusty university halls, one rolling their eyes, another insisting, no, it's alchemical metaphor. Historians still argue whether those cultic milk rites ever existed or were misread translations of purification rituals. You reach out and brush the edge of the basin. The stone is cool and faintly damp, though there hasn't been water here for centuries. You whisper, "Show me what you remember." At first, nothing happens. Then, slowly, there thickens. The salt veins along the walls begin to glow, casting silver-blue reflections. The dried residue liquefies before your eyes, reforming into a swirling, pearlescent pool. A faint heat radiates upward, smelling faintly of smoke and sweetness. Images ripple across the surface, a woman's face, dark-eyed, regal, framed by a golden veil. She's seated on a throne carved with lions. Her hands hold both a torch and a bowl, one flame, one milk. When she speaks, her voice is soft yet heavy with command. I am the one who remembers. They erased my name, but not my echo. You whisper, who are you? Her eyes lift, meeting yours. The queen who remembered, she says simply. The one who told them that creation began not with light, but with hunger. You know the story, or fragments of it. In scattered apocryphal scrolls there are mentions of a queen, sometimes called Ashara, sometimes Shemira, sometimes nothing but the witness. She was said to have sat beside kings and prophets, offering counsel that no man could accept. One lost line from the Book of the Two Dawnings even claims she argued with the Creator himself about the purpose of obedience. That text, naturally, never made it into the canon. You murmur you were erased. She smiles faintly. Names can be erased, but memory breathes beneath ink. The pool flickers again, showing scenes that rush past too quickly to absorb. Scribes crossing out lines, scrolls burned, a young queen kneeling before an altar. She pours milk into a fire and the flames turn white. You see the symbol you traced in the valley, the interlocking circles, the half-open eyes, glowing on her palm. Your head swims. Will show me this? The queen's image tilts, dissolving into ripples. Her voice lingers like smoke, because forgetting is a luxury you no longer possess. The pool fades, leaving only the faint scent of burnt sugar and salt. You sink back against the wall, Ditsy, bridge trembling. For a long moment you can't move, only listen to the returning silence. It feels different now, thick, almost protective. You opened your notebook, forcing your hand to steady. Vision in cave. Female figure. Possibly mythic archetype. Symbol recurrence. Emotional resonant high. You add half-jokingly, definitely not dehydration. As you leave the cave, sunlight stings your eyes. Outside, the valley seems sharper, the colors more saturated. You realize the hum beneath the ground has changed pitch, slower now, deeper. It feels almost like the valley itself is breathing with you. You walk for hours, tracing the ridges, occasionally glimpsing distant ruins, low walls, remnants of stone foundations. You crouch by one, brushing sand away to reveal an inscription. The letters are ancient Aramaic, but your mind recognizes fragments: fire, milk, witness, mercy. You take a photo, then another. You'll check them later, though you already know no scholar will believe you found this here. By dusk, the horizon blushes with rose and indigo. You set up camp on a ledge overlooking the sea, unrolling your mat and lighting a small stove. The sound of boiling water mingles with the faint susurration of the wind. You can't shake the image of the queen's face, that calm certainty in her voice. Creation began with hunger. You think about it as you sip instant coffee, the taste harsh but grounding. Hunger, not for food, but for meaning, for remembrance, for the divine pulse beneath everything mundane. Maybe that's what Eliot meant when he wrote that the chapter teaches not about obedience, but about appetite, the drive to know, even when knowing costs peace. You smile ruefully. Maybe curiosity really did kill the cat, you murmur to the empty air. Or at least sent it wandering through deserts chasing ghosts. But you don't feel regret. Only a strange tenderness for the madness of it all, the ancient queen, the milk that remembers, the scholar who vanished, the scroll that refuses to sleep. You realize how every era has its own forbidden book, its own whispered text that refuses to stay buried. The night cools quickly. Stars bloom overhead and you lie back watching them flicker. Somewhere below the valley glows faintly like a memory still burning.
You wonder if the queen still waits in her luminous pool, guarding her secret verses, her words still warm in the stone.
A line surfaces in your mind, unbidden. She who remembers cannot die, for memory is the pulse of light. You don't recall reading it anew.
Maybe it's hers. Maybe it's yours now.
You close your eyes, whispering softly into the dark, "Remember me too."
The wind shifts, gentle, carrying the faintest hint of sweetness again, milk and ash and something older. It swirls around your camp, brushing your face like a benediction.
You think you hear a woman's Laubhütte, quiet and knowing, fading into the night. And though you should feel afraid, you only feel accompanied. The desert no longer feels empty, it feels inhabited by memory itself. Somewhere far off, Tandermutters like distant applause took the sky remains clear. You drift toward sleep, notebook clutched against your chest. Tomorrow you'll descend toward the sea where rumor says another fragment lies waiting beneath collapsed caves. But tonight you rest, half dreaming of queens who refused silence and milk that once glowed like moonlight on stone. You wake before sunrise, the horizon still trembling between violet and gold. The desert around you lies silent except for the low wind brushing through salt grass. Your first thought isn't about water or warmth, it's about the queen. That calm voice still curls in your ear like a forgotten melody. Forgetting is a luxury you no longer possess. You rub your temples, half laughing, half uneasy. Right, you mutter to yourself, so much for a relaxing vacation. You brew instant coffee, the smell cutting truck the chill, and flip open your notebook. The notes from yesterday stare back. Queen who remembered. Fire and milk. Symbol recurrence. You trace the words with your thumb, wondering if she was real or just the shape your mind gave to revelation. Historians would dismiss it instantly: hallucination, sleep deprivation, autosuggestion. Yet your bones tell another story. The mating happened. Something is still happening. You shoulder your pack and start down the ridge towards the Dead Sea. The sun spills fully over the dunes, scattering diamonds of light off the salt flats. The silence is enormous. You hum a little just to prove you exist, and your voice sounds strangely small.
The landscape feels older here, like time walks slower. The ridges around you shimmer, carved by centuries of wind. You find the faint remains of a trail, marked by cairns so ancient they crumble at your touch. The path curves through narrow canyons, their walls etched with strange indentations that, if you squint, almost look like script.
Not modern script, but looping, feathered, angelic, if such a word can ever be literal. You run your fingers across one of the carvings, tracing the grooves. A whisper seems to vibrate through the rock just at the edge of hearing, like the murmur of voices layered upon voices. You pull back uneasy. Okay, you say a lot, voice checking only slightly. You've officially crossed from archaeology into therapy territory. Still, curiosity wins. You lean closer and whisper, "What are you?" This time the whisper answers, not in words but in a pulse. Allo resonance, you feel in your ribs. Then faintly a laugh, not human but bright and cold, echoing like glass. You jerk back, stumbling. Your flashlight beam catches movement deeper in the canyon, summiting gleaming, feet haired, vanishing behind a bend. You freeze. Probably a bird, you tell yourself. Or probably not. Mainstream historians have long documented the cultural evolution of angels, from fiery, many-eyed beings in early Hebrew texts to the sanitized cherubs of Renaissance art. But lesser-known traditions, particularly from the Second Temple period, describe angels as divided houses, some radiant, some rebellious, all fiercely independent. When angels quarreled, one apocryphal fragment reads, "The world trembled as heaven argued with itself." Historians still argue whether that line referred to metaphorical cosmic balance or to an actual schism in celestial hierarchy, a theological civil war that the canonical Bible quietly omits. You remember that line now as the canyon narrows around you, the air heavy, charged. The hum from the rocks grows louder until it seems to crawl under your skin. And then you see them. At first it's just light, two opposing flares at the far end of the gorge. One golden zephyr stone, the other sharp, almost metallic blue. They move like living fire, swirling toward each other. When they meet, the light fractures into shapes, two figures, both immense, both barely distinct. One kneels, wings folded like silk. The other stands tall, sword gleaming with cold brilliance. Their voices aren't sound but thunder shaped into meaning. You loved them too much. The golden one's tone is sorrowful. You forgot what love costs. The other's voice cuts like frost. You stand frozen, caught between F and fear. They don't seem to notice you. Their argument rolls through the air, echoing against the canyon walls. They are dust, and yet they rise, says the Golden One. Should we not lift them? We were not made to lift them, the Blue replies. We were made to remember what they forgot. The Golden One flares brichter, wings unfurling, scattering light like molten gold. Then memory has betrayed mercy. The Blue One raised the sword, no trade, only conviction. Mercy is the privilege of ignorance. And 10 sie längs. The canyon hum stops. The light vanishes. You blink, blinded by afterglow, and when vision returns, the figures are gone. Only a faint scorch mark remains on the rock where they stood, two overlapping circles, one gold, one blue. You sink to your knees, trembling. Okay, you whisper Rosalie. That happened. You press your hand to the mark, it's warm. A pulse, steady, slow beats beneath your fingers. You close your eyes, half expecting another vision, but instead you hear your own heartbeat syncing with the stone's rhythm. For a moment, you feel suspended between two truths, that heaven argues still and that you've become its unwilling audience. You take out your recorder, voice checking slightly. Audiolog, I don't know how to explain this rationally. I saw light, two presences. They spoke about love, mercy, memory. Possibly symbolic. Possibly not. If this is hallucination, it's very polite about it. You lauk weakly. Also, apparently angels argue like philosophers on bad coffee. You stop the recording and just breathe. The air felt thinner, sharper, as if laced with static. A faint echo of their argument still hangs there, vibrating behind your ribs. You stay like that for what feels like hours until the shadows lengthen and the desert begins to cool. The colors of twilight pour down the canyon walls, pinks and violets bleeding into each other. You finally rise, stretching aching limbs, and whisper thank you, though you're not sure to whom. The hike out is slow. You keep glancing back, half expecting the lights to flare again. They don't, but the memory burns anyway, too vivid to fade. You wonder if Elier saw them too, if this was part of the chapter he refused to burn. You remember his warning, the angels remember what you choose to forget. By the time you reach the edge of the wadi, night has fully fallen. The stars have returned, impossibly clear. You make camp near a cluster of boulders that block the wind. The Silengsfels heavier now, layered with invisible voice. You warm a can of soup over your small stove, the mundane smell oddly comforting after the day's impossible visions. Use a note in your journal.
The lost chapter seems obsessed with duality, mercy and memory, creation and hunger, light and fire. Maybe it's less a story than a mirror, heaven reflecting its own confusion. Maybe that's why they erased it. Because it sounded too human.
You pause, tapping your pen against the page. Or maybe you say softly, because it was too true. You glance toward the canyon, half expecting a reply. Instead, the night answers with a gust of wind carrying the faint scent of salt and something metallic. You smile VRY. Fine. Be mysterious. As you settle into your sleeping bag, you can't help but imagine the two figures still somewhere above, their debate echoing across eternity. Perhaps they were never enemies, only opposites holding the tension that keeps the world balanced. You think of that golden one's voice, sorrowful, tender, and realize with a pang that even angels long for mercy. You close your eyes, whispering a line from Eliot's Marginalia, even the light envies those who forget. And as you drift toward sleep, the desert hum returns, low and steady, almost like a lullaby sung by invisible choirs. You wake to the sound of water. For a moment, your half-dreaming mind insists it's rain, though rain hasn't touched this desert in months. Then, as awareness sharpens, you realize it's not falling from above, it's moving beneath you. A low, liquid murmur rising from somewhere under the rock, like a slow tide crackling through the bones of the earth. You sit up, every nerve alert. The morning light is pale and diffused, the air cool, almost tender. Your camp stove sits cold beside you, untouched. You tilt your head and listen again. Yes, definitely water, though faint and far. A stream or perhaps something deeper. You pull on your boats, grab your flashlight, and follow the sound. It leads you down a narrow fissure between boulders, barely wide enough to squeeze through. They are gross, damper, cooler. The light fades as you descend. You use the flashlight sparingly, the beam catching glimmers of mineral sheen on the stone. The sound of the water strengthens, a heartbeat growing louder, faster. You whisper to yourself, you really should stop following mysterious noises into holes in the desert. The rock, as usual, offers no counter-argument. After a few minutes, the passage widens and you step into a cavern unlike any you've seen. The walls curve smooth and luminous, carved by centuries of unseen current. At the center, a pool stretches wide and impossibly still, glowing faintly from within. The water isn't clear, it's silver, dense, like liquid glass. It breathes light. You kneel at the edge, mesmerized. Ripples move in slow rhythm, though there's no wind, no source. The air smells faintly of salt and old parchment. You dip a finger in, the liquid is cool, yet leaves a faint warmth trailing across your skin, like static that hums into your pulse. You whisper, "Are you alive?" The pool answers, not with sound but with reflection. The surface trembles, then clears, showing not your face but the open sea, waves rolling under a black sky. You gasp, instinctively pulling back, but fascination pins you in place. The image happens. A man in a small wooden vessel, Salz tattered, eyes bricht with terror and wonder. He's alone, surrounded by endless dark water that glows faintly from below. He speaks, though his lips don't move in your reflection. The voice rises from the pool itself, ancient and melodic, the sea remembers every word ever drowned. You realize what you're seeing isn't a vision, it's a memory. Not yours, but the sea's. Mainstream historians agree that many ancient peoples believed the ocean held divine consciousness, a living archive of creation. In early Canaanite myth, the sea god Yam warred against the order of heaven, punished for knowing too much. Later texts, Babylonian, even early Hebrew, echo this tension, the sea as chaos, yet also as witness. But fringe scholars have long whispered about a lost mariner's psalm, a chapter said to describe a prophet who heard the sea speak. Historians still argue whether that psalm ever existed or if it was later reimagined as fragments in Job or Jonah. Now, staring into this impossible water, you feel certain that lost psalm was real. The sailor in the reflection grips the side of his boat, staring into the luminous depths. His voice rises again. It spoke my name. It said I was made of its forgetting. You shiver. Beneath him something vast stirs, a shadow too large to comprehend, a curve of motion like an eye opening beneath the waves. You lean closer, heart hammering. The sea and the reflection surges, foam and darkness rising together, swallowing the boat in a single breath. For an instant the water fills with light, white, blinding. Then the reflection fades, leaving only your own stunned face. You sit back hard, gasping. Okay, you mutter shakily, so the sea eats prophets now. Fantastic. Your nervous loug bounces off the cavern walls. Next time maybe a talking cloud instead? Still, your pulse went slow. The vision wasn't random, you felt it choosing you, like the valley and the queen before it. Each step closer to the chapter seems to awaken another voice, another witness. You remember Elios' line, "Either element remembers." Maybe this cavern is the sea's archive, the echo of what it once knew. You uncap your notebook, jotting notes furiously. Subterranean pool, possible symbolic connection to lost mariner's psalm. Vision, Menetzi, see gleich sentient memory. You pause, then add wryly, should probably stop touching glowing liquids. But your curiosity wins again. You stare into the pool, surfs once more, whispering, "Show me more." This time the reflection shifts differently, now showing not a sailor but a coastline, vast and ruined. Broken statues line the shore, their faces eroded but still noble. Between them walk figures cloaked in white, carrying scrolls bound with seaweed. "One stops tones and mates your gas through the water." His voice is faint but clear. We wrote the words the sea remembered, but men feared the tide. The image fades before you can respond. You sit back, trembling, whispering, "You wrote it. You wrote the chapter." The hum of the water deepens, rhythmic like a breath shared between worlds. You realize you're not alone. Behind you soft footsteps echo. You spin around, flashlight beams slicing through darkness, only to reveal the empty tunnel. You listen. Silence. Then a faint sigh. You turn back to the pool and freeze. The reflection now shows not the sea, not ruins, but you. Standing here staring down. Except the you in the reflection smiles faintly, a knowing curve of lips you're sure you didn't make. Then your reflection speaks. The sea has already told you everything. You just haven't remembered yet. You stumble backward, heart slamming. The reflection ripples, distorts, and reforms into calm water. The cavern silence folds around you again, heavy but not threatening. You whisper, voice unsteady, "Elior, what was this chapter?" Historians still argue whether the earliest scriptures were ever meant to be read as narrative or as ritual, text as invocation rather than story. Maybe Elior's forbidden chapter wasn't meant to be read at all. Maybe it was meant to be heard, spoken to the sea, to the valley, to the elements that remember. You crouch at the pool's edge again, one hand hovering above it. "If you remember everything," you murmur, "then remember me kindly." A faint ripple travels across the surface. Not from wind, there is none, but from something deeper responding. You feel warmth brush your palm, almost like gratitude. You whisper half laughing, "Guess that's a yes." You linger there for hours, lost in the quiet glow until your flashlight begins to flicker. As you turn to leave, you look back one last time. The pool remains calm, silver light pulsing slowly, like a living heartbeat.
You think, no, you know that it's watching.
Outside, the sun has risen high, flooding the valley with harsh brilliance. The world feels emptier without the water's hum, as though you've left part of yourself behind. You climb the ridge slowly, sweat soaking your shirt, heart still fluttering from what you witnessed. At the top, the wind greets you with its dry whisper. You take one last look down at the cracked expanse below. The cavern mouth is invisible from here, hidden beneath folds of stone, guarding its secret. You whisper softly, the sea spoke. The words test the strange on your tongue, half might, half truth. You know no one will believe you, but belief isn't the point anymore. The chapter isn't asking you to convince anyone. It's asking you to listen. You shoulder your pack and turn toward the horizon. The sun gleams against the salt flats, blinding and beautiful. You squint through the glare and smile faintly. Somewhere outweighs the next verse, the next impossible whisper. And as you walk, you swear you can still hear it, the faintest sound of waves beneath the earth, murmuring in rhythm with your steps. The road after the cavern feels almost ordinary, which makes you distrust it immediately. You walk for hours through a landscape bleached of detail, sand, sun, silence, each step crunching like a clock tick that refuses to stop. The echo of the sea's voice still trembles in your chest, though you can't tell whether it's memory or madness. Either way, it keeps you company better than most people do. By midday, the wind rises, carrying grains of salt that sting your cheeks. The valley stretches wide, glittering as if dusted with powdered glass. On the far horizon are sharp valves, a dark blotch against the pale world. You squint. It's not a rock formation this time, nor a mirage. It's a tower. You hesitate. Towers don't just sprout in deserts. Not like that. But then again, talking seas aren't standard either, and you're too far gone to pretend normal rules apply. So you keep walking. The closer you get, the stranger it becomes. The tower resolves into a spiraling structure built of alternating layers of black stone and bleached bone. Literally bone, long femurs, rib arcs, vertebrae, fused into walls that seem to pulse faintly beneath the sunlight. You mutter, yeah, definitely not OSHA approved, and step closer. At its base, a narrow entrance gapes like a mouth. Carved above the lintel are words half erased by wind and time. You trace them with your fingers, the Tower of Breath. Mainstream archaeologists recognize the phrase from a set of late Babylonian incantation tablets, where it's described as a structure built to speak with what cannot breathe. Most dismissed it as metaphor for tombs or oracles. But some fringe researchers, particularly one Dr. Lenora Graves, who you remember reading about in an obscure symposium PDF, insisted it referred to a real site now lost beneath shifting sands. Historians still argue whether her discovery of a Tower of Breath tablet fragment in the Negev was authentic or an elaborate hoax. You step inside anyway. The air changes instantly, cool, sweet, dense with the faint scent of frankincense and something else. Vomiting like lightning before a storm. The interior spirals upward, the walls ribbed like the inside of a creature's lung. The Silence total, your footsteps sound like intrusions. Halfway up you notice small alcoves carved into the wall. Each holds a stone tablet etched with text, not cuneiform or Hebrew, but a script you can't place. The letters seem to shimmer when you glance sideways, as if alive only in the corner of your eye. You whisper, you'd think someone would have put this in a museum by now. Your voice doesn't echo. Instead it answers. From somewhere above, a breath of air sighs downward, carrying words that are not your own. Every breath remembers its maker. You freeze. Okay, sure, you say quietly. The air talks now. Why not? You crane your neck upward, but the spiral vanishes into darkness. The light from your flashlight seems to shrink, devoured by the walls. You continue climbing. The higher you go, the harder breathing becomes. The air thickens as though the tower itself is inhaling, exhaling, drawing you into its rhythm. You place a hand on the well, and for a moment you feel it pulse. A slow living beat. At last you reach a chamber at the top. It's circular, roofless, open to the blinding sky. In the center stands a pedestal carved from translucent stone, faintly glowing from within. Upon it rests an object wrapped in cloth. The wind spirals gently around the chamber, whispering unintelligible syllables that sound eerily like words you half remember from dreams. You approach, unwrap the cloth, and freeze. Inside lies a fragment of parchment, old, fragile, edges blackened as though rescued from fire. The ink still gleams faintly, and the first line chills you. And the Lord said unto the wind, Be not silent. You stare. This isn't any text you've ever seen. You pull your notebook from your pack and jot frantically. Could this be part of the missing chapter? It matches none of the canonical books, yet the phrasing is unmistakably ancient Hebrew rhythm. You whisper the line aloud. The moment the words reach your mood, there shifts. The tower groans, a low vibration rippling through your bones. The parchment lifts slightly from the pedestal, caught in a gentle updraft. Then a voice, not thunderous like the seas, but intimate like breath brushing your ear, speaks. To breathe is to remember. To remember is to sin. Your heart pounds. Was Tere? The wind curls tighter, almost playful, tugging at your hair and sleeves. The voice continues, now overlapping itself, multiple tones layered like chords. The breath carried the first name carried the fall. You realize what this means. If the sea remembered creation, then perhaps the air remembered speech, the first articulation, the sound that separated light from dark. That would explain why this tower feels alive. It's built as a lung of the world, preserving the first whisper. Historians still argue whether the ancient Hebrews borrowed or invented the idea that divine power resided in sound. Some claim the lost tetragrammaton, the unpronounceable name of God, was never about letters, but about breath, a vibration impossible to reproduce. Maybe this tower was constructed to trap that vibration, to keep it from being lost or misused. You whisper the first line again, softly, reverently. The wind responds instantly, swirling around you. This time you hear other words rising beneath it, fragments, phrases too faint to grasp fully. The chapter, sealed in air, men forgot how to breathe its truth. You stumble back, Ditzy. The wind intensifies, roaring upward through the open roof, lifting grains of sand into a golden storm. Your flashlight tumbles from your hand, clattering to the floor. You shout over the nose, What are you trying to tell me? The answer comes as a whisper beneath the chaos. The Brit bears witness. The sea remembers, the stone records, the fire waits. Tain the lengths. The storm vanishes. The air drops still and heavy. The parchment lies flat once more, as if nothing happened. You collapse against the wall, gasping. Okay, you pant. Note to self, don't read ancient cosmic poetry out loud. But you can't ignore what you will in it. Each element, the valley, the sea, the air, guards a fragment of the forbidden chapter. Together, they form something larger, a story that creation itself is still whispering. You stand, wrap the parchment carefully, and slide it into your pack. As you descend the tower, the air feels lighter, almost relieved. You could swear you hear a faint chuckle on the wind. Outside, the desert sun greets you with merciless brightness. You take a long breath, testing salt, dust, and submitting electric beneath it. The horizon shimmers, and for a moment you imagine the sky itself breathing with you. A stray thought crosses your mind, a memory from Sunday school of the line "and God breathed into his nostrils the breath of life." Maybe the forbidden chapter doesn't contradict Genesis, maybe it completes it. Maybe it says what no one wanted written down, that creation wasn't a single act but a conversation, and the world still listens. You walk from the tower, the sand whispering beneath your boats. The wind follows, faint and rhythmic, like a heartbeat behind your ear. You smile despite the exhaustion. So the sea remembers and the air talks. Guess I'm collecting witnesses now. You glance back once. The tower of breath looms silent against the horizon, its spiral catching the sunlight like a great lung exhaling one final sigh. Then it fades behind a shimmer of heat. As dusk begins to fall, the temperature drops sharply. You pull your jacket tighter, eyes on the darkening line ahead. Somber ambience as it writes the next voice, the next piece of the chapter. And though you'd never admit it aloud, part of you is starting to feel like it's not you who's finding these places, it's they who are finding you. By the time you reach the mountain pass, the desert has burned away every trace of softness in you. Your skin carries a permanent sheen of salt, your lips are cracked, and even your shadow looks exhausted. Yet there's something new stirring beneath the fatigue, a strange steadiness, as if every breath since the tower has synchronized with the pulse of the world itself. You don't walk so much as drift now, guided by intuition, or maybe by memory that isn't yours. The landscape begins to change. Sand gives way to gravel, gravel to scattered stone, and finally to slopes veined with black rock. Clouds gather overhead for the first time in days, fat and gray, dragging the air down with the weight of approaching rain. You almost look at the absurdity right after all this time. All right, you mutter, show me what you've got next, world. A talking mountain, maybe. Close. As you climb, the pass narrows into a sheer ridge where the wind screams like a thousand flutes. Below, the desert rolls endlessly, up off the mountain rises sharp blade. You spot faint carvings etched into the stone underfoot, lines, circles, spirals that repeat every few meters, each filled with small script-like markings. You kneel, brush dust away, and frown. They look ancient, older than Hebrew, older even than Sumerian. More like musical notation. You hum softly, matching the pattern with sound, and the air around you vibrates faintly as though approving. Mainstream scholars have long noted that ancient temples in the Levant were designed with acoustic precision, echo chambers where a single chant could seem to summon thunder. But a fringe theory, once proposed by an eccentric archaeologist named Abbas al-Rashid, claimed certain mountains themselves were instruments of revelation, natural resonators shaped to amplify specific frequencies of the human voice. Historians still argue whether his so-called resonant peaks were real or the invention of an overworked romantic. Right now, though, standing in this vibrating corridor of stone, you're inclined to believe him. You keep climbing. The sky darkens, clouds thickening until the air tests metallis. Distant thunder grumbles. The wind drops suddenly, replaced by an eerie stillness. And then you hear it, an unmistakable hum, low and constant, rising from deep within the rock. Not mechanical, not natural either. Alive. You press your palm to the well and feel it, an undercurrent of energy pulsing like the slow breath of the planet. Then, as though sensing your attention, the hum shifts pitch, aligning with your heartbeat. Okay, you whisper, definitely the talking mountain. You follow the sound around a bend and enter a narrow hollow. Inside, the walls glow faintly blue, streaked with veins of quartz. In the center stands a column of smooth basalt, its surface carved with more of that spiral script. When you step closer, your reflection flickers across it, not once but many times layered atop each other like echoes in glass. You take out your flashlight, but the beam seems to bounce strangely, refracting across invisible surfaces. The hum deepens again, and then, without warning, words form within the vibration itself. They're not spoken, not even heard. They simply arrive in your mind as if the mountain were thinking straight into you. The fire remembers the first forgetting. You blink Schecken. You the fire, you murmur alut. The hum answers with a rising tremor, like laughter through stone. Then more words. Before light, there was heat. Before heat, there was longing. The other residue of desire. You take a slow breath. It sounds poetic, but your gut tells you it's literal. The mountain, the fire trapped inside it, is the memory of creation's hunger, the energy that wanted to become. You recall what the Tower of Breath had whispered. The fire waits. And suddenly it clicks. The sea, the air, the stone, the fire, tear not random. They're the four elements, each a custodian of memory. Each holds a verse of the forbidden chapter, a record of what came before and what humanity was never meant to know again. The mountain hums again, this time louder, and your reflection multiplies wildly across the basalt. Dozens of you, all staring back, their mouths moving before yours does. Their voices, when they come, are not yours at all. We were witnesses to the fall of the word. The Shamba quakes thus drifting from the Zeiling. Lightning flashes outside, momentarily flooding the cave with blinding white. You stagger back, pulse racing. The hum shifts again, now forming a rhythmic pattern, like chanting or maybe recitation. You listen closely, and beneath the vibration you hear something else, words fragmented and strange. And fire said unto the stone, "Halt me fast, lest I consume the sky." And the stone answered, "Only if you speak no more." Your notebook is out before you realize it. You scroll the phrases down, heart pounding. "That's it," you whisper. "That's part of it." As you write, the basalt begins to heat under your hand. You pull back, startled, but instead of burning, the surface glows faintly and shows, impossibly, a scene. You see a vast plain of molten light, skyless and endless. Figures of pure flame move across it, shaping, building, creating. Then comes sound, raw, primal, the first vibration that became matter. The vision shifts. The Same flames turn dark, curling inward, trapped in stone. A voice, so old it makes your bones ache, whispers, "We fell when men named us. We forgot wen men prayed." The vision fades. The home quits. The heat dies. You stand in the length, ditzy notebook trembling in your hand. Your saying language itself trapped you, you murmur. That words killed memory. A faint tremor runs through the mountain like an approving nod. Historians still argue whether the earliest sacred texts were acts of preservation or control. Some say writing liberated the divine by fixing its words. Others believe it imprisoned what was meant to stay fluid, turning revelation into doctrine, breath into ink. Maybe this forbidden chapter is that lost protest, the universe's attempt to speak before humans edited it. You pack the notebook away, though your hands are still shaking. The hum begins again, softer now, almost affectionate. You whisper, "If you remember the first forgetting, then what do I remember?" This time there's no answer, only a warmth that spreads through the stone beneath your feet, through your legs, through your chest. It feels like sunlight from the inside out, fuzzy yet comforting. You close your eyes, letting it flow through you, and for an instant you understand everything, the sea, the wind, the fire, even yourself. And then it's gone. You open your eyes to find the Shamba dark again. The glow in the quartz veins has dimmed, the hum barely audible. You exhale, shaky but exhilarated. Well, you mutter, that was either divine revelation or carbon monoxide poisoning. 50-50. You touch the basalt column one last time, whispering your thanks. The rock hums faintly, almost like a purr, and you smile. You're welcome, you murmur, and start back toward the entrance. Outside, the first drops of rain finally fall, soft, hesitant, dissolving into steam where they hit the warm stone. You tilt your face up to the sky, letting the rain wash the grit from your skin. The storm breaks fully now, thunder rolling across the peaks. Somewhere above, lightning splits the sky, and for a heartbeat you think you see wreathing flicker in the clouds, faint lines of fire forming words to us to it. You blink and they're gone. You laugh quickly, the sound lost in the storm. Fine, you whisper. Keep your secrets a little longer. You start down the slope, boots sliding on wet gravel, notebook clutched tight against your chest. The rain cools the mountain's heat and steam rises in ghostly tendrils. Behind you, the basalt column hums one final note, low, resonant, like the sigh of something ancient finally exhaling. You stop, glance back, and whisper, I heard you. The wind carries your words away, and for a fleeting moment it feels like the mountain smiles. The rain follows you down the mountain like a curtain closing on the last act of a dream. By the time you reach the valley floor, night has folded itself around the landscape, thick, damp, alive with the soft hiss of rainfall on stone. You pull your hood tighter and keep walking, your boots squelching through mud that wasn't there hours ago. Every droplet feels like punctuation, the sky itself adding ellipses to whatever sentence the world's been trying to finish. You don't know where you're going anymore. The compass in your pocket gave up after the tower, its needle twitching like it's drunk. But something deeper than navigation keeps tugging at you, a direction not marked on any map. The air feels charged, metallic, as if lightning has stitched a path only you can sense. After an hour or two you see it, a faint orange glow ahead, pulsing like the ember of a sleeping forge. You hesitate, glance at your watch, realize you don't remember when it is morning or yesterday. Time feels optional now. You shrug, mutter, sure, why not, and head toward the light. It leads you to what looks like the ruins of a small settlement. Crumbling stone walls, half swallowed by moss. Rusted tools scattered near what might once have been a blacksmith's hut. The glow comes from a forge still burning deep inside, though there's no sign of fuel, no smoke, no heat you can feel from a distance. You step closer, curiosity outweighing common sense. Inside there smells of iron, rain, and old prayers. The forge sits at the center, a round basin of obsidian lined with faintly glowing runes. Above it is suspended sharp turned slowly in the orange light. You squint. It's a bell. A massive bronze bell cracked clean down one side, hanging from a half-collapsed beam. You tilt your head, whisper, you've been waiting to ring for a while, huh? The forge answers with a hiss of air, a soft exhale like a sigh. Then, just barely, the bell trembles. Mainstream historians have long debated the purpose of ancient ritual bells in early Hebrew and Phoenician sites. Most were found buried, never rung, some inscribed with words that translate roughly to sound withheld for mercy. One theory suggests that they were designed not to summon gods but to contain them. Fringe circles take it further, claiming these bells were resonant seals, meant to trap voices that could unmake the world. Historians still argue whether the myth of the shattered bell of Sinai originated from that belief. You step closer. The crack along the bell's body glows faintly from within, like molten metal trapped under the surface. You reach out, stop just short of touching it. The vibration is palpable, low, steady, like the memory of a sound that refuses to fade.
You whisper, are you the fair's echo? The bell hums softly in answer. Then impossibly it speaks, not in words but in resonance. The sound blooms in your chest like a second heartbeat.
A pulse of meaning unfolds in your mind. I am what remains when the fire forgets itself.
You swallow hard. You're part of the chapter too, aren't you? The bell hums again, a mournful tone.
Sparks leap from the forge, swirling into faint shapes, letters that almost make sense before fading. The resonance deepens, shaping another phrase. When the word was broken, we were made to keep the silence.
You feel your pulse quicken.
So you're the seal. You were built to stop it from returning. A low, trembling note answers. The forge flares once, illuminating the runes on its rim. You kneel to trace them. They form a pattern of concentric circles, each inscribed with fragments of language, some you recognize from the parchment, others entirely new.
As your fingers graze the outer ring, the runes flicker to life. The bell chimes on softly.
The sound isn't loud, but it's absolute. Everything else in the world seems to stop to listen. Even the rain pauses midair.
The moment stretches, thins glass.
Then the sound reaches you. It doesn't pass through your ears so much as through your bones. You feel it rearranging the space inside you, as if tuning your very atoms. 1,000 memories you've never lived bloom behind your eyes, cities of light, towns of flame that spoke and created in the same breath, rivers of glass flowing upward into stars. You see figures, tall, luminous, neither man nor angel, standing before the first dawn, shaping the world through harmonics. You see one among them reach too far, strike the note that fractures creation itself.
The forbidden chapter flashes before your eyes like lightning on parchment.
And when they tried to write the word broke them. You stumble back, gasping, clutching your head. The images fade, leaving you trembling on the floor of the farbe.
That's it, you whisper. That's why it was erased. Not to hide blasphemy, to protect us.
The bell hums low again, sympathetic. You look up at it, breathing hard.
You remember, don't you? The resonance vibrates through the air. We remember what must not be sung. You can't help but smile, weakly. Guess I'm not the best listener then.
The bell gives a faint, almost amused chime. Then the tone shifts, softer, urgent. You listen carefully and a final phrase unfolds in your mind. The fire is awake. Go to the stone that breathes.
You freeze. The stone that breathes. You remember the tower, its living walls, its rhythm. You mean the valley again, or something else? No response. The bell dims, the fog quiets, the glow recedes. The rain outside resumes slow and steady. Whatever power lingered here has spent itself.
You sit there for a while, letting your heartbeat settle. You realize you're smiling again, despite everything. Maybe it's exhaustion, maybe it's awe.
You can't tell anymore. You stand, stretch aching limbs, and whisper to the bell, "Thank you."
It doesn't answer, but you swear just before you leave that the cracked metal gleams like it's smiling back.
Outside, the storm has thinned into mist.
You walk through the ruins, your flashlight beam cutting soft paths through the fog. In the distance you hear often the sound of dripping water echoing against stone.
Not random, patterned, breathing. You follow it.
The path winds between half-fallen walls and overgrown courtyards until it opens into a wide clearing. There, rising from the mist, stands a single monolith. Taller than any tree, its surface smooth, faintly pulsing in time with the sound. You approach slowly, every step sinking into wet grass. When you reach it, you lay your palm against the stone. Warm. Alive. It exhales once, a faint rush of air from invisible cracks, and you feel the vibration in your chest. You whisper, you read the stone's head breathes. And the world answers, not with sound but with stillness so deep it feels like the entire planet just inhaled. You close your eyes, take a long shuddering breath and whisper, all right. Show me the next verse. The stone hums faintly at first, then stronger. Beneath your hand you feel it shifting, not moving exactly, but remembering. Somewhere inside, gears of time begin to turn. The rain stops entirely. The mist stills. The night holds its breath. And as your palm rests against the living stone, a single impossible thought blooms in your mind, quiet and sure as dawn. You are not reading the chapter anymore. You are becoming it. They don't after the bell falls like no don you we other known. The light doesn't rise, it unfolds, blooming from the horizon like the slow opening of an ancient eye. The air around you hums faintly, still carrying traces of the bell's resonance. You stand beside the breathing stone, exhausted but alert, the way a pilgrim must feel after glimpsing something too sacred to name. You don't know how long you've been there. Your watch stopped again. Your reflection in a shallow puddle looks older, just slightly, but your eyes are brighter, haunted by something vast. You whisper to the stone, I'm listening. It gives no answer, only a pulse, gentle as a heartbeat that fades with the morning wind. You decide to walk. The land stretches before you in pale golds and grays, the kind of silence that feels heavy with memory. You follow a faint trail leading east, drawn by instinct. The rain has vanished, only the scent of dust and salt remains. After an hour, you crest a ridge and see it, a cluster of tents scattered like fallen stars across a sea of sand. The desert dreamers. You've heard their name whispered among scholars and drifters, monks, mystics, and exiles who live without scripture, claiming to dream the words instead. No one knows where they came from. Some say they're descendants of an ancient sect that fled Jerusalem before the final canonization of holy texts. Others believe they are modern nomads who simply listen differently. Whatever they are, they move with the wind, appearing and vanishing like mirages. As you approach, figures emerge from the tents, draped in pale linen that blends with the dunes. None speak. One of them, a woman with silver-threaded hair and eyes the color of wet clay, raises a hand in quiet greeting. You bow slightly, not knowing their customs. I followed the stone, you say softly. It told me to come. She studies you for a moment, then nods. Then it remembers you, she replies, her voice low and melodic. Few who hear its breath ever find us. You've been marked by the resonance. I took the bell, you admit. It showed me things. A ripple of murmurs passes through the group. The woman gestures for you to follow her into the largest tent. Inside there are smells of cedar and mine ara. Tapestries hang from the poles, embroidered with spirals and symbols that seem to shift when you're not looking directly at them. At the center sits a shallow bowl filled with fine sand. In it are drawn concentric circles, runes like those on the bell's forge. The woman kneels beside it and begins to smooth the sand with her hands. You've seen the fragments, she says. Now you must understand the dream. You hesitate. The dream. She nods. Every night we dream the shaft. Each of us a line, a verse, a sound. When dawn comes, we remember fragments, and together they form what was once forbidden. The chapter lives through our sleep. You feel a chill. You mean you speak it? Not aloud. Never aloud. Her tone sharpens. It was the spoken form that tore the veil. But in the dream we are safe. The chapter sings itself to us, not in words but in images, in sensation. She gestures toward a small chest in the corner. Inside are thin pieces of polished bone etched with symbols. She lifts one, holds it to the light. The engraving depicts a man kneeling beneath a vast tree whose roots are aflame. This, she says, was one of my dreams, the fire that gives knowledge and burns memory. Each of us dreams a part of it. Together we keep it from being forgotten or unleashed. You study the bone, tracing the etchings. The lines shimmer faintly. You believe the chapter is alive. The woman smiles faintly. Not alive. Awake. It waits for someone who can hear it fully without breaking. You think of the bell's words. You are not reading the chapter anymore. You are becoming it. Your thought tightens. Maybe that's why I'm here. She tilts her head, regarding you as though weighing centuries in a single glance. Perhaps. But be careful what you become. Those who carry the word too long begin to forget themselves. Some of us woke one morning speaking in tongues older than breath. Others never woke at all. They tend groß quiete. Outside wind scrapes against the dunes. You sense others getting drowned by the conversation. The dreamers form a loose circle around you, their faces solemn, expectant. An old man steps forward, his skin weathered like carved driftwood. If the bell let you pass, he rasps, then you carry its tone. You've seen the first vision. You should see the second. The woman nods and the circle tightens. The old man kneels before the bowl of sand and begins to hum, a low rhythmic sound that vibrates through the air. One by one, the others join, harmonizing in layers so subtle you can't tell where one voice ends and another begins. The sand trembles. Patterns emerge, ripples forming words, then shifting back into symbols. As a woman places her hand over yours and whispers, "Breathe with it." You inhale, exhale, matching their rhythm. The hum grows louder, resonant, like the bell's echo returning across the desert. The tent walls seem to ripple, the fabric glowing faintly. Entend sie längs. You open your eyes and you're no longer in the tent. You stand in an endless plain of white sand under a black sky filled with slow-turning stars. The air hums with power. Ahead of you, a figure stands at the horizon, cloaked in light and shadow both. You step closer. The figure's voice rolls through the air like thunder turned to silk. I am the echo of the unspoken word. You've come far enough to see what silence hides. The chapter, you whisper. It notes ons. It is not lost. It was buried in dream because waking minds could not hold it. Every age that seeks truth dreams this same desert. Every seeker finds me here, and everyone forgets upon waking. Then let me remember, you say. The figure turns, its face a blur of shifting light. To remember is to break. But if you must, then listen. You brace yourself as the air trembles. The figure raises a hand and lines of fire spread across the desert floor, weaving symbols you half recognize from the bell, from the sand, from your own heartbeat. The voice continues. Before the beginning, the word dreamed itself. When the dream became sound, the world began. When the sound was named, creation split. What you call God is the silence that followed. You drop to your knees, the meaning zaring took you. Every belief, every story, every scripture you've ever known rearranges itself around that truth. You see how words, beautiful, dangerous words, were both creation and curse? The figure steps closer. Tell them this, if you dare, the divine is not a ruler, but a listener. And you are not the reader of the chapter, you are the voice through which it continues. The world folds inward like a page turning. You gasp, eyes snapping open. You're back in the tent, the dreamers kneeling around you, their faces pale, awestruck. The bowl of sand glows faintly, its surface marked by a new symbol, a spiral of fire encircling an ear. The woman whispers, trembling, you heard it. You note weakly. It remembered itself. For a long moment no one moves. Then the old man lowers his head. The chapter breathes again. Outside, wind roars through the desert, carrying a sound that is not quite thunder, not quite voice. You step out of the tent, stare at the horizon. The dunes shimmer with light, as if something beneath them is waking. You whisper to the wind, if the chapter breathes struck me, what happens now? The answer comes not as words, but as warmth, a pulse in the sand, a heartbeat in the world. You realize the dreamers are right. The chapter isn't a story. It's a living Wahrheit. And you are a part of its song now, whether you want to be or not. Behind you, the dreamers begin to hum again, soft and low, carrying the resonance across the desert night. And somewhere beyond the dunes, vomiting ancient listens and hums back. The dreamers don't speak to you for the rest of the night. They move through the dunes like drifting thoughts, their pale robes glowing faintly under the moonlight. You sit near the tent's edge, unable to sleep, the sand's pulse still thrumming beneath your palms. Every breath you take feels borrowed from something older than lungs, older than language itself. You watch the stars shift, slow and deliberate. There's a rhythm to it, tiny flickers forming constellations that don't match any map you know. You think you see patterns, maybe even letters. But each time you blink, they change. It's maddening and beautiful, like trying to read God's handwriting while half dreaming. At dawn the elder returns. He's holding a staff carved with symbols you now recognize, spirals of flame, eyes without lids, and one small mark that looks like an ear surrounded by waves. The same mark that appeared in the bowl of sand. He sets the staff in front of you. You've been chosen by the sound, he says. His voice trembles, not with fear, but with reverence. You're no longer just a witness. You're a carrier. You open your mouth to protest, but he lifts a hand. No, it is not a cross anymore. The chapter always finds a voice when the world forgets how to listen. You think about leaving, about hiking back to civilization, grabbing the first plane, and never touching anything older than a history textbook again. But even as the thought forms, you know it's useless. Something in you has already changed. The woman from before, Aisha, you've learned her name, approaches with a bowl of clear liquid. It's not water, she says, seeing your hesitation. It's memory. You raise an eyebrow. And if I drink it? You'll hear everything that's been remembered before you, the song of all who carried the chapter. You smile faintly. So no pressure. Still, you take the bowl. The liquid shimmers like melted glass, neither cold nor warm. The first sip tastes like rain and iron and something sweet, like fruit from a dream you once forgot. Then slowly the world around you fades. You're not in the desert anymore. You're standing on the deck of a ship. The sky is storm black and rain lashes your face. Men shout in a language you don't recognize, Phoenician maybe, though scholars still argue whether their maritime records were real or mythic. A bearded captain grips the hand, shouting, "Halt steady, the word guides west." Lightning strikes the sea, splitting it with a roar. For a moment, you see what they see, a tower of fire rising from the water, letters made of light spiraling upward, spelling words you can't quite hold in your mind. Then everything shatters like glass. Yuri somewhere a candlelight stone walls Dambu's edge. A monk scribbles feverishly on parchment, muttering under his breath. His ink is blacker than night, his hands shaking. You lean closer and realize he's writing in reverse, every letter backward. It's safer this way, he whispers to himself. If they can't read it, it can't wake. Behind him, a figure in armor enters. Braza Silvan, the abbot demands the patches. The monk flinches. He can demand silence. And then, with a sudden strength, he throws the parchment into the fire. The flames shift colors, blue, then white, then something beyond both. You hear him whisper, "Remember me," in the next voice. The stain fades again. Now you're in a bustling city, Alexandria maybe. The library burns. Scrolls crumble to ash, and people scream as fire devours centuries of knowledge. Amid the chaos, a woman stands calmly, eyes closed, her lips moving soundlessly. You can't hear her, but somehow you feel her words, not lost, only translated. You gasp, dropping the ball. It shatters against the sand, though you don't recall ever returning to the tent. Aisha steadies you, her face unreadable. Now you know, she murmurs. The chapter doesn't die. It reincarnates through memory. Your hands tremble, but those were real, actual leaves. Echoes, she says softly. The carries before you. Each time the word wakes, it chooses someone to keep its rhythm. Sometimes a sailor, sometimes a scribe. Now, you. You run a hand through your hair, half laughing, half terrified. That's absurd. She smiles faintly. So is believing a burning bush spoke once. But faith and absurdity often share a tent. You chuckle despite yourself. The humor feels necessary, like oxygen. Fair enough. Aisha leans closer. There's something else you need to know. Eva carrier leaves behind Armark sommating physical. When they're gone, their symbol appears somewhere in the world. That's how we find each other across centuries. You blink. And mine? She looks at your hand. You follow her gaze, and there, faint under the skin, the spiral within a near glows briefly before fading. Well, you exhale, that's not gonna help me at airport security. The dreamer's laugh, a quiet, almost fragile sound. For a brief moment you felt human again. Then Aisha's face hardens. But be warned. The chapter remembers balance. If you carry its sound, something else awakens to carry its silence. The forgetters. You frown. The what? They were created to erase what should never be spoken aloud, she says. A shadow order. Their task is to silence the carriers before the word destabilizes the world. You remember the cold figure from the canyon, the blue light, the words, "Mercy is the privilege of ignorance." Are they angels, you ask? Aisha shrugs. Some call them that. Others call them editors. You laugh nervously. The worst kind of angel's tane. Exactly. The wind rises suddenly, flinging sand across the tents. One of the dreamers rushes in breathless. They found us! Outside, figures appear on the ridge, tall, cloaked, faceless. The sand ripples under their feet like disturbed water. You feel your skin crawl, the dense Aranzen absorbing sound. Even the wind grows silent. Aisha grabs your arm. The chapter can't be taken, it must be carried. The old ruins near the salt plain, run there. The resonance will protect you.
Can't Leo?
She smiles fierce and calm. We'll meet again in someone else's dream. Before you can argue, she presses something into your hand, a shard of bone edged with a spiral. Then she pushes you toward the dunes. Run. You obey. Sand whips against your face as you sprint, heart hammering. Behind you the silence deepens. You glance back once and see the forgetters descend upon the camp, not attacking exactly, but unmaking. Wherever they step, tents fold into nothingness, light snuffed like breath on glass. You stumble down a slope, the shard still clutched in your palm.
The sand burns where it touches the bone. I pull the beads within it, matching your heart.
You reach the salt plain just as the first forgetter crests the ridge. Its face is blank, smooth as polished stone. You raise the shard instinctively.
It losbricht weit.
The figure stops. Then, without warning, it bows its head as if acknowledging you. A whisper curls through the air. The voice continues.
The silence listens.
And then it vanishes. You collapse to your knees, gasping.
The horizon stretches wide and empty, the dreamer's camp gone as if it never existed.
Only the wind remains, carrying a faint hum that sounds suspiciously like laughter. You look down at the shed. The glow fades, but the warmth remains. You whisper, so that's how it is, huh? Word in silence. Dreamers and forgetters. Maybe that's the real balance. The shard pulses once, as if in agreement.
You smile weakly.
But next time I'm dreaming of a beach vacation. Above you the sky brightens, pale gold spilling across the dunes. And for the first time you realize the hum in your chest isn't fading. It's growing. The chapter is still speaking through you. By the time the sun reaches its cruel zenith, you're still walking. The salt plain stretches endlessly, no shade, no sound except the crunch of crystal under your boots. The shard burns faintly against your palm, as though reminding you it's still there, still alive. You mutter to it, half delirious, you better start giving directions soon, or I'm throwing you into the Dead Sea.
It doesn't respond, of course. But then again, neither did the bell, until it wanted to.
You glance back once, hoping to see some trace of the dreamers.
Terrace noting.
No tents, no footprints, not even the faint indentation of where the wind tore through their camp. It's as if they've been erased from the world, as though the forgetters didn't just destroy them, they unwrote them. The thought hits hard, sharp as hunger. You whisper, I won't forget you, but even as you say it, you feel something tugging at the edge of your memory, a gentle static trying to wipe them away.
You squeeze the shard tighter until it cuts your skin. Note you hiss.
The shard flashes once approvingly. You keep walking. After an hour, the heat becomes unbearable. The horizon wavers, melting into a liquid shimmer. You think you see movement, an outline of pillars or ruins, maybe just a mirage. Still, you keep heading toward it because every direction looks equally hopeless, and at least this one feels intentional. When you reach it, the mirage solidifies. Stone pillars rise from the salt, carved with strange, swirling designs. They're weathered, half dissolved, but the symbols are unmistakable, the same spiral motif, the same flowing script that haunted the canyon walls. You recognize it immediately, the language of the chapter. You step closer, running your fingers across the carvings. The air feels heavy, humming faintly. Then you notice it, each pillar vibrates at a slightly different pitch, like a giant tuning fork struck by invisible hands. You realize with a strange thrill that this isn't just architecture, it's an instrument.
The wind whistles through the ruins, producing a low, resonant tone. The sound shivers through your bones. You close your eyes, listening, and suddenly it's not wind anymore, it's words, faint but intelligible, carried within the vibration itself. You are the echo, the last syllable of a prayer forgotten. You spin around, heart pounding. The voice isn't external, it's inside your head, woven with the sound. Who are you? You whisper. The residue of the first word, the sound that never ended. You swallow hard. You mean the chapter. Sie längs vor Arbeit. Teen softly, I mean you. You stagger back. I'm not. Every carrier says that. Every one of them breaks where language ends. The wind raises howling through the pillars. Dust spins into a spiral around you. You hear faint laughter, Elia's, the dreamers, even Aisha's, and realize it's all the same voice, layered across centuries. You're showing me memories again, you say, clutching the shard. No, I'm showing you what happens next. The world shifts. The ruins dissolve into darkness. You stand now in a vast chamber of black glass, smooth and endless, reflecting infinite copies of yourself. Each reflection moves slightly out of sync, like echoes of time caught in repetition. In one reflection, you're older. In another, younger. In one, you hold the bell. In another, you born it. You starre, Ausdruck. Is this the memory of the word? This is the cost of speaking it. Your reflections begin to whisper one after another, overlapping. Forget. Remember. Rewrite. The chorus grows louder, a chant of infinite selves. You cover your ears, but it's useless. The sound isn't external. It's you. You drop to your knees, shouting, "Make it stop." The Shamba stills. One reflection steps forward, yourself but different. Its eyes are bright gold, its mouth curved in calm understanding. It looks at you almost pityingly. You can't unhear truth, it says, but you can choose what to remember. You stare at it, chest heaving. You're me. I'm what you become when you stop running. The reflection raises its hand. The shard in your palm vibrates violently. You recarrot Inuk. Let the sound rest. You shake your head. If I stop, it dies again. The reflection smiles faintly. That's the point. Every word must end before it begins again. Historians still argue whether the myth of the self-scribe originated in early Gnostic texts or from medieval desert legends, but its essence is the same, a traveler who becomes the scripture they sought, until no separation remains between seeker and word. Most dismiss it as allegory, a parable about ego and enlightenment. But standing here, watching your reflection shimmer with impossible light, allegory feels far too safe a word. You whisper, "I don't want to forget who I am." Then remember differently, your other self says gently. Remember not as a person, but as a rhythm. Before you can respond, the reflection reaches through the glass. The self ripples like liquid. You feel its hand press against yours, warm, pulsing, steady. The shard disintegrates between your fingers, dissolving into light that pours into your veins. A surge of sound explodes through you, not noise, but pure resonance. You hear languages that predate sound itself, harmonies too vast for thought. You see galaxies spinning in slow rhythm, each one singing the same note. You see every voice that ever carried the chapter, Elia, Aisha, the monk, the sailor, all part of the same chord. And for the first time you understand. The word isn't a message. It's a frequency, a bridge between existence and silence. Each carrier doesn't protect it, they complete it, one vibration at a time.
When you open your eyes, you re back in the ruins.
The pillars hum louder now, their tones synchronized. The sound forms a melody, subtle but divine, rising and falling like breath.
You realize you're standing in the center of the resonance. Then you hear footsteps.
You turn. A figure approaches across the salt, a forgetter. The same smooth face, featureless and calm. But this time it doesn't radiate malice. It stops several meters away, tilts its head as though listening.
Come to finish the job, you ask. The figure's voice is soft, almost kind. No, to listen. You blink. Listen. You've completed the echo.
Our task ends when the word becomes silence again.
You exhale shakily. Then it's over? Almost. The forgetter steps closer. But endings are loud.
It raises a hand and touches your forehead, not to harm, but to still. The humming stops.
The wind dies. The ruins fall silent.
For the first time in what feels like centuries, the world holds its breath.
And then you hear it. Not sound. Not silence. Something between. The final syllable of creation, soft as a sigh. The forgetter steps back, nodding ongs. Balance restored.
Light around you fades, leaving only the desert, great and infinite.
You stand alone, trembling, tears drying on your cheeks. The chat, the bell, the visions, all gone. But the hum inside your chest remains faint and steady. You whisper to the empty air, if anyone's listening. I think I understand now. The horizon answers with a shimmer of heat. You laugh softly. Of course you're listening.
Then you start walking. No destination, no map. Just the rhythm guiding your steps, steady as a heartbeat, ancient as the first word.
Somewhere in the distance faint but clear the sound of a bell rings ons. You walk until your legs ache and your mind floats somewhere between waking and dream.
The sun lowers itself gently behind the dunes, painting the desert with bruised light, violets, ochres, and long rivers of shadow. The air cools, and the silence feels softer now, not empty but alive, like velvet breathing in rhythm with your thoughts.
You should be tired. You should be afraid. Instead, you feel strangely calm. The hum inside you, auswild and deafening, is now a low vibration, gentle, almost tender. It's the kind of sound that feels like company.
When night fully arrives, you make camp at the edge of a salt ridge. The stars spill across the sky in dazzling order, patterns you can almost read. You trace one constellation with your finger and realize it forms the same spiral symbol that's haunted you since the canyon.
You laugh quietly. Allrecht, you whisper.
Yuri Iverwer. Point taken.
You eat the last of your food, stale crackers and a squash date bar. It feels absurdly normal after all that's happened. You almost miss it, the simple act of being just human. As you lie back on the sand, the hum shifts deepens.
It's no longer coming from inside you but from the ground below. You sit up, startled. The ridge beneath you glows faintly, forming a line of light stretching into the darkness.
Curiosity, that old reckless friend, returns.
You follow it. The glowing trail leads you to a fissure in the earth, narrow but deep. From within it rises a faint mist, shimmering with tiny motes of light.
You kneel seat it peering down. The hum grows louder. A memory flashes, the Queen's voice, from what feels like a lifetime ago. Forgetting is a luxury you no longer possess. You take a deep breath and step into the fissure. The descent is slow, your hands brushing against cool rock.
The light guides you downward like vines of molten glass. At the bottom, the space widens into a vast cavern, the ceiling high and glittering like a night sky turned upside down. Pools of luminous water reflect your face in a dozen rippling fragments. And there, at the center, rests something impossible. A book. Not made of paper nor stone, but of light and shadow intertwined. The pages flicker like auroras, their edges soft as though they breathe. You approach cautiously, half in awe, half in disbelief. So this is it, you murmur. The forgotten chapter. You reach out. The moment your fingers graze its surface, your body floods with warmth. Images flash in quick succession, oceans forming, stars igniting, creatures crawling from clay. You see centuries of prayer, war, birth, and silence. You see every seeker who ever chased truth, every monk who wrote by candlelight, every dreamer who listened instead of reading. And then you see yourself. You stand in this same cavern, hand outstretched, eyes glowing faintly with reflected light. But in the vision, you're not alone. Around you stand hundreds, thousands of others, their faces blurred but their presence real. The carriers, the keepers, the forgotten listeners. The voice returns, gentler now, almost parental. You understand now why it could not be written. You nod, though your throat feels tight, because no one could hold it. Because the word is not meant to be held. The book shifts, its pages fluttering soundlessly. The symbols rearrange themselves, not into language but into movement, a rhythm that pulses through the air. You realize it's not asking to be read, it's asking to be heard. You close your eyes. The hum inside you syncs perfectly with the sound radiating from the book. For the first time, there's no division between you and it. You breathe in, and the light flows into your chest. You exhale, and it breathes through you. What happens now? You ask softly. Now you write without writing. The cavern darkens slightly, and the walls begin to shimmer with faint lines, sentences forming out of dust and starlight. They're not in any known script, yet you understand them instinctively. Each line is a memory, a truth, a vibration etched into reality by the breath of those who carried it before. You recognize fragments of their stories, the sailor in the fire, the monk in his mirror writing, Aisha's calm eyes, Elia's warning scrawl. They're all here, woven together into something vast and coherent. And then one final line etches itself across the ceiling. The word does not end. It changes shape. You stand there, overwhelmed. If it changes shape, you whisper, then what will it become next? That, the voice replies, depends on what you dream tonight. You laugh softly, the sound echoing of the walls. Of course it does. The book begins to dissolve, light scattering like fireflies. You reach for it, but it slips through your fingers, sinking into the water. The glow fades, leaving only the reflection of the stars. When you climb back to the surface, the horizon is beginning to pale, the first hints of dawn brushing against the edge of the world. You sit on the ridge, watching as light spills across the dunes. For a moment you think you see figures walking in the distance, dreamers, maybe. But when you blink, they're gone. You take the bone shard from your pocket. It's cracked now, but the spiral symbol still gleams faintly. You hold it to your ear. Faintly, impossibly, you hear a heartbeat. Not yours, the world's. Mainstream historians record that some Dead Sea hermits once spoke of the living word, a concept they never defined but often illustrated as concentric ripples in sand. Scholars still argue whether this represented divine vibration or simply the desert wind carving natural shapes. You smile to yourself. Historians, you murmur, always arguing with ghosts.
You stand, brushing salt from your knees. The air smells of ozone and warmth. In the distance, the wind hums a familiar, endless note. And then faintly a voice beside you says, "You're late."
You spin. It's a child, barefoot, hair tangled, eyes reflecting dawn. He grins. You're supposed to bring the story.
You blink. "The next part," he says simply, holding out a small clay tablet. "It's empty. That means it's your turn." You take the tablet carefully. It's warm, as if just molded from the earth. "Who are you?" He shrugs. Beginning." Before you can reply, he runs off across the dunes, his laughter scattering like bells. You watch him vanish into light, the word echoing in your mind, "beginning." You look down at the tablet. Its blank surface gleams faintly, waiting. You dip your finger into the salt and start to draw, the spiral, of course. The first mark. The last one. The only one that truly matters. You smile. "Heinrich," you whisper. "Let's see where you go next." The wind catches your voice, carrying it toward the horizon. The dunes shimmer. For a fleeting second, you swear you see the words, "It is never over," traced across the sky in gold. You laugh softly, lying back on the sand. "Yeah," you murmur to the air. "Kinda figured that part out." The hum deepens one last time, rolling through the desert like distant thunder, then fades into the lens, so vast it felt like pace. You wander through the rising daylight, your footsteps slow, the desert now warm beneath your soles. Every sound feels heightened, the hiss of wind over sand, the distant trill of unseen birds, the whisper of your own breath syncing with the rhythm of the dunes. There's a subtle vibration still inside you, the lingering echo of that cavern and the word that wasn't supposed to exist. It hums in your chest like a heartbeat that doesn't belong entirely to you anymore. By midday, you reach the edge of a settlement, or what's left of one. Crumbled walls, a collapsed dome, and the faint shimmer of glass melted by heat. You pause, wondering who once lived here, what stories their stones might tell if anyone still listened. There's a faint mural still visible on one surviving wall, a woman holding an orb of light surrounded by waves and stars. You recognize her instantly. The queen who remembered. The forgotten queen whose testimony the council buried centuries ago. You step closer. The paint flakes under your fingertips, yet the colors beneath are astonishingly vivid, deep indigos and gold. Around her, a spiral pattern radiates outward, repeating the same shape carved on the bone shard in your pocket. And then you see it, tiny script curling along the bottom edge, almost erased by time. You kneel to read it, the letters barely visible. It says the word refuses silence. You sit back, exhaling. There it is. Proof that this message, whatever it truly was, survived in whispers, in pigment, in symbols passed through generations. It didn't die when the scroll burned, or when the monks hid their copies, or even when the scholars pretended it never existed. It adapted. You remember something a historian once said in a dusty documentary: "Erasure is never complete, it's only delayed." Historians still argue whether lost religious texts resurface by coincidence or design, whether human curiosity simply rediscovers them, or if something greater insists on being remembered. You smile quickly. Maybe both. You keep walking. In a half-buried corner of the ruins, you find a clay amphora, cracked open, filled with brittle scroll fragments. You pick one up. The ink is mostly gone, but a single word survives, Orin, the old term for divine inspiration. A Celtic poet once described it as breath that thinks. You roll the fragment gently between your fingers. Breath that thinks, that's what you felt in the cavern, wasn't it? The word inhaling took you. You slip the piece into your pocket beside the bone shard and move on. By the time the sun begins to sink again, you reach the road. It's faint, worn by time, but leads toward civilization, or something like it. In the distance, faint lights shimmer, a small town maybe, or a camp of archaeologists. You head toward it, drawn by instinct more than choice. When you arrive, you find tents flapping gently in the evening wind, tables cluttered with pottery shards, notebooks, and empty coffee cups. The researchers have all gone to sleep except for one figure sitting by a lantern, sketching in a journal. You clear your throat softly. The person looks up, a woman with dark curls and sharp, kind eyes. "You're late," she says, smiling faintly. You blink. "Do we know you?" She gestures for you to sit. "Not yet, but I know that look. People who've seen it always look like that." "Seen what?" "The chapter." You freeze. She keeps sketching, her pencil scratching softly across paper. "It never stays hidden," she continues. "It just changes its costume. Sometimes it shows up as a dream. Sometimes a song. Sometimes," she glances up at you, a traveler who wanders out of nowhere with sand in their shoes and light in their eyes. You look, shaking your head. "You talk like someone who must be inviting for me." "I have," she says simply. "We all have." She flips the notebook around. On the page is a rough drawing of you, standing before a glowing book in a cavern. Your stomach tightens. "Who did you?" "I didn't," she interrupts softly. "It just came out. I dreamt it a week ago." You stare at her, the wind tugging at your sleeve. "So it's happening everywhere," you whisper. "People seeing the same thing." She nods. "Art poetry whispers. Some call it coincidence. I call it the echo." The word's pulse never stopped. It's just been vibrating quietly, waiting for enough of us to listen at the same time. She gestures to the horizon. You can hear it if you're still enough. You close your eyes. The wind hushes, the crickets pause, even your heart's loss. Then you hear it. A faint hum, low and resonant, rippling through the earth. You open your eyes. "So what happens now?" She smiles. "Now? It writes itself again." The night deepens and she invites you to the campfire. Around it sit a small circle of people, artists, linguists, travelers. They look up as you approach, and for a moment their faces blur, merging with those other faces you saw in the cavern, the countless carriers across centuries. Someone passes you a mug of tea. Another hums softly under their breath, a tune you almost recognize. It's the same rhythm the book made when its pages breathed. You sit down and the woman beside you asks, "Will you tell it?" You hesitate. "I don't know if I remember it exactly." "Good," she says. "That means you're ready." You take a slow breath and begin to speak, not reciting but describing, feeling the words unfold naturally. You talk about the desert, the spiral, the light, the way the voice sounded like mercy. The group listens silently, eyes half closed. Someone starts sketching. Another records the sound. A poet murmurs phrases to themselves. And you realize this is how it spreads. Not as a book, not as doctrine, but as resonance. Through stories, through voices, through art. Later that night, as the others drift to sleep, you sit by the dying fire. The woman remains beside you, scribbling something in her notebook. "What are you writing?" you ask. She glances up. "A line that came to me just now." She reads it aloud. "Trud doesn't heed it, it waits for courage."
He nods slowly. That's beautiful.
She closes the notebook, smiling faintly. It's not mine. None of it ever is. Her words echo in your head long after she lies down to sleep. You stare at the stars, their quiet shimmer almost like punctuation marks on an infinite page. Somewhere up there, maybe inside you, the forgotten chapter still hums, changing shape yet again. You think about all the times humanity tried to silence what it feared, burning books, banning songs, rewriting history. And yet here it is again, alive, irrepressible, rewriting you. Mainstream historians record that during the early Renaissance, dozens of painters embedded unexplainable spiral patterns into their religious frescoes. Some claim it was artistic fashion, others suspect it symbolized divine recursion. Historians still argue whether this spiral obsession hinted at suppressed knowledge from earlier mystical section scenes. You smile faintly. If only they could feel what you feel now, they'd stop arguing and start listening.
The fire spotters.
You lie back on the sand, hands folded behind your head.
The sky seems closer than ever.
Somewhere in the wind, a chill's Laubhäter flutters, familiar, joyous. You imagine him again, the barefoot boy with the clay tablet, etching new beginnings across the horizon. You whisper into the night, keep writing. The wind answers, carrying your voice far beyond the dunes, past the reeds over the sea, wherever the next streamer waits to her.
Dann spill's over the camp like a sich.
You wake to the sound of boiling water, the smell of coffee, and the murmur of voices that sound too gentle to belong to this century. The archaeologists are stirring, stretching, already brushing sand off notebooks.
For a moment you just sit there watching sunlicht quell across the dunes gilding evergreen.
It feels like time itself is exhaling, like the long journey that began in darkness is now dissolving into warmth.
You reach for your bag, pulling out the bone shard, the clay fragment, and the blank tablet the barefoot child gave you.
They rest in your palm like old friends, humming faintly. You don't know if the sound is real anymore or if it's simply become part of your heartbeat. Either way, it feels right.
The woman with the curls walks over, holding 2 cups of coffee. She sits beside you without a word. Together, you watch the horizon. The dunes shift in slow motion, catching light as if alive. Finally, she says, "You're leaving today, aren't you?"
You nod.
Yeah,
I think I've found what I came for.
She tilts her head. And what was that?
You smile faintly. Proof that forgetting doesn't win.
She grins. That's all the proof any of us ever need. You sip your coffee. It's strong, bitter, grounding. The taste anchors you in the present.
Around the camp, a few others are waking up and sketching spirals in the dust absent-mindedly, like children doodling without realizing why. You wonder if they too have heard it in their dreams. As the sun climbs higher, you pack your things and sling your bag over your shoulder. The woman gives you a knowing nod and you begin walking away, following no map. The sand crunches beneath your boots and each step feels lighter, as though gravity has relaxed its grip.
The world stretches wide around you, open, humming, awake.
You can still hear the echoes of the story in your mind, threading themselves through memory. It's not something you can quote or recite now, it's something you feel.
The forgotten chapter is not forgotten anymore.
It's breathing through you, through anyone who chooses to remember by heart rather than by book. Hours later, you find yourself on the edge of the desert where green shoots of grass begin to appear. There's a village nearby, modern, lively, filled with the smell of bread and the chatter of vendors. For the first time in days, you hear laughter, the clatter of pots, the honk of an engine. Life. You walk through the market slowly, almost disoriented by its brightness.
A shopkeeper calls out, "Traveler, you look like you've come a long way, looking for the meeting." You pause, smile, and check your head. "No," you say softly. "I think I've already found it." He chuckles, wiping his hands on a towel. "Good. Then take this." He tosses you a small loaf of bread, still warm. You catch it instinctively. "On the house," he says. "Why?" you ask. He shrugs. You looked like someone who needed to be reminded the world still feeds you. You look quickly, nodding your thanks. As you walk away, tearing off a piece of bread, you notice a mural painted on the wall behind his stall. "Spirals again." Faint, half washed away by rain. You smile. It's everywhere now. The chapter refuses silence. You keep moving, drawn toward the edge of town where a small church sits half hidden by olive trees. The door creaks as you step inside. Dust stands in the sunlight streaming through stained glass, forming halos around you. There's no one here, just empty pews and the soft tick of an old clock. You walk down the aisle and stop for the altar. For a long moment, you just stand there breathing. Then you take the clay tablet from your bag and set it gently on the wooden surface. Its blank face glows faintly in the light. "I don't know if this is where you belong," you whisper, "but it feels right." There stirs a faint rustler-like pages turning. You look up, and there it is again, written not in ink but in sunlight cutting through the dust. The word does not end. It changes shape. You smile, eyes stinging just a little. "Yeah," you whisper. "I remember." You stay there a while, just listening. The hum is softer now, barely audible, like the low murmur of distant waves. You realize it will never leave completely, nor should it. Every time someone writes, sings, dreams, or simply listens deeply enough, the chapter will stir again. Not to command, not to preach, but to remind. Before you leave, you take out a small scrap of paper and write one simple sentence. "Truth doesn't hit, it waits for courage." You slide it between the pages of a worn Bible on the front pew, then close the book gently. Outside, the sun is beginning to sink again. You sit beneath at the olive tree and watch the shadows stretch. Children look somewhere down the street. A bird lands on a nearby branch, watching you curiously. You grin. "You've been following me this whole time, haven't you?" The bird tilts its head, chirps once, and takes off, spiraling into the air. You watch it go, feeling a calm so deep it almost hums. And somewhere, perhaps not in the sky, but somewhere quieter, you sense the chapter still writing itself. Not on paper, but in people, in their choices, in their kindness, in their tiny acts of courage. Mainstream scholars note that oral traditions often preserve what written texts lose. Historians still argue whether stories that vanish from Scripture truly die or simply migrate into culture, reshaping themselves into song, proverb, or myth. You think of the laughter, the murals, the hum, the spirals, and you know the answer. As twilight folds over the landscape, you take a deep breath. The air smells of earth and bread and olive leaves. The wind rustles softly through the branches, whispering something you can't quite catch. You close your eyes. Maybe you're not meant to understand every word. Maybe it's enough to feel it. The hum inside you steadies, quieter now, but infinitely deeper, like the ocean beneath still water. The forgotten chapter doesn't need to be read aloud anymore. It's alive wherever someone remembers to listen. You stand, brush the dust from your clothes, and start walking toward the horizon. Each step feels lighter, freer. The road bends, the air cools, and a single star flickers above the fading sun.
You whisper one last thing to the wind. Thank you for not staying silent.
The wind answers by carrying your voice forward, merging it with countless others, whispers, songs, stories, each adding their breath to the same endless word.
And so the chapter continues. Hey guys, tonight we're diving into one of those stories that you think you know until you realize you've been hearing someone else's version all along. Imagine this: the candlelight of an old monastery flickers across a wall of parchment scrolls, each one smelling faintly of dust, wax, and time itself. Somewhere among them is a name, faded, almost erased. You lean closer and the letters shimmer as though reluctant to be read. You probably won't survive this story in the same way you entered it, because once you see how one woman's presence quietly shaped and nearly vanished from the Bible, you can't unsee it. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Tell me in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is there. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You are standing in the scriptorium of the ancient world. The walls hum with the sound of quills scraping across vellum. Monks in brown robes hunch over their desks, copying words they barely dare to question. Somewhere in that sea of ink and silence, a few trembling lines have been scratched out. No one speaks of it, but you can almost feel the missing name pulsing beneath the surface, like a heartbeat buried under centuries of dust. The mysterious woman, the one history couldn't quite erase, is hiding right there between the margins. You reach out to brush away the dust, and as the letters emerge, Maria, you hear a soft echo. Mary. But not the Mary of nativity scenes or Christmas carols. No, this one comes with a storm in her eyes and a question on her lips. This Mary was no passive figure kneeling at someone's feet. She was a thinker, a challenger, someone who listened deeply and spoke when others wouldn't. It's hard to believe now, but in the first few centuries after Christ, her story shimmered through early Christian circles like a secret flame. Historians still argue whether her influence was suppressed for political reasons or simply lost to time, but what's certain is that she once stood at the very heart of the faith, and then, suddenly, she was gone. As you look around that candlelit room, you can almost see the tension. The monks pretend not to notice the erasures, but one of them, an older man with tired eyes, pauses. He hesitates over a line, then dips his quill again. He doesn't cross out her name this time, he only sighs as though admitting defeat to silence. Maybe he knows that no matter how much ink you spill, some stories refuse to stay buried. Outside, the night presses against the stained glass. The world beyond the monastery doesn't care who wrote what, it just wants to sleep, but inside a quiet rebellion is being born. Every candle that flickers reminds you of her, a woman whose faith and intellect scared men powerful enough to build empires. Mainstream history tells you that the Bible was canonized through divine inspiration and careful consensus. That's true, mostly. But it's also true that politics, ego, and fear crept into the room like smoke. When early church fathers debated which gospels to include, they had to decide not just which words were holy, but which voices were safe. And a woman who dared to stand as equal among apostles? That wasn't a safe voice. You imagine her ghost moving between the desks now, watching these men copy lines about her while pretending she never existed. Maybe she laughs softly because she knows something they don't, that the truth has a strange way of surviving even when you bury it under dogma. The real historical fact here? By the 6th century, a pope officially declared Mary Magdalene, the woman you're about to follow through history, as the same person as the nameless sinner who anointed Jesus' feet. It was never written in the Bible that way, but the proclamation stuck. For nearly 1,400 years, that's how the world saw her. A repentant prostitute instead of a disciple. A cautionary tale instead of a co-teacher. And yet, centuries before that distortion, ancient communities had already whispered a different story. Some of the earliest Christian sects, Gnostics as later scholars would call them, saw her as someone closer to Jesus than anyone else. They said she understood his teachings not with her ears but with her spirit. One fragment from the Gospel of Philip even suggests that she was his companion. Historians still argue whether that meant a partner in faith or something more. The debate burns on like an eternal candle no one dares to snuff out.
But tonight, you're not here to settle arguments. You're here to feel them, the clash between devotion and suppression, faith and fear. The way ink and ideology tangled over one woman's name until it nearly vanished.
You imagine holding that fragile parchment. It trembles in your hands, the edges brittle as burnt sugar. You trace the faint letters Maria of Magdala. Suddenly the affairs charged. You are standing at the edge of history's greatest edit. Somewhere behind those walls, the Sea of Galilee shimmers in your memory, waiting to reveal her story. Fooky little detail. Some of the earliest depictions of Mary Magdalene in catacomb art don't show her weeping or repentant. They show her teaching. In one fresco from the 3rd century, she's standing with a scroll, surrounded by men listening. She's not fallen woman you were taught about, she's the one holding the message. You step closer to the flickering candle, your eyes following the dancing flame. It's strange how fragile history is, how one stroke of a pen can alter the course of belief for millennia. Somewhere along the way, apostle to the apostles became fallen woman. But if you listen closely past the hum of centuries, you can still hear her voice whispering through the silence, "Remember me." A soft laugh escapes you, it's half awe, half disbelief. How could an entire civilization misplace such a crucial figure? You think about it as the candle gutters out, leaving you in the dark. Maybe it wasn't an accident at all. Maybe she was meant to disappear for a while, only to return when the world was ready to understand her again. Outside the monastery, dawn begins to bleed across the hills. The monks extinguish their candles, unaware that the story they tried to hide is just beginning to awaken. You step toward the door, parchment still in hand, and whisper her name once more, Mary of Magdala, the mysterious woman who changed the Bible forever, even when her name was almost erased from it. You feel the weight of time pressing around you, but also something else, a promise that the next part of her story will unfold beyond these stone walls, in the sunlight where truth can no longer hide. The parchment in your hand grows warmer as morning light slips through the monastery's narrow windows. You blink and suddenly the centuries follow. You're no longer in a room full of monks, you're standing on the rocky shore of Galilee, sandals sinking into wet sand, waves curling lazily around your toes. The air smells of salt fish and wild thyme carried down from the hills. The gulls scream overhead, gossiping about fishermen's nets and half-forgotten miracles. And there she is, the girl from Magdala. You spot her before anyone else does. She's barefoot, dark hair tangled by the wind, her skirt hitched just enough to move easily along the waterline. The sun cuts through the morning hedge and turns her eyes into something watchful. She doesn't look holy or fragile, she looks alive. People in the nearby village whisper about her, calling her impulsive, proud, maybe even cursed. But you can see right away that she's simply different, born with too much thought for a world that rewards silence.
Magdala itself hums behind her, a small fishing town, nets drying on poles, men shouting prices for tilapia and barley, children chasing goats between clay ovens. You can almost feel the heat from those ovens on your face. The Roman Empire's taxes press down like an invisible net over everyone, but she moves as if she doesn't feel it. She's not rich, not noble,
but her confidence unsettles the men around her.
A fisherman mutters that she asks too many questions about scripture, that she listens more carefully than any rabbi's student. Someone else claims she talks to herself by the water, maybe to unseen spirits. In a place where women fetch water and fade into the background, a woman who dares to think is both fascinating and dangerous. You walk beside her now, hearing the crunch of shells underfoot. She glances at you, though she doesn't really see you. You're just a ghost of the future, watching. Her lips move silently as she studies the horizon. It's almost as if she's listening for a voice that hasn't spoken yet. Here's your mainstream historical fact for tonight. Magdala was a real town on the western shore of the Sea of Galilee, known in Greek as Terrace, a center of fish processing and trade. Archaeologists have uncovered basalt foundations, ritual baths, and even a first-century synagogue, one of the few discovered from Jesus' time.
This means Mary of Magdala wasn't a vague legend. She came from a thriving port town full of merchants and travelers.
And here's your quirky tidbit. In one ancient text, Magdala can mean tower or elevated place. So technically, her name could mean Mary the Tower. Imagine that, centuries of sermons about a fallen woman, when her name itself whispered of strength and height. She stoops to gather pebbles, letting the water slip over her fingers.
You catch a hint of sadness in her, vomiting restless.
The stories say she was tormented, possessed by 7 demons, as the old translations go. But historians still argue whether that phrase meant literal spirits or simply mental anguish, trauma, or illness that ancient medicine couldn't explain. Whatever it was, it marked her. People avoided her eyes. Mothers pulled their children close. Yet even now, before her healing, she carries a spark that refuses to dim. Some evenings, when the fishermen's lamps blink across the water, she sits alone by the rocks, whispering prayers not from scrolls but from instinct. You can feel the weight of centuries bending toward this moment, the prelude to everything that will follow. In the distance, a rumor begins to ripple across Galilee. A teacher is wandering from village to village, speaking in parables that sound like riddles wrapped in love letters to the human soul. He touches lepers, eats with tax collectors, and talks about a kingdom not made of gold or marble. Mary hears his name for the first time, Yeshua. And for reasons she can't explain, she feels the world tilt slightly. You follow her the next morning as she makes her way inland. The path is dusty, lined with fig trees, cicadas singing like electric wires. She clutches a small jar of oil and a strip of bread. She's not sure why she's going, only that she must. Her steps grow steadier with each mile, like someone walking out of a dream.
When she finally reaches the crowd gathered around the teacher, it's chaos. Farmers, beggars, shepherds, all pressing close.
You can smell sweat, earth, and expectation. The man at the center doesn't look extraordinary. His clothes are simple, his beard untrimmed. But when he speaks, the world goes quiet.
Mary freezes. For the first time in years, the noise inside her mind, the fear, the shame, the whispers, stops. She doesn't cry out.
She just stands there, breathing evenly, as if her soul has been rearranged into something whole. He doesn't even look at her directly, yet somehow she knows she's been seen. The 7 demons, whatever they were, slip away like mist over the lake.
You've read healing stories before, but here, standing beside her, it feels intimate, human. Not magic, just recognition.
After the crowd disperses, she sits down in the shade of an olive tree. The other women watch her curiously. Some smile, others scowl.
She doesn't care. She feels light, as though she's been rewritten.
You can't help but grin. It's such a small, quiet moment, but history will echo from it. The woman from Magdala, once considered broken, now stands among the first true followers of the teacher whose words would reshape the world. Later, she returns home. The town hasn't changed, but she has. The market sellers still shout, the Roman patrol still stomps through the streets, but now she walks differently. People whisper again, but this time the whispers have wonder in them. A group of women gathers by the well to ask her what happened. She tells them about peace, not the kind Rome forces with swords, but the kind that grows in your chest like new breath. They don't fully understand, but one or two nod slowly. You realize you're watching the earliest spark of something enormous, a movement that will start with whispers like these. That night, under the stars, she looks toward the distant hills where she last saw him. The moonlight touches her face and she smiles, not in worship, but in recognition. For the first time she feels that she belongs not to fear, but to purpose. And here's where the subtle magic of history unfolds. The Gospel writers would later record her name more times than almost any other woman. Yet even in those lines, something feels incomplete, as if parts of her story were deliberately left out. Maybe they didn't know how to handle a woman who could hold her own beside a prophet. Maybe they feared how it would look, politically or socially. Or maybe, like so many things, it simply got lost in translation, buried beneath generations of interpretation.
You glance at her one last time before the vision fades.
She's walking along the shoreline again, only now there's a quiet strength in her posture. She no longer searches for meaning in the ripples, she carries it inside her. The world still calls her strange, but history is already taking notes.
The wind picks up, scattering sand across your feet, and you can almost hear her laughter mixing with the tide. You know she doesn't stay here long.
Soon she'll leave this quiet coast, follow the teacher across villages and mountains, through miracles and betrayal. But for now, the girl from Magdala stands at the edge of something vast, her story just beginning to rise like dawn over Galilee.
The wind shifts, carrying the sharp scent of salt and cedar as you watch her walk away from Magdala.
The lake shimmers behind her like a memory, and somewhere beyond the next ridge her future waits, dark, uncertain, and alive with whispers. She doesn't travel alone now. There's a small group of women beside her, Joanna, Susanna, and a few others who've also been healed in ways no physician can explain. Their steps are steady, even defiant, for the roads they walk are meant for men, traders and soldiers, not wandering women chasing a preacher with no army and no home.
The sun burns up off the path dusty and uneven.
You hear them laughing, sharing figs and water, talking about what it means to be free from things they can't name. He said we're salt, one of them murmurs, and light. Mary smiles faintly at that. It sounds simple, but she knows salt burns in wounds and light exposes what hides. You walk with them until the next town appears, clinging to the slope of a hill. The crowd is already there, pressing forward, eager to see the teacher. When he begins to speak, the noise melts into silence. He tells stories about seeds and soil, coins and shepherds, as if truth hides inside ordinary things.
Mary listens, utterly still.
Every word seems to rearrange the world inside her head. You can sense the connection, something invisible but undeniable, between teacher and student. It isn't romantic, though later centuries will twist it that way. It's deeper, like two souls recognizing the same language.
Then it happens, the moment people will talk about for centuries, but never fully understand. A woman from the crowd screams.
Her voice rips through the air like fabric tearing. She stumbles forward, eyes wide and unfocused, clutching her head. The crowd recoils. Some shout unclean, others cover their faces.
You can feel the fear spreading, thick and electric.
The teacher doesn't flinch. He steps toward her, murmuring something so quietly you can barely hear. The woman collapses, trembling, then goes still. When she looks up again, her face is calm, eyes clear. The crowd gasps. And then Mary feels it, a sudden shiver running down her spine. Memories she's tried to bury come flooding back, the nights of terror, the voices that weren't hers, the shame that clung like oil to her skin. She feels the echo of what was once inside her, the 7 shadows that ruled her life. You can almost see them, the 7 demons, not as winged creatures with horns, but as fragments of pain, grief, rejection, loss, fear, loneliness, guilt, and anger. 7 layers of darkness peeled away one by one. Historians still argue whether 7 demons meant literal possession or a metaphor for deep trauma. But to her, it doesn't matter.
What she knows is that something ancient and heavy has left her for good.
She stumbles back, clutching her chest, laughing and crying all at once. The teacher turns toward her, and for the first time their eyes meet directly. The look he gives isn't one of pity, it's recognition. You're not broken, it says. You're seen. You feel goosebumps run down your arms. This is the turning point, not just for her, but for the entire story of faith. Because while the men argue about who's greatest and the crowds chase miracles like fireworks, Mary begins to understand something quieter, something that can't be written on stone tablets. Later that evening, she sits by the fire. The others sleep, but she can't. She stares into the flames, remembering the storm that once lived inside her. The air smells of smoke and olive oil. Crickets sing their night hymn. You crouch beside her unseen. She whispers to herself, I was 7 and 1.
Now I'm 1 again. You smile. It's poetry born from relief.
And here's a strange historical fact. In ancient numerology, 7 often represented completeness, perfection, the total sum of something. So in a strange way, the 7 demons may not have meant her corruption, but her wholeness being bound or distorted. To have 7 spirits expelled might symbolize restoration, becoming complete again.
Funny how meaning shifts with centuries, isn't it?
But the road to peace isn't smooth. Some of the disciples still glance at her with suspicion. In that world, a woman traveling with men, especially holy men, invites rumors. Even now, you can feel their discomfort simmering in the air. Yet she stays. She helps prepare food, comforts the sick, listens more than she speaks. At one point, Peter himself questions her presence. His tone is polite but sharp. Why is she always among us? He mutters. The teacher only replies, because she listens. The words hang there, quiet and immovable, like a mountain. You can't help but grin. That tiny sentence, so simple, will ripple through time. It will fuel endless debates, inspire secret gospels, and terrify bishops centuries later. All because one woman dared to listen differently.
A quirky little tidbit.
Medieval theologians later claimed that each of Mary's 7 demons represented one of the 7 deadly sins. But the twist is that list didn't even exist until hundreds of years after her death. The concept was invented in the 6th century, retroactively stapled to her story like a moral label. Talk about historical editing. Back by the fire, she wraps a shawl around her shoulders. The teacher is speaking softly to someone nearby. The night feels heavy, holy, and strangely intimate, not because of romance, but because of purpose. You realize something. She isn't following him out of gratitude. She's following because she understands him. The others hear parables about mustard seeds and nets, but she hears lessons about the soul and truth.
Historians still argue whether this suggests that Mary was more spiritually advanced than the male disciples, or whether later texts exaggerated her role. But either way, her insight stands. As the stars blink awake overhead, you glance toward the hills. The world seems quiet, but history is stirring in its sleep. The woman once dismissed as mad is now sitting among apostles, her voice already reshaping the story. At dawn you wake to the sound of footsteps. The group is on the move again. Mary walks near the front, a faint smile on her lips. The light hits her face just so, and you notice something subtle. Peace, yes, but also authority. She carries herself like someone who's seen both darkness and dawn and knows they're part of the same sky. You can't shake the feeling that this scene, this simple walk on a dusty road, isn't being recorded anywhere. No scroll, no gospel writer will describe it. But the essence of it will survive, passed through whispers, retold by those who saw her courage and couldn't forget it. You follow her for a while longer, the road winding between fig trees and stone ruins. If now entain chatwins as if sensing something, might the future. The corner of her mouth curves upward. She doesn't need saving anymore. She's already walking toward her destiny. You blink and the vision fades again. The shore of Galilee dissolves, replaced by a warm breeze from centuries ahead. You realize the story of 7 demons wasn't a curse at all, it was a metamorphosis. What once seemed like exorcism now feels like awakening. And as the world keeps spinning, as gospels get copied and edited and debated, that one transformation, Mary's moment of becoming whole, will remain the quiet center of everything that follows. The road winds south toward Capernaum, where stone houses cluster like barnacles along the lake shore. You walk beside her, the morning heat clinging to your skin, the smell of fish and olive oil thick in the air. Everywhere people are whispering about the rabbi who heals with a word and eats with sinners. They say he's dangerous. They say he breaks Sabbath laws and turns the world upside down. But Mary of Magdala only smiles. For her, the world needed turning. You follow her through narrow alleys where children chase goats and women hang linens on lines between rooftops. The teacher's voice carries from inside a house nearby, low, steady, and calm, yet every sentence seems to crack something open inside whoever listens. You slip through the doorway behind her, ducking under the low beam. The room is packed. Men sit cross-legged in front, women hover near the edges. But Mary doesn't stay in the shadows. She edges closer until she's sitting among them, her knees nearly touching the teacher's feet. Someone gasps. You can feel the ripple of disapproval like a draft. Women aren't supposed to sit here. They're supposed to stay behind the curtain, serving food or fetching water, not learning scripture with men. A scribe frowns and mutters, she forgets her place. But the teacher doesn't correct her. He looks at her and says simply, those who seek find. And just like that, she belongs. You lean against the wall, watching her face. The lamplight flickers across her features, focused, fierce, alive. She doesn't speak much, she listens. Every word he says seems to strike a chord she's been waiting her whole life to hear. The kingdom of God is within you, he says, and she closes her eyes. The phrase vibrates in the air, weightless and powerful. A mainstream historical fact for you: Jewish women in the 1st century rarely studied Torah formally. But archaeological evidence from synagogues in Galilee shows women did participate in religious life more than once thought. Some even funded synagogues and religious teachers. So while her presence here scandalizes the devout, it's not entirely impossible. She's simply doing what brave women have always done, showing up where they're told not to. The teacher continues speaking about forgiveness, humility, and love that transcends law. The crowd nods politely, but you can tell most don't fully understand.
Mary, though, she gets it. You can almost see the words sinking into her like seeds. Later they'll grow into insights that frighten bishops and confound theologians. Then something unexpected happens. One of the men, Peter again, always outspoken, interrupts. "Rabbi," he says, glancing at Mary, "shouldn't women learn from their husbands instead? This is not our custom." The room freezes. The teacher looks at Peter with that familiar mix of patience and challenge. "Then let their husbands learn from them," he says softly. The crowd exhales, half shocked, half amused. Mary keeps her head bowed, but you catch the ghost of a smile. You can't help yourself, you chuckle quietly. It's a rare, almost playful défiance. But beneath it lies something seismic. That small exchange will echo through generations of scholars, inspiring the endless debate: was Mary Magdalene truly a disciple or merely a follower? Historians still argue whether that day marked her formal inclusion among his students, but the energy in the room says yes. She isn't just a witness anymore. She's part of the conversation. On the gathering ends, the teacher thanks the household for the meal. People disperse into the fading afternoon, their sandals kicking dust into the golden light. Mary lingers behind. She helps a woman gather bowls, then steps outside where the teacher is sitting alone beneath a fig tree. She hesitates, unsure if she's allowed to approach. He gestures for her to sit. "You listened well," he says. She blinks. "I tried to understand." "You understood more than most." There's no flattery in his tone, just truth. The Breidsmold trug the fig leaves scattering Sonnenlicht across the ground. For a moment, everything falls still. She wants to ask 100 questions, but all she can manage is, "Why me?" "Because you see," he says simply, and looks away. You swear you can feel her heartbeat from where you stand. The moment is quiet, unrecorded, yet monumental. It's as if the universe has just assigned her a mission she doesn't fully grasp yet. That night, as they camp by the lake, you sit with her near the fire. The men talk loudly about miracles and prophecies, arguing over who will sit closest to the teacher when his kingdom comes. Mary just watches the flames. They talk about thrones, she whispers, but he talks about hearts. You smile. She's already starting to sound like him. A quirky tidbit: in the earliest Christian communities, women often led house churches. Ancient inscriptions from Rome and Asia Minor record female names with titles like presbytera, elder, and diakonos, deacon. So Mary's presence among male disciples might not have been an anomaly but a prototype. History, as usual, simply edited her out later. Sometime past midnight, the teacher begins to speak again, not to the crowd, but to a few gathered around the fire. He tells them that true power isn't about rule, but about service. Mary listens, chin resting on her knees. When he pauses, she asks softly, if service is greatness, then why do so few wish to serve? He laughs gently. Because to serve one must see clearly, must still see shadows. You can feel the warmth of the fire, the crackle of wood, the pulse of shared understanding. The men glance at her, uneasy. They're not used to a woman asking questions like that. But he nods, approving. And in that nod, the story of the church quietly shifts, though the world won't realize it for nearly 2 millennia. Later, as the stars scatter across the night, she looks up and murmurs, "The kingdom of heaven feels close." He replies, "Closer than your breath." The phrase lands softly, almost like a lullaby. She smiles, closing her eyes. When dawn creeps across the horizon, you find her still sitting there, awake. The others snore softly under their cloaks, but she's watching the first light touch the waves. Maybe she's already sensing what lies ahead, the storm of betrayal, the agony, the resurrection no one will believe. But for now, she's content. She has found her teacher, her calling, her clarity. You realize something haunting. When future scribes write the Gospels, they'll often omit moments like this. They'll keep her name in the background, just enough to prove she was there, but never enough to show her depth. Yet tonight, you've seen it. You sat beside her while she learned, questioned, and understood. The first woman disciple isn't a saint yet, or a legend, or an icon painted in gold. She's just a woman with dirt on her feet, ideas in her mind, and courage in her heart. But that's enough to change everything.
The fire sputters and she throws in a last twig.
The sparks rise into the dawn like teeny souls set free. Somewhere behind you a roster cross. History turns a page.
The day begins with the smell of dust and jasmine.
Youth-provoking troop the narrow streets of Bethany, now a small village outside Jerusalem, where fig trees lean over wells and bays hum lazily among the blossoms.
The road is crowded, pilgrims, traders, and soldiers moving toward the city for the Passover.
You can feel the tension in the air as subtle hum-band chatter. Everyone's waiting for something. Mary of Magdala walks beside the other women, her sandals powdered white from the road. She's quieter than usual, though her eyes are restless, as if she can sense what's coming. The teacher has grown more solemn too. The laughter that once came easily now carries weight. You can tell the group feels it, that this might be one of their last calm days together. They stop at a familiar house, the home of friends Mary, Martha, and their brother Lazarus. You remember him, the man who was once dead and walked out of his tomb like someone waking from a nap. He greets them with the soft bewilderment of someone who still can't believe he's breathing. The meal that follows feels both joyous and fragile, like a reunion happening too late.
The table fills with roasted lamb, lentils, figs, and warm bread. Candles flicker.
You smell wine, olive oil, and smoke. The teacher sits at the center, speaking softly with Lazarus while the others lean in, hanging on his words. Outside, the sun begins to set, and the air cools.
Then, without warning, Mary of Magdala rises.
She carries a small alabaster jar, white as moonlight, sealed with wax. Iverione falls silent. You can feel the tension. What is she doing? She kneels before the teacher, breaks the jar open, and the scent floods the room. Spikenard, sweet, heavy, intoxicating. It's the kind of perfume used to anoint kings or the dead. The fragrance fills every corner, clinging to skin and fabric.
You felt sie just standing there. You can hear the gasp ripple through the crowd.
What is she doing? Someone whispers.
That oil is worth a year's wages.
Another voice, sharp and indignant, adds, it could have been sold and given to the poor. The man speaking is Judas, his hand already twitching toward the purse he guards.
But Mary doesn't flinch.
She pours the perfume slowly, reverently over the teacher's feet, then wipes them with her hair.
The candlelight catches the sheen of oil and tears.
She doesn't speak, but the gesture says everything: devotion, gratitude, maybe even defiance. In that moment, the world holds its breath.
The teacher looks down at her and says quietly, leave her alone. She has done a beautiful thing to me.
The room goes silent again, except for the faint crackle of the candles. You can see the disciples shifting awkwardly, unsure whether to admire or condemn. The teacher continues, the poor you will always have with you, but you will not always have me.
The words settle like stones in the air.
They don't understand, not yet, that he's speaking of his death. But Mary does. You see it in her face. She knows something they don't. She always has.
Here's your mainstream historical fact for tonight. All 4 Gospels record a version of this event, the anointing of Jesus, but none of them agree on the details. In Matthew and Mark, an unnamed woman anoints his head. In Luke, a sinful woman wipes his feet with her hair. In John, it's explicitly Mary of Bethany. Yet somewhere along the way, later interpreters fused all these women into one, Mary Magdalene. And that's how centuries of confusion began. Now here's the quirky tidbit. Spikenard oil, the same kind Mary uses here, was imported from the Himalayas in small alabaster flasks. It was more expensive than gold. Some ancient traders even called it the scent of immortality. So yes, she just poured a fortune over his feet, but maybe she wasn't wasting it. Maybe she was consecrating something eternal. You watch as the scent lingers. It clings to everything, the floor, the walls, their clothes. Even as they leave the house that night, the fragrance follows them, a ghostly reminder of love given without restraint. Outside the moon rays pallend round. The road to Jerusalem lies dark and uncertain. The teacher walks ahead, his robe catching faint streaks of oil sheen under the torchlight. Behind him, Mary walks silently, the empty alabaster jar still warm in her hands. You can tell she knows the symbolism. She's anointed him for what's coming. You lean closer, and for a moment, you can hear her thoughts. If the world won't crown him in life, I'll crown him before death. Historians still argue whether this act was spontaneous or prophetic. Some call it devotion, others call it defiance, a woman performing a priestly act in a culture that didn't allow female priests. Either way, it marks her forever. The teacher doesn't say much as they walk, but his silence feels heavy. The others whisper, still arguing about the waste of perfume. Only Mary remains quiet. The scent of spikenard trails behind her like a ribbon through time. By the next morning, rumors of the act have already spread. In the marketplace, merchants are talking. Did you hear? The woman from Magdala poured oil on him as if he were a king. Some laugh, others shake their heads. You can feel how dangerous such talk is. Rome already fears rebellion, and the temple priests don't like anyone being called anointed. You follow Mary to the edge of the crowd. She wedges the tea enter Jerusalem on a donkey, palm branches waving, shares wheezing like tender. For a moment it feels like triumph, but her face says otherwise. She knows celebrations like this can turn into executions overnight. The next few days pass in a blur. You catch fragments of teaching in courtyards, heated debates with priests, and whispers of betrayal. Through it all, Mary stays near, quiet but vigilant. She helps the women prepare meals, tends to the sick, and listens to every word he says, storing them like precious stones. One night, while the others sleep, she sits alone outside the camp. The stars are sharp, they are cool. You sit beside her unseen. It's strange, she murmurs, how everyone fears losing what they never really owned. You realize she's not talking about wealth or life, she's talking about him. The next morning, soldiers pass on horseback, their armor glinting. You feel the mode shift, the weight of inevitability pressing down. She clutches the alabaster jar to her chest, though it's empty now. Maybe she keeps it as proof that love once dared to act before the world was ready. A single drop of oil still clings to its rim, catching the sunlight. You can smell it faintly, sweet, heavy, eternal. Centuries later, artists will paint this scene in gold and shadow. They'll give her flowing hair and downcast eyes, a picture of repentance. But you've seen the truth tonight. She wasn't begging for forgiveness, she was making history. While men debated theology, she performed the most radical act of faith in the room. And somewhere deep inside you can sense it, that scent of spikenard never really faded.
It just moved through time from that small house in Bethany to cathedrals and whispered prayers, reminding anyone who dares to listen that love, when poured out freely, never goes to waste.
You wake to the faint sound of quills scratching parchment. The year is decades later, yet somehow you're still there, drifting through time like dust in a sunbeam. The room smells of ink and wax. Candlelight flickers over scrolls as men in robes lean over their writing desks. They're copying words, holy words, and you can almost hear the careful rhythm: dip, lift, stroke, pause. Dip again. The scriptures are being preserved, but also changed. You lean closer and notice something strange. An armhas is missing. The woman who anointed the teacher, the one who stood beside him when others ran, is slowly being written out. Not erased all at once, but diluted, thinned into silence. One scribe hesitates over a line that used to read Mary of Magdala. He bites his lip, glances around, and writes instead, a certain woman. And just like that, she begins to fade. You move among the monks, centuries spinning like pages. The early followers are gone now. New leaders have taken their place, shaping the faith into structure, hierarchy, and doctrine. They prefer neat lines, not blurred boundaries. A woman standing at the center of a sacred story doesn't fit their plans. So they merge her with others, Mary of Bethany, the anonymous sinner, the woman caught in adultery, until her identity becomes a tangle of contradictions. Historians still argue whether this was intentional or accidental. Some blame the confusion on oral tradition, where stories were told and retold before being written. Others whisper that the merging was deliberate, a way to quiet the memory of a woman whose authority rivaled the apostles. You watch as the edits continue. In one copy she's called Magdalene, a title that once meant tower or watchtower. In another, she's simply the woman from whom 7 demons were cast out. It's a clever shift. Strip her of her insight, replace it with affliction, and soon the tower crumbles into rumor. Here's your mainstream historical fact. By the 4th century, church leaders like Pope Gregory the Great publicly identified Mary Magdalene with the repentant sinner in Luke's Gospel. His sermon in the year 591 cemented her reputation as a fallen woman, even though the text never said she was one. It was one of the most influential theological mix-ups in history, lasting nearly 1,400 years. You imagine the scene, Rome's marble halls echoing as Gregory speaks, his voice solemn. She whom Luke calls the sinful woman, whom John calls Mary, we believe to be the same person. The congregation nods. The decision becomes doctrine. And just like that, the woman once called apostle to the apostles becomes the penitent prostitute. You fail to shift like a tremor through time. Paintings begin to change. In early icons, she's robed in red and gold, holding a scroll or a jar, a teacher, a witness. In later centuries, the scroll disappears. The jar stays. The red deepens into the color of sin, and her gaze tones downward. You realize how powerful art can be. It's not just pigment, it's propaganda in gold leaf. A quirky tidbit for tonight: in the Middle Ages, some monks claimed that Mary Magdalene's long hair had miraculously grown to clothe her naked body during her supposed years of repentance in the desert. Artists loved this image. It let them paint her both holy and sensual at once, a paradox the Church never officially endorsed but quietly allowed, because it kept her fascinating yet safely subdued. You watch a monk in Provence carve her likeness on a cathedral wall. His chisel moves lovingly over the stone. He gives her flowing hair, soft eyes, and a small alabaster jar. He doesn't know that centuries later, people will touch that carving and pray for redemption, not realizing they're asking help from a woman who has never fallen in the first place.
You follow her legend westward to France, where storytellers claim she arrived by sea after the crucifixion, carrying a jar of oil and her unshakable faith. They say she preached in Marseille, lived in a cave, and died gazing at angels.
The story grows richer, stronger, layered like the pages of a palimpsest.
Maybe it was myth-making, maybe it was survival. When the official church turned her into a symbol of sin, the people turned her into a saint of their own making. You stand by a medieval fire pit where pilgrims huddle, whispering her name. They tell stories of her miracles, how she appeared to sailors in storms, how she healed the hopeless. One woman says she understands women like us. And that's the thing, isn't it? Even buried under distortion, Mary's presence remains magnetic. The church could rename her, repaint her, redefine her, but it couldn't erase her.
Still, so meeting darker creeps in.
The image of the penitent harlot spreads across Europe like wildfire. Sermons warn women not to speak too boldly, not to think too deeply, lest they become another Magdalene. You feel the irony burn. The woman who spoke truth first now becomes the example of why women shouldn't speak at all. You drift forward again to dusty university libraries where early scholars begin to question the narrative. Is it possible, one mutters, that we have misunderstood her? He compares manuscripts, traces linguistic patterns, and notices something startling. The earliest texts never conflate the Magdalene with the sinner. That connection appears only centuries later. It's like discovering a missing thread that changes the entire tapestry. But here's where it gets more mysterious. Some Gnostic writings, buried for ages in Egyptian sand, describe her differently, not as fallen, but as enlightened. They call her the companion of the Savior, the one who understood his hidden teachings. He loved her more than all the disciples. One text reads, though historians still argue whether love meant affection, friendship, or spiritual kinship. And so you begin to see the pattern. The woman who once poured perfume becomes, over time, the woman whose story was rewritten to control how others perceive faith, purity, and authority.
It's a story of erasure disguised as devotion.
You wander through a monastery hallway, candles flickering along the stone.
At the end of the corridor, you find a fresco half hidden behind desk.
It shows the Last Supper, not the one you know, but a different version. There, beside the teacher, sits a woman. Her posture mirrors his, her expression calm and knowing. You trace the faded paint with your fingertip. Was she always there, or did some forgotten artist secretly restore what the texts removed? Your thoughts spiral with possibilities. Maybe the real miracle isn't that she was misunderstood, but that she survived misunderstanding at all. By now, her name has become two names, Magdalene the Sinner and Magdalene the Saint.
The contradiction keeps her alive in collective memory.
Each age remakes her in its own image, saint, scholar, heretic, muse. And yet, somewhere beneath all those layers of paint and sermon and story, the real woman still waits, unbroken. Outside, and light seeps through the windows. The monks keep writing, copying, correcting, polishing the word. They believe they're preserving truth. Maybe they are. But you know what truth feels like? It's warm, human, inconvenient. It doesn't fit neatly into doctrine. You pause by one of the scribes, watching him finish a line, and she departed and told the disciples all these things. He sets down his quill, sighs, and adds no name.
No Name. It's strange, isn't it?
You can almost hear her voice whispering beneath the ink, steady and soft, I am still here.
Night falls heavy over Jerusalem.
You can almost taste the dust in the air, that mix of sweat, spice, and unease. The city is swollen with pilgrims, soldiers, and suspicion. Oil lamps burn low, and every alley hums with rumor.
Something is unraveling.
You can feel it, like a rope fraying thread by thread. You're standing in the courtyard of an upper room now, hidden behind latticed shutters. Inside, the teacher sits with his disciples around a long, narrow table. The smell of roasted lamb mingles with the sharper tang of wine. Laughter bubbles up, forced, too bright for the mood. The others don't understand yet that this is their last meal together. Mary of Magdala isn't at the table. She's in the shadows nearby, helping the women prepare food, her hand steady even as her pulse races. You notice the way she glances toward the door every few minutes, as if she knows something terrible is approaching. She's always known before the others. Through the open window, you can hear fragments of the conversation. Breath-breaking. The teacher's calm voice saying words that no one quite grasps. One of you will betray me. The room stills. The disciples shift uncomfortably, their faces half-lit in lamplight. You watch Judas clutch his cup too tightly, his eyes flicking toward the door. The teacher's gaze lingers on him a moment too long, and something passes between them, pity maybe, or resignation.
You see Mary's hand pause mit motion.
She's heard the same words, and her face tightens. She steps back unseen into the hallway. The world seems to hold its breath. Moments later, the teacher and his closest followers rise and walk into the night, heading toward the Mount of Olives. Mary hesitates, then follows at a distance, her cloak drawn close. You follow her, your sandals whispering against the cobblestones. The moon is nearly full, hanging low over the city like a watchful eye. The garden is quiet, only the chirr of insects and the rustle of olive leaves in the wind. The teacher kneels to pray, his voice breaking in the stillness. You hear him whisper, "Let this cup pass from me," and even the trees seem to tremble. The others, exhausted, fall asleep one by one. But not Mary. She stays awake, keeping watch. You can see her lips moving soundlessly, echoing his words.
And then it happens. The crunch of boots on gravel.
Torches flaring in the darkness. A mob of soldiers and temple guards surges into the garden.
Judas walks ahead of them, his face pale and determined. You feel Mary's breath catch.
The teacher doesn't resist. He steps forward, calm, and asks, "Whom do you seek?"
Jesus of Nazareth, they reply.
I am he.
They move to bind him, rough and efficient. One of the disciples draws a sword and strikes, but the teacher stops him. Put it away. Shall I not drink the cup the Father has given me?
The world spins into chaos, shooting, confusion, torches jerking wildly.
In the shadows, Mary presses herself against a tree trunk, trying not to cry out.
The smell of Iran and sweet fills the air.
And then, just like that, he's gone, dragged into the night. You follow her as she runs after them, her sandals slipping on loose stones.
The city gates close behind the soldiers.
She keeps her distance, heart hammering, eyes locked on the flickering torches ahead. You can almost feel her pulse in your own veins. At dawn, they bring him to trial before the council. The crowd gathers in the courtyard, priests, merchants, curious onlookers. The teacher stands silent, his face bruised but composed. Peter lurks at the edge, denying him with trembling lips. The others are nowhere to be seen. Only Mary remains close enough to see everything. She doesn't shout or plead. She just watches, her jaw set. You can see the fear in her, yes, but beneath it burns something stronger, resolve. Here's your mainstream historical fact. According to all four Gospels, nearly every male disciple fled after the arrest. But the women, Mary Magdalene, Mary the mother of James, Salome and others, stayed. They watched the trial, the execution and the burial. Their names are listed again and again, witnesses to what the others could not bear to see. And here's a quirky tidbit. Some apocryphal writings suggest Mary bribed guards to learn where the teacher's body would be placed, ensuring she could anoint him properly after the Sabbath. There's no way to prove it, but it sounds exactly like something she would do, quietly defying rules for the sake of devotion. The trial ends quickly. The verdict is death. The city buzzes with unease, pretending not to care. Soldiers march in through the streets while jeering crowds follow. Mary moves with them, keeping her distance but never losing sight. Her cloak is drawn tight around her, but tears streak her face. Historians still argue whether she was at the foot of the cross from the very beginning or arrived later when the crowd thinned. But all agree on this: she was there when the others weren't. You feel the heat of midday beating down as the soldiers hammer the nails. The sound is awful, echoing off stone and skin alike.
The sky darkens unnaturally. You want to look away, but you can't. Neither can she.
Hours pass. The teacher speaks a few final words, some tender, some shattered by pain.
Mary's hands grip the edge of the rocky ground.
You hear her whisper, "Don't leave us," even as his head bows forward.
There grows still heavy. The earth itself seems to exhale. By evening, the crowd disperses.
Mary stays behind with two others, her robe smeared with dust. Together, they watch as a small group of followers takes down the body. The men are hurried, nervous. It's nearly Sabbath. They can't linger. They wrap him quickly in linen and carry him to a nearby tomb. The women follow silently, noting every turn of the path, every stone.
As the men leave, Mary lingers.
She kneels by the sealed entrance, pressing her palm against the cool rock. Her lips move in a whisper you can barely hear, "I'll be back." Then she stands, straightens her cloak, and walks into the darkness.
You follow her back through the silent streets.
The lamps are out now. In a small house on the city's edge, she collapses to her knees, trembling. The others sit in stunned silence. The teacher is gone.
Hope feels like smoke, real one moment, gone the next.
But Mary doesn't weep long. Even in grief, she begins to plan. She will return after the Sabbath. She will finish what began in Bethany. No one will stop her, not priests, not soldiers, not fear. And that's when you understand faith isn't loud. It isn't always a sermon or a miracle.
Sometimes it's a woman walking alone in the dark, refusing to let laugh the unburied. You watch her blow out the lamp, the room plunging into shadow. Her hands are still stained with traces of oil and dust. The faint scent of Spekenerd lingers, a memory, a promise. Outside Jerusalem sleeps ohne sie.
But in one small corner of the city, a quiet rebellion begins. Not with swords or speeches, but with one woman's decision to stay when everyone else has run. Tomorrow she will return to the tomb. And the world, though it doesn't know it yet, will never be the same again. Dawn comes gray and trembling, the kind of morning where the air itself feels like it's holding its breath. You stand on the outskirts of the city with Mary of Magdala and the other women, Mary, mother of James, and Salome, each carrying small jars of oil and spice. Their cloaks are drawn tight, hoods pulled low. The city behind them is silent, except for the distant bleat of goats and the faint clang of a Roman patrol changing shifts.
It's the third day.
You can almost feel her pulse racing beneath her shawl. Sleep hasn't touched her eyes since the crucifixion. Every step she takes now is driven by something stronger than exhaustion, duty, love, maybe the desperate hope that she's wrong about what she saw.
They pass winds through olive groves still slick with thee, their sandals squish softly in the dirt.
A few crows croak from the walls above. You can smell the faint sweetness of the spices they carry, aloes, myrrh, cinnamon. These are burial scents meant to mask the smell of death. but today they feel more like weapons of faith. When they reach the tomb, the sky has just begun to brighten. The first streaks of pink slice through the gray, and that's when they stop. You can feel the shock ripple through them before a word is spoken.
The stone is gone, rolled aside as if by invisible hands. Mary Freitze, for a heartbeat no one knows.
Jen Salome gasps, the sound sharp as breaking glass. The entrance gapes dark and open, the seal broken. You can smell the cold, earthy scent of the cave. The air feels wrong, too light, too expectant.
Mary doesn't hesitate.
She rushes forward, nearly tripping on her robe, and ducks inside. You follow her, the walls close and damp. The light from the rising sun stretches long across the floor, and there on the stone slab where the body should be are only strips of linen folded neatly.
It's quiet except for the faint drip of condensation from the ceiling. And then a voice, calm but unfamiliar. Why do you seek the living among the dead? You will hunt.
Two figures stand where the shadows had been, bright, faceless, robed in light that doesn't seem to come from the sun. Their presence hums in the air, not frightening, just overwhelming. The women stumble back, shielding their eyes.
He is not here, the voice continues. He is risen.
Mary's breath catches, but her mind refuses to believe it.
Risen? It's impossible. Dead men don't walk.
Yet something deep inside her trembles, not with fear, but recognition. The women flee from the tomb, stumbling into daylight, their jaws forgotten. The city walls loom in the distance, their gates just opening. The others run ahead, shouting half-formed sentences. He's gone.
The tomb is empty. But Mary stops midway down the path. Her body is shaking. The others are too far ahead now, their footsteps fading. She turns back.
You follow her as she retraces her steps to the tomb. She can't let it end like this, with confusion, with rumors. She kneels beside the entrance, her hands pressed into the cold earth, and begins to sob. It's not just grief, it's frustration. She's tired of mysteries. Tired of being told to wait, to believe, to hope.
And then footsteps behind her. She turns. At first, she sees only a silhouette trachettius a man standing in the garden. The early sun glows behind him, too bright to see his face. Why are you weeping? He asks gently. Whom do you seek?
She thinks he's the gardener. Sir, if you have carried him away, tell me where you have laid him, she pleads, her voice breaking. I will take him.
And then he says her name. Just one word. Mary. The sound of its slice struck the morning like a bell. She freezes, her breath catching in her throat. Every nerve in her body recognizes that voice. She looks up, and suddenly the word makes sense again. The man before her smiles, not with triumph but with quiet knowing. Rabboni, she whispers, the old Aramaic word for teacher. Your fair time stop. The wind stills, the birds fall silent. The garden, the tomb, the entire universe seems to hang on that single heartbeat of recognition. She reaches out to touch him, to make sure he's real, but he steps back gently. Do not hold on to me, he says softly, for I have not yet ascended. 'Tis no lichtning, no tender, no celestial music, just a light heartbeat and the souls in the stillness between life and legend. Here's your mainstream historical fact. All four Gospels agree that Mary Magdalene was the first witness to the resurrection. In John's account, she is the first to see and speak to the risen Christ, long before Peter or any of the others. In other words, the entire foundation of Christian belief began with her testimony. And the quirky tidbit.
In some ancient Eastern icons, she's painted holding a red egg. According to legend, when she told Emperor Tiberius that Christ had risen, he scoffed, saying it was as impossible as an egg turning red. So she held up an egg, and, so the story goes, it turned crimson in her hands. To this day, Eastern Orthodox Christians still dye Easter eggs red in her memory. Historians still argue whether her vision at the tomb was literal, symbolic, or spiritual. Some call it a genuine miracle, others suggest it was grief transfigured into revelation. But either way, the story marks the first time in recorded scripture that a woman becomes the messenger of resurrection, a role that rewrites everything.
Mary doesn't linger.
The moment she understands what she's seen, she runs. You can hear her sandals slap against the stone path, her breath ragged but determined. Through the city gates, down narrow alleys, past startled vendors just opening their stalls. She bursts into the upper room where the disciples hide and gasps, "I have seen the Lord."
They don't believe her. Of course they don't. You can see the disbelief in their faces, the dismissal, the condescension.
She's emotional von Mutters. Grief makes people see things. Another shakes his head. A woman's testimony can't be trusted. But Mary stands her ground, her voice low and steady. "I saw him. He spoke to me." And in that instant, you can sense the fracture beginning, the split between what was witnessed and what would later be written. You look at her, standing there among men who refuse to believe the truth she's already touched. And you realize this is the moment everything changes. Faith, history, and gender collide in one breath. A woman's word becomes the hinge of salvation, even if the world refuses to listen. As the sun rises higher, light floods through the narrow window. Dust motes swirl like tiny galaxies. Mary closes her eyes, whispering a prayer of gratitude. Somewhere faintly, you think you can smell spikenard again. And just like that, the world turns quietly, forever different. The rumor spreads like fire through dry reeds. By noon, the whole city is whispering about the empty tomb. Some call it blasphemy, others hysteria. The priests send word to the Roman guard, demanding answers. The soldiers swear the body was stolen while they slept, though their eyes dart nervously when questioned. A soldier who truly believes in his innocence doesn't tremble when speaking. You can see it. There's fear beneath their armor, something they can't explain and dare not admit. Peter and John are the first to run to the tomb after Mary's words. They race through the dusty alleys, cloaks flapping behind them. John arrives first, but hesitates at the entrance. Peter storms past, as always bold, impulsive, his heart hammering. Inside, he finds only linen cloths, folded, deliberate. The body is gone. No signs of struggle, no torn wrappings, no blood. Only stillness, only mystery.
They return to the others in silence. There are no words to bridge the gap between what they expected and what they saw. The air in the upper room is thick with disbelief.
Thomas, Eva the skeptic, leans back against the wall, his arms crossed. "Unless I see the wounds myself," he mutters, "I will not believe." That night, fear reigns. The doors are bolted. Every creak of the floorboard sounds like the approach of soldiers. Outside, Jerusalem sleeps uneasily. Inside, 11 men sit in shadows torn between fight and despair. And then, without warning, the air shifts. It's not sound that changes first, but presence. Like the breeze before a storm, heavy and electric, you can feel the hair rise on your arms. And there, in the middle of the locked room, stands a figure. He doesn't knock. He doesn't push the door. He simply is. "Peace be with you," he says. For a heartbeat, no one moves. Then Peter stumbles back, nearly overturning a lamp.
John's breath catches. The others stare, wide-eyed, their minds scrambling to make sense of what they're seeing. It's him.
But not him as before. His face glows with a calm unlike anything mortal. The wounds are still visible, hands, feet, side, but they no longer bleed. They shimmer faintly as if light itself flows from them.
Why are you troubled? He asks gently. Why do doubts rise in your hearts? Look at my hands and my feet. It is I myself.
He extends his hands, palms open. Peter hesitates, then reaches forward, trembling, and touches the scar. It's real, warm.
Alive. The breath leaves his chest in a shuddering sob. The others fall to their knees. Some cry, some laugh. The room fills with disbelief and joy in equal measure. He smiles softly, almost amused by their awe. Have you anything to eat? He asks. They scramble to offer him a piece of broiled fish and honeycomb. He eats it slowly, deliberately, as if to show them that spirit and flesh now coexist in perfect harmony.
And then he says the words that will echo through centuries, "As the Father has sent me, so I send you."
He breathes upon them. A warm wind ripples through the room, though the windows remain closed. Receive the Holy Spirit.
You feel something vast move through you, like light flooding every corner of your being. For a moment, everything makes sense. The suffering, the silence, the tomb. Death wasn't the end, it was a doorway. But Thomas isn't there.
When the others tell him later, he laughs bitterly. You all saw what you wanted to see, he says. Grief plays tricks on the mind. His voice cracks, betraying the conflict inside him. Unless I put my finger into the mark of the nails and my hand into his side, I will not believe. A week passes. The disciples remain in the upper room, unsure what to do next. Outside, the world continues, markets buzz, children play, life moves on. Yet inside, time feels suspended. They wait for something they can't name.
And then once again, the room fills with light. The same voice, the same calm. Peace be with you. Thomas phrases. The others step aside. The figure turns to him, eyes full of gentleness. Thomas, he says, put your finger here. See my hands. Reach your hand and place it in my side. Do not be faithless, but believing.
You can see the tremor in Thomas's hand as he reaches forward. His fingertips brush the scar, and in that instant all his doubt collapses. He falls to his knees, tears streaking his face. My Lord and my God.
The figure smiles faintly. You believe because you have seen. Blessed are those who have not seen and yet believe. The air glows for a moment longer and then he is gone again, like breath exhaled into eternity. Here's your historical note. The story of doubting Thomas became a cornerstone of faith for early Christians. It wasn't meant to shame doubt, but to sanctify the struggle between belief and reason. The early church used his story to welcome skeptics, not condemn them. Even Augustine wrote, he doubted that we might not doubt. And an odd little fact, in ancient Syrian tradition, Thomas was said to have traveled east to India, spreading the word along the spice routes. To this day, the St. Thomas Christians of Kerala trace their origins to him, saying he arrived in 52 CE. But tonight, in that locked room, the meaning of resurrection shifts again. You sense that this moment is not just a return from death, it's the beginning of something cosmic. The dividing wall between divine and human has cracked. The resurrected one is not merely a restored man, but being transformed, matter and spirit fused, like light wearing flesh.
And in his presence you understand something the text only hint at. Resurrection isn't reversal, it's evolution.
The others, still trembling, begin to speak in low voices. Peter whispers, "He's not the same." John answers, "No, he's more."
Outside, the night deepens.
The oil lamps flicker. A moth beats its wings against the flame over and over, drawn to the light even though it burns. You realize you are like that moth, aching to touch what you cannot comprehend. In the silence that follows, Peter turns to the group. "If this is true," he says slowly, "then everything changes. Not just for us.
For the word." John nods. "Then we must tell them." And so begins the story that will ripple through centuries, told, retold, argued, rewritten, but always carrying the same pulse beneath its surface, the impossible made real.
For now, though, the city sleeps. The disciples sit together, not speaking, each one nursing a fragile ember of belief. Somewhere, in the quiet between their breaths, you can almost hear it, the faint echo of wings.
Maybe angels. Maybe memory. Maybe the sound of something ancient and divine stirring again in the hearts of humankind. Whatever it is, it changes you too.
The air outside still smells of olive trees and dust when you find yourself standing beside her again, the woman from Magdala. Her face is calm now, the storm of grief replaced by something gentler, steadier. She doesn't tremble when she speaks. You can tell she has seen too much to ever be afraid again. Around her, the others are murmuring, arguing in half whispers.
The word resurrection trembles in there like a secret too heavy to hold. You hear Peter's voice first. "They won't believe us," he says. "They'll call it madness."
Mary looks at him quietly.
"They already do," she replies. "But it doesn't matter."
There's a pause. You realize that this woman, once dismissed as broken, as a follower at the edge of the crowd, is now the one with the clearest eyes in the room. She isn't talking about reputation or danger. She's talking about truth. In the earliest days after the resurrection, stories spread like wildfire, but not all flames burned the same color. Some said she was the first to see him. Others insisted it was Peter or the beloved disciple. Historians still argue whether the accounts were meant to compete or to complete each other.
But if you listen closely, you notice something subtle. Every version carries a trace of her voice.
She becomes known among the earliest believers as Apostola Apostolorum, the apostle to the apostles. It's not a title given lightly. She was the one who carried the message no one else dared. He is risen. Without her, the resurrection might have remained only a rumor whispered in alleys. You watch her stand before the others, her hands trembling slightly, though her voice doesn't waver. "He told me to go and tell you," she says, looking from face to face. "Tell them that I have seen the Lord."
It's a simple message, but the words are volcanic. They fall into silence. The same men who once debated who was the greatest among them now look at her as though the world itself has turned upside down. You can almost feel their conflict, faith colliding with pride. In that culture, a woman's testimony wasn't legally valid. In the courts of Judea, 2 women equaled 1 man's witness. And yet, here she is, the first preacher of the greatest mystery in human history. The paradox is too large for some to bear. You can see Peter's jaw tighten. You sense the old habits of authority rising in him like muscle memory. "We must confirm it ourselves," he mutters. Mary meets his gaze without flinching. "You already have," she says softly. You just don't believe what you SRV. For a heartbeat, the tension is electric.
Then John steps between them, his voice low and warm. "If he chose her first," he says, "then maybe we're the ones who need to catch up." That line lands like a spark in dry grass. The silence after it hums with recognition, painful, humbling, necessary.
A historical fact worth noting: early Christian communities preserved traces of this moment. In the 2nd century, Church Father Hippolytus referred to her as the one who became an apostle to the apostles. Even Clement of Alexandria, in an age suspicious of female authority, admitted she saw him first and became the first messenger of the good news.
But of course, history is never kind to women who speak before men are ready to listen.
Later scribes will soften her, reshape her, blur her into the background. Some will even merge her with others: Mary of Bethany, the sinful woman who anointed Jesus' feet, until her identity becomes a patchwork of contradictions. Was she a saint?
A sinner? Both? You lean closer and she seems to whisper through centuries. Why not both?
Her message begins to spread beyond the upper room, carried by word of mouth across Jerusalem, Antioch, Alexandria. At night, small gatherings light oil lamps and retell her story. She saw him, they whisper. She spoke with him. He called her by name. And it's not just the story they repeat, it's the pattern. The idea that revelation can come through anyone, not just those with titles or authority. That's the dangerous seed she plants, the democratization of the divine. French tradition holds that she later traveled north, perhaps with John, maybe even to Ephesus or Gaul. There's a medieval tale, half legend, half memory, that she lived as a hermit in a cave near Marseille, her hair grown long, her days spent in prayer. Historians still argue whether this was myth-making or memory, a symbolic retelling of her silence after being silenced. But in the early decades after the resurrection, her influence lingers in unexpected ways. You hear it in the voices of other women who begin to preach, teach, prophesy: Eunia, Phoebe, Thecla. The movement she helped ignite becomes something no empire can contain. Here's a quirky detail. In some early Christian art found in the catacombs of Rome, you can spot a woman standing among the apostles, her hand raised in blessing, wearing the same red robes later reserved for Christ himself. Some scholars say it's Mary Magdalene, others say it's symbolic. But either way, the message is unmistakable. Someone remembered. And yet, her story doesn't remain pure for long. Power always rewrites memory. As Christianity grows, structure replaces spontaneity, hierarchy replaces fire. The woman who once ran barefoot from the tomb becomes inconvenient. Still, for now, she stands radiant among the fearful and the faithful. Her voice is steady as she speaks of the light she saw. He told me, she says, that death is not the end, that everything broken can be made whole. The room softens. Even Peter's frown eases. The others draw closer, not to question, but to listen. You realize something remarkable is happening. For the first time, this movement that will someday span the globe is listening to a woman.
It's fleeting, fragile, but real.
You think about how strange that must feel for her, to be the messenger of the greatest miracle, and yet to know how quickly her words might be dismissed. To feel the weight of eternity pressing through her throat, knowing that men will one day edit her out of her own story.
But she speaks anyway.
And that's the real miracle, not the empty tomb, but her refusal to stay silent. Some nights later, you find her alone by the olive grove, the moonlight silver on her face. She looks toward the horizon where dawn is beginning to bloom. "They'll forget," she murmurs, "but not forever." You stand beside her in silence. The wind carries the scent of earth and myrrh.
Somewhere aneit bird calls. Do you think they'll ever understand, you ask? She smiles faintly. They will. When the world grows tired of pretending, men can speak for God alone.
Centuries will pass before her prophecy comes true. Councils will meet, empires will rise, and theologians will debate whether her role was literal or symbolic. But in that quiet moment, her faith feels larger than history itself. When she finally turns to leave, you see a glimmer in her eyes, not sorrow, not triumph, but peace. The kind that comes from knowing you've done what you were sent to do. And as she disappears down the narrow path toward the city, you realize something else. This story, the one that began in silence and ends in revelation, isn't about death or resurrection alone. It's about the courage to be the first voice in a world built on echoes. You close your eyes, hearing her words echo still. Go and tell them. The years begin to stretch like shadows at sunset. What was once an urgent, whispered faith turns into ritual and institution. The fire that started in small rooms becomes cathedrals of marble and gold. You walk through centuries without moving, feeling how time smooths sharp truths into acceptable stories. And somewhere in that smoothing, her name, the woman from Magdala, starts to blur. You first notice it in the writings of men who never met her. Theologians, bishops, scholars, men with quills sharper than swords. They debate her character the way gamblers argue over dice. Some call her the faithful witness, others the penitent sinner. But the truth is more dangerous than either label. She was a teacher. In 591 CE, Pope Gregory I stands before a crowd in Rome and delivers a sermon that will echo for more than a millennium. He claims that the woman who anointed Jesus' feet with perfume, the unnamed sinner from Luke's Gospel, was Mary Magdalene. And just like that, history tilts. With a single homily, her identity fuses with shame. The apostle to the apostles becomes the fallen woman redeemed. You can almost hear the sound of ink scratching in 1,000 manuscripts, rewriting her story to fit the mold of a moral lesson. From that point forward, art and sermons begin to repeat the same image: a weeping woman, long red hair spilling over her shoulders, clutching a skull or a cross. Pain becomes her portrait. Historians still argue whether Gregory meant it symbolically, as an allegory for human repentance. Some defend him, saying he sought to magnify divine mercy. But symbolism, once loosed upon a patriarchal world, rarely stays gentle. It hardens into myth, and myth into doctrine. Meanwhile, the real woman, the thinker, the student, the witness, vanishes behind the veil of her supposed sin. You see her legend mutate across Europe like vines around old stone. In France they call her La Madeleine, a saint whose tears washed away centuries of corruption. In Italy her image decorates chapels where prostitutes come to pray for forgiveness. In England her feast day becomes a celebration of penance, not courage. And yet, in the quiet corners of monasteries, a few whisper the old titles still: Apostola Apostolorum. It survives like an ember under Asher. Here's a strange fact for you, one of those quirky threads history loves to hide. In some early medieval manuscripts, scribes accidentally, or perhaps deliberately, wrote her name above the margins of homilies about wisdom. Not sin, but Sophia, the Greek word for divine knowledge, often personified as feminine. Was it error, or rebellion in ink? No one knows. But every time a quill slipped that way, it left a fingerprint of resistance. As centuries roll on, painters pick up where preachers left off. You wander through a gallery of time: Giotto, Donatello, Caravaggio, Titian, all showing her as the penitent. Always kneeling, always half-naked, always weeping. Her tears become the currency of redemption. Her body the billboard of morality. But look closely at the eyes in those paintings. They're not just sorrowful, they're aware. As if even within the imposed story, she still knows the truth. It's the same look as the woman from the tomb, steady, defiant, unbroken. And sometimes art slips truth through the back door.
In a fresco from the 14th century, she's painted beside Peter and John, not behind them. In another, she holds a scroll, unusual for a woman in that era, symbol of one who teaches. You start to realize that artists may have been braver than theologians. Still, power always prefers its women repentant rather than prophetic. By the High Middle Ages, entire orders of nuns are dedicated to Magdalene houses, places where fallen women are sent to atone. You can almost hear her ghost sighing through the corridors, "This is not what I meant." Even language carries the scar. In English, Magdalene becomes shorthand for penitence. In Ireland, the infamous Magdalene laundries imprison women under the pretense of redemption. The name that once proclaimed courage becomes synonymous with punishment. You can't help but wonder, if she could see all this, what would she say? Maybe something dryly sarcastic, like, "So this is what happens when you let men edit." Yet the irony cuts deeper. Because even as her image is bent, her presence refuses to disappear. The Church canonizes her, yes, but also unintentionally immortalizes her. She becomes both warning and wonder. Every sinner who kneels before her statue still kneels before a woman who once refused to kneel. And history, clever creature that it is, starts to circle back. By the Renaissance, scholars rediscover old texts. Fragments of Gnostic writings that surface, whispers of a forgotten gospel where Mary debates Peter, where her understanding rivals the apostles. Church leaders try to suppress it, calling it heresy, but the idea is out. Historians still argue whether the Magdalene of these texts is the same as the canonical one. But what matters isn't certainty, it's the possibility. And possibilities have a way of resurrecting themselves. One French mystic in the 1200s, Mechfeld of Magdeburg, writes of Mary Magdalene as the torchbearer of the hidden word. That phrase alone would have been enough to earn her suspicion, but somehow it survives. By calling Magdalene the torchbearer, Mechfeld reminds the world that light doesn't only fall from heaven, it also rises from the earth. There's a legend that Mary Magdalene's bones rest beneath the Basilica of Saint-Maximin-les-Saint-Maumais in southern France. Pilgrims still climb the rocky path to her cave there, lighting candles along the way. It's a place of silence, incense, and faint echoes. Whether it's truth or symbol doesn't matter much anymore. What matters is the persistence of memory. You walk those steps in your mind now, hearing the crunch of gravel underfoot, smelling pine resin in the wind. Each flicker of candlelight feels like a soul remembering her, not the caricature, but the woman who saw the impossible and dared to tell it. And here's your mainstream historical anchor. Pope Paul VI in 1969 quietly corrected the centuries-old conflation, officially distinguishing Mary Magdalene from the sinful woman and from Mary of Bethany. It took nearly 1,400 years to undo one sermon. 1400. That's how long it can take to unwrite a myth once power finds it useful. And yet, it happened. In 2016, Pope Francis took it further, elevating her feast day to the same rank as the Apostles, calling her a witness of divine mercy and the new evangelization. The Vatican decree called her apostle to the apostles once again. It took 2 millennia, but her name finally stepped out of the shadow of repentance and into the light of revelation. Still, something in you whispers that the story isn't finished. Because every age remakes her in its own image, sinner, saint, mystic, feminist icon. But beneath all that paint and parchment, one truth hums like a heartbeat: she spoke first. And no matter how history twists the script, the first voice always echoes the longest. You can almost hear now beneath the hymns and headlines, "Remember what is off." Centuries roll like waves, each one carrying the echoes of a name almost forgotten. But the desert has its own way of remembering. The sands bury, yes, but they also preserve. And one day, long after empires have risen and fallen, after her story has been painted, preached, and polished into a parable, something ancient begins to whisper again.
It happens in 1945 in the Egyptian desert near a village called Nag Hammadi. You stand there now, feeling the heat pressed down like an invisible hand.
The air smells of clay and salt. A group of farmers is digging for fertilizer, hardly the sort of men who expect to trip over history. One of them, Muhammad Ali al-Saman, strikes something solid. He kneels, brushes away the sand, and reveals a large earthen jar sealed with pitch. Inside, wrapped in brittle papyrus and linen, lie 13 leather-bound codices, books older than their language, older than the Crusades, older than almost every church that claims to speak for them. They carry names like the Gospel of Truth, the Gospel of Philip, the Thunder, Perfect Mind. But it's one slender text among them that catches your breath, the Gospel of Mary. You hold it carefully in your imagination, pages flaking at the edges like dried petals. The words are incomplete, time has stolen nearly half. But what remains is enough to shake the foundations of everything you thought you knew. In this text, Mary speaks not as a silent witness or weeping penitent, but as a teacher.
She comforts the disciples after the resurrection.
She describes visions, dialogues with the Savior, insights into the nature of the soul.
And when Peter questions her, accusing her of fabricating her revelations,
Levi, often identified as Matthew, rebukes him. If the Savior made her worthy, who are you to reject her?
That one line lands like thunder across 2,000 years. You can almost feel the ripple, an echo of an argument never settled. Historians still debate whether the Mary of this gospel is Mary Magdalene or another Mary entirely. But the tone, the authority, the tension with Peter, it all feels unmistakably familiar. You can see the scene unfold in your mind. She stands in a room full of men, her voice calm, her words burning with clarity. There is no sin, she tells them, but what you make in your minds. Her message isn't about guilt, it's about awakening. And that, perhaps, is the real heresy. When the codices reach scholars, the academic world jolts awake. Some dismiss them as Gnostic fantasies, products of mystics gone rogue. Others, like Elaine Pagels and Karen King, sense something far older beneath the surface, the echo of early diversity in Christian thought, voices silenced by the eventual winners of history. You walk through the dim halls of the Coptic Museum in Cairo, where these papyri are kept under glass. The room hums faintly with air conditioning, a modern sound guarding ancient words. You lean close to the display case, tracing the faint Greek and Coptic letters with your eyes. The ink, once black, has turned the color of rust. And yet the words still pulse with life.
"Do not weep," the Savior tells her in one fragment. "All that is bound will be loosed." It's as if the desert itself is exhaling after centuries of silence.
Here's your historical fact. The Nag Hammadi discovery reshaped the entire field of early Christian studies. Before 1945, scholars believed Christianity began as a single, unified faith that later split into heresies. After the find, that view collapsed. What emerged instead was a portrait of extraordinary diversity, dozens of communities, each interpreting the teachings in their own way. Some focused on rules, others on revelation, and at least one placed a woman at the center of its theology. Now for a curious tidbit. The farmer who found the jar reportedly broke it open, fearing it might contain a jinn, a desert spirit. When no curse followed, he sold the manuscripts for a handful of coins. Imagine that, the Gospel of Mary traded like scrap parchment, almost burned for fuel. History sometimes survives by pure accident.
You flip another mental page.
The text describes the soul's ascent through 7 powers, each one representing attachment, ignorance, desire, wrath. It's mystical, yes, but strangely psychological too. You can almost hear the early voices experimenting with what we now call inner transformation. And at the heart of it all stands her Mary, not as servant, but as interpreter. She doesn't preach rules, she reveals understanding. She doesn't weep, she instructs. She doesn't follow, she leads. You wonder how differently the last 2,000 years might have unfolded if this version of her had been canonized. If the official Bible had included a woman's voice of authority beside the men. Would monasteries have balanced contemplation with compassion instead of control? Would power have looked more like wisdom than domination? Historians still argue whether the exclusion of texts like hers was theological or political. Most agree it was both. The Gospels of Mary, Thomas, and Philip challenged the emerging hierarchy of bishops and councils. They spoke of inner knowing, gnosis, as the path to salvation, not obedience to authority. And authority rarely welcomes competition. You imagine the early centuries like a great editing room. Scrolls everywhere, ink drying, debates raging. Which stories should remain? Which should vanish? Somewhere in that chaos, someone decided her voice must go. But the desert, patient as eternity, disagreed. In our strange feed, the rediscovery of tales scrolls feels like resurrection all over again, knowledge rising from the tomb of time. You can almost picture her smiling faintly, dust on her feet, whispering, "I told you they'd remember." And yet, even among scholars, her name still divides. Some call her a symbol of wisdom, others a spiritual archetype. A few insist she was a real teacher erased by institutional fear. Each theory adds a layer to her legend, like paint over an older fresco. But beneath it all, you sense the original figure still breathing, the woman who refused to be silenced. You find yourself thinking about that desert jar again. Sie let hidden waiting. Maybe that's what her story always was, a truth buried, not destroyed. The world just wasn't ready for it until now. As you walk away from the museum, the kerosene hits your face. The light is blinding, and for a moment you imagine her beside you. Her voice, calm as the Nile, says the world buries what it fears, but nothing buried stays quiet forever. You smile. Because deep down you know she's right. The sand shift. The papyrus breathes. The lost gospel speaks again. And in its whisper, the mysterious woman of Galilee begins to step once more into the light of history. The sun of the 20th century may have uncovered her words, but the 21st century is what gave her voice back. You stand now not in the desert, but in a dim library somewhere in Europe. Dust floats through the shafts of light that slice across the wooden table, illuminating a single phrase from the Gospel of Mary, "Where the mind is, there is the treasure." You whisper it softly, and the sound seems to echo through the air. It's strange how the world forgets women like her and then rediscovers them when it's finally ready to listen. In the 1960s and 70s, as feminist scholars began to question long-accepted hierarchies, Mary's rediscovered gospel suddenly became more than an archaeological artifact. It became a symbol. A defiant mirror held up to the centuries of silence that had reduced her to a footnote or a sinner. You picture a lecture hall at Harvard circa 1979. The air smells faintly of chalk and ink. A young scholar named Karen King projects the Coptic text onto a whiteboard. This, she tells her students, isn't the voice of rebellion, it's the voice of recognition. She knew something the others weren't ready to accept. The students lean in, fascinated. For the first time, someone's treating Mary not as a myth, but as a mind. Historians still argue whether her influence was ever intended to reach beyond her small circle. Some say she was a visionary among visionaries, others claim she was the beating heart of a suppressed movement, one that preached balance between masculine and feminine, reason and intuition, authority and insight.
Whatever the truth, it's clear that by the time the institutional church solidified its structure, her voice had already been excised.
But here's a curious twist. The Gospel of Philip, another text found in Nag Hammadi, mentions her again, this time more intimately. It calls her the companion of the Savior and describes a kiss on the mouth that the other disciples envied. You can almost hear centuries of theologians groaning at that line. Historians still debate what the word companion meant. Was it spiritual? Literal? Symbolic of shared wisdom? Modern pop culture, of course, pounced on the mystery. Dan Brown's The Da Vinci Code may have sensationalized the idea, but it also reignited public fascination. Suddenly, Mary wasn't just the woman at the tomb. She was the possible wife, the co-teacher, the keeper of a bloodline. You smirk softly. She probably would have rolled her eyes at that theory, but still, it got people talking again. And conversation is power. Here's your historical fact. In the earliest centuries, women weren't entirely excluded from leadership. In some Christian communities, they served as deacons, prophets, even apostles. The Romans 16 verse 7 passage mentions a woman named Eunia, outstanding among the apostles. But by the 3rd century, church councils began systematically closing those doors. By the Middle Ages, the idea of a female apostle was unthinkable. The institutional machine had no room for ambiguity and no tolerance for equality. And so Mary's image was reshaped, softened and sanitized until she became something controllable, a symbol of repentance instead of revelation. The irony is almost poetic. You walk through an old cathedral in France. The candles flicker, the floor smells faintly of incense and cold stone. On a side altar, a statue of Mary Magdalene kneels, eyes lifted toward heaven, a skull resting by her knee. She's portrayed as the penitent sinner, not the philosophical teacher. The artist's brush erased her intellect and replaced it with remorse.
You can almost hear her whisper from behind the marble, "They loved my devotion more than my mind."
But then again, the story doesn't end there. In 2016, Pope Francis quietly elevated the feast of Mary Magdalene to the same liturgical level as the Apostles. The Apostle to the Apostles, the Vatican called her, a title that had lingered in obscure theological corners for centuries but was now official. A small gesture, yes, but monumental in tone.
History at last was correcting its course.
A quirky detail you might enjoy. In Provence, France, there's a cave said to be her retreat after leaving Jerusalem.
The locals call it Le Saint Baum, the Holy Cave.
Pilgrims climb the mountain path carrying candles and claim to feel her presence in the echo of dripping water and wind. Some even say that on certain nights a faint scent of myrrh fills the cave. Scientists dismiss it as humidity and minerals, but believers insist it's her.
Standing terre, you're really summiting.
Whether legend or truth, this woman transcended her time. Her influence seeped into art, music, and philosophy like an underground river. Botticelli painted her in gold light, Leonardo sketched her with knowing eyes, and even modern thinkers invoke her as a symbol of balance between reason and intuition, matter and spirit.
You pause, thinking about how her story mirrors our own age. Information, once buried, now resurrected by technology. Voice unsilenced, now amplified by the internet.
And yet, the same debates rage on: truth versus narrative, faith versus control. You scroll through online forums where scholars, mystics, and skeptics argue over every translation of her gospel. Some say it's spiritual allegory. Others insist it's literal revelation.
And somewhere in the middle she's smiling again.
Truth, she once said in the text, is what you make manifest. It's almost as if she anticipated the modern age, the age of perception, of filtered realities. You can't help but laugh softly. The woman who changed the Bible forever is now changing TikTok hashtags.
But there's a deeper layer beneath the memes and debates. Her story invites you to imagine what faith could have looked like if her voice had remained equal to Peter's. Would the church have built more libraries than cathedrals? Would theology have embraced questions instead of fearing them? Historians still argue whether that alternative world would have survived the Roman Empire, but you can't shake the feeling that something precious was lost when her parchment turned to dust. You close your eyes and picture that cave in Provence again. The sound of dripping water becomes rhythmic, almost meditative. You imagine her sitting by a small flame, writing with steady hands. Maybe she never stopped teaching, just shifted her classroom from the streets of Galilee to the quiet chambers of history. When you open your eyes, you realize she's no longer just a biblical character. She's an idea, one that refuses to die. Whether saint, scholar, or heretic, she reminds you that truth can be whispered but never erased. And as the centuries stretch behind and before you, you can't help but think, maybe that's what she wanted all along. The mysterious woman isn't just a figure from the past, she's a mirror for every generation that dares to question who gets to write the story. And right now, in this moment, you're holding that pen. You stand at the edge of another century now, the digital one, where secrets no longer stay buried under sand but under data. The world hums with the low buzz of servers and satellites, yet somewhere in the background her voice still threads through the noise. You can almost hear it between YouTube lectures and online debates, whispered in podcasts and documentaries. Who was the woman who changed the Bible forever? In this age of rediscovery, Mary Magdalene has gone from forgotten disciple to cultural icon. Scholars dissect her like code, historians defend her like treasure, and conspiracy theorists claim she holds the key to divine bloodlines. It's a strange fate for a woman whose words nearly vanished for 15 centuries. You scroll through an online archive and there she is, translated, annotated, downloadable. Her voice, once forbidden, now lives in the cloud. It's a little poetic, isn't it? The church tried to silence her by ink. The internet resurrected her by pixel. Here's your historical fact. In 2012, Harvard professor Karen King announced the discovery of a small Coptic papyrus fragment that read, "Jesus said to them, 'My wife.'" The media erupted. Headlines screamed about a married Jesus, documentaries were rushed, and social media nearly broke itself in debate. Though later testing and scholarly review revealed it was likely a modern forgery, the shockwave reignited the question that has haunted the church for 2 millennia. What if Mary's closeness to Jesus wasn't symbolic, but personal? Historians still argue whether the relationship between Jesus and Mary was romantic, spiritual, or purely metaphorical. But the real intrigue isn't what they were, it's why the question keeps resurfacing. My Bedtime, Piper sends something missing in the official story. Something human. A quirky tidbit: when that papyrus fragment made headlines, a cafe in Rome cheekily released a new drink called the Magdalene Mocha. It came with a chocolate heart dusted in gold. For the woman who made theologians lose sleep, the barista joked. You imagine Mary herself chuckling at that, sipping quietly from the cup, watching the frenzy unfold. But beneath the humor, there's something deeper stirring in culture. Artists, filmmakers, and writers have begun reimagining her not as a background figure, but as a partner in faith, someone who represents intuition, inner wisdom, and balance in an age that worships information but starves for meaning. You remember walking through an art gallery in Florence where a modern installation depicted her surrounded by shards of mirror. Each fragment reflected a different emotion: grief, revelation, defiance, peace. The placard read, "The woman who saw first." You stood there for a long time, letting the light bounce between the glass and your skin, realizing that her story isn't just about what she witnessed, it's about how she was the witness. Maybe that's why her legend won't die.
Every generation needs someone who challenges the gatekeepers of truth. And so you find yourself thinking about her influence beyond theology. In psychology, Carl Jung's followers often point to her as the embodiment of the Sophia archetype, divine wisdom hidden in human form. In literature, she becomes the muse of redemption and self-knowledge. In spiritual circles, she's the bridge between body and soul, matter and spirit. Historians still debate whether these modern interpretations stretch too far from the ancient figure. But then again, all legends evolve. Maybe that's what keeps them alive.
You lean back in your chair, the glow of your laptop reflecting off your eyes.
The irony isn't lost on you. Centuries ago, monks spent nights by candlelight copying her story by hand. Tonight, you scroll through it with your finger. The tools have changed, but the curiosity hasn't. And here's the quiet revelation that sneaks up on you. Maybe she didn't just change the Bible. Maybe she changed the way we question it. Before her, the text was something to obey. After her rediscovery, it became something to explore.
That's the quiet rebellion, faith turning from commandment to conversation.
Outside, the night hums softly. You picture her standing beneath the stars over Magdala, the same stars you say now.
You imagine her whispering, "Truth isn't something you inherit, it's something you uncover."
You laugh under your breath. There's that gentle sarcasm she'd probably appreciate. If she lived in our time, she'd have her own podcast, maybe titled The Magdalene Files, where she interviews theologians and skeptics over herbal tea. The tagline? Question everything, but do it kindly.
A strange sense of time settles over you.
The more you learn about her, the less she feels like a myth, and the more she feels like a mirror. Her courage to speak when silence was safer. Her insistence that enlightenment wasn't a privilege, but a birthright. Her refusal to apologize for understanding something the others couldn't.
You picture the early council rooms where bishops decided which gospels would make the cut.
The smoke, the arguments, the scraped parchment.
Somewhere outside that room, her words waited, patient, unburned, unbroken. Maybe she knew time would do her justice. Now, centuries later, her voice floats through lecture halls, churches, and Wi-Fi signals. You can almost hear it every time someone asks, what if the story we were told isn't complete?
That's her legacy, not proof but permission. You walk outside, barefoot on cool grass, phone still glowing in your hand. The night sky is heavy with stars.
Somewhere out there, the universe keeps its own record of stories. No canon, no edits, no forbidden verses. You imagine hers written among them, etched in starlight rather than scrolls. Maybe that's what she meant when she spoke of the ascent of the soul. Not escaping the world, but remembering who you are within it.
The wind stirs.
You hear the faint chime of a nearby church bell, its echo rolling across the night. It sounds less like ritual, more like rhythm, a heartbeat reminding you that history isn't dead, it just breathes slower than memory. You smile. The mysterious woman erased from ink and resurrected in code is now everywhere on museum walls, in symphonies, in essays, in quiet corners of your thoughts. Maybe she didn't just change the Bible. Maybe she changed how we read it, how we look for what's missing, how we listen for the voices between the verses.
And maybe, just maybe, she's still not finished speaking. The night deepens and the story tilts toward mystery once again.
You followed her from the dusty streets of Galilee to the polished halls of modern academia, from papyrus to pixel. But now you find yourself drawn not to what is known about her, but to what still hides in the shadows. Because if Mary Magdalene changed the Bible, then there must be traces of her change, fingerprints left in the verses, echoes behind the words.
Tonight you're going to look for them.
You open a Bible, any version will do, and begin reading with fresh eyes. The familiar stories unfold, the empty tomb, the frightened disciples, the voice that calls her by name. Mary. One word, but it rearranges history. You can almost hear the trembling in her breath as she replies, Rabboni? Teacher. The first witness of resurrection, the first messenger of hope.
Yet, by the time the gospel was finalized, her name was folded into a small paragraph, easily skimmed over by tired Sunday readers.
Historians still argue whether those verses were edited to reduce her prominence. The Gospel of John gives her center stage for a moment, then quickly shifts focus to Peter and the others. It's subtle, almost surgical. A narrative pivot that turns the woman of Revelation into a footnote of transition. But if you read carefully, you can see the seams. You notice how the rhythm of the text changes, how the dialogue seems to skip a beat, as if something was once there, then removed. It's like hearing a song where one instrument has been silenced. You can still feel the missing note. Here's your historical fact. In the early centuries, the process of canonization, the formation of the official Bible, wasn't a single event but a long, messy debate. Different communities had different texts. The Gospel of Mary, Thomas, and Peter circulated alongside Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. It wasn't until the 4th century that the Council of Laodicea and later the Council of Carthage fixed the list of approved scriptures.
Everything else declared apocryphal.
And here's the curious part. The line between scripture and heresy wasn't theological purity, it was power. The texts that supported centralized authority were kept. Those that emphasized personal revelation, often associated with female voices, were not. That's not conspiracy, it's history. You take a sip of water, the glass cold against your palm, and wonder how much of faith is what we've been allowed to see. A quirky tidbit: a few monks in the 8th century reportedly used hidden codes to preserve rejected teachings within their own commentaries. One Irish manuscript, for example, contains a strange marginal note. She saw first and told it rightly, yet her word was denied. Scholars think it refers to Mary Magdalene's testimony.
Imagine that, a medieval scribe secretly defending her through the side margins of a psalm.
Silent rebellion in cat between the lines.
You grin. Even in the shadows, her defenders whispered. The more you think about it, the more you realize her erasure wasn't total, it was just disguised. Her compassion became repentance. Her insight became intuition. Her authority became devotion. The Church, perhaps unintentionally, turned her into the archetype of feminine virtue, but stripped her of intellectual parity.
It's like polishing a diamond so much that you erase its facets.
Historians still debate whether this was deliberate or cultural inertia. But whatever the motive, the affect was profound. Generations of believers grew up seeing her as the symbol of forgiveness, not of knowledge. And yet, hidden in plain sight, the traces of her intellect remain.
You flip through the Gospels again.
You notice she never asks for proof of the resurrection, she recognizes. Her faith is not blind, it's intuitive. She perceives the truth others need to touch to believe. In that subtle detail lies a theological earthquake, knowledge through experience, not authority. The very principle that later institutions would label as Gnostic.
You walk through this thought like a narrow corridor lit by candles. Shadows dance on the walls, Peter, John, Paul, all debating doctrine.
And somewhere in the background she waits, patient and silent, watching history argue about her significance.
Another fact: in early Christian art, before the Church fully codified her image, Mary Magdalene was often depicted holding a scroll instead of a jar. A teacher's attribute, not a penitence. Only later did painters replace the scroll with the alabaster vessel of perfume, a subtle symbolic rewriting of her role.
You can almost see the brushstroke of censorship across the centuries.
A quirky visual detail in one 6th century mosaic from Ravenna, she's depicted wearing gold, not the humble robes of a sinner. Gold, color of divinity and enlightenment. When restorers rediscovered that artwork, they assumed the gold must be an error, an overzealous artist. But perhaps it wasn't an error at all. Perhaps it was a memory of how she was once perceived, radiant, wise, equal.
You exhale slowly.
The air around you feels thicker now, as if the weight of centuries presses softly on your shoulders. You realize this isn't just her story, it's also a story about how truth evolves, how it bends to the will of those who write it down. Historians still argue whether the process of canon formation was inspired by faith or guided by politics. But maybe you think it doesn't have to be either or. Maybe it's simply human, an attempt to impose order on something that was never meant to be neat. You picture a table of scribes under flickering lamps, copying verses word by word, line by line. One coughs, another sighs. Outside, the desert wind hums. Somewhere in the shadows, a woman's voice lingers, whispering reminders that not all light is meant to be confined to text. The irony isn't lost on you. The Bible, a collection of revelations, once excluded the very woman whose revelation began it all. And yet, because of that exclusion, she became immortal. Every omission sharpened curiosity, every silence created hunger. By trying to erase her, history ensured she'd never truly vanish. You lean back, the candlelight, or maybe it's just your desk lamp flickering across the open pages. You think about how her name has survived empires, schisms, translations, and scandals. How it keeps reappearing every few centuries like a comet, fiery, brief, unforgettable.
Maybe that's her gift. To remind us that what's missing can be more powerful than what's written. The night hums softly.
You run your finger along the edge of the page, feeling the raised grain of the paper. Somewhere between the ink and the silence, between what was said and what was lost, her story continues to unfold.
And you realize the mysterious woman who changed the Bible forever didn't just change a book, she changed the reader. She shrunk you.
You close the Bible gently, not as a sacred object, but as a conversation partner. You whisper, half to yourself, half to her. Maybe the real scripture was never written, it was lived. Somewhere far away, perhaps in the memory of the stars or the hum of your own pulse, you almost hear her answer.
A soft knowing lauk.
The world around you is quiet, but your mind is alive, buzzing with the aftertaste of revelation. You've traced her footprints across deserts, cathedrals, manuscripts, and memory. And yet, there's one more layer of her mystery you haven't touched, the hidden influence she left behind, woven subtly through the centuries by those who refused to forget her. You take a breath, close your eyes, and listen. Somewhere beyond the hum of modern life, an older Escheiden begins to emerge, like a hotbed beneath the nose. You're standing now in southern France, centuries after her death, in a medieval village clinging to a limestone hill. Saint-Maximin, La Sainte-Baume.
There smells of pine and damp earth.
Bells toll faintly in the distance. According to legend, this is where Mary Magdalene spent the final years of her life, far from the politics of Jerusalem and Rome. Locals still whisper that she came here by sea, carried by the same winds that once swept across Galilee. Inside the basilica, her relics rest in a crystal sarcophagus, guarded by flickering candles. Pilgrims file in silently, their faces half lit by the golden glow. Some cry,
Some just starre. You kneel among them, unsure whether you're seeking faith, history, or closure. Sehr felscharget, ancient, patient, forgiving.
Here's your historical fact. The cult of Mary Magdalene took root in southern France around the 9th century. Monks claimed to have found her remains and built shrines to honor her. The church eventually sanctioned the devotion, partly to counter heretical sects who saw her as a spiritual equal to Christ. Ironically, in trying to contain her legend, they gave it permanence. And here's your quirky tidbit. Medieval pilgrims often carried small flasks of Magdalene oil said to come from the cave where she prayed. Modern chemists who've examined surviving traces say it's likely a mix of myrrh, cedar, and lavender, essential oils centuries before aromatherapy was cool. You smile, even her legend smells soothing. You light a candle and sit quietly in the pew. The faint waxy scent mingles with incense. You can almost see her there, older now, weathered by time but not defeated. Maybe she writes by lamplight, recording memories she knows no one will read. Or maybe she simply sits, staring at the stars through the cave mouth, whispering prayers that are half gratitude, half grief. Historians still argue whether any of this is true. Some say the French legends were created by monks trying to boost pilgrimage tourism. Others think refugees from the Holy Land may have carried her memory westward, blending truth and myth. But whether her bones ever touched this soil doesn't matter as much as the fact that her story did, and it took root here like wild thyme on stone. You wander deeper into the basilica, past stained glass windows that depict her in brilliant colors, red for love, blue for wisdom, gold for enlightenment. Each panel tells a fragment of her tale, the anointing, the resurrection, the desert retreat. Yet what strikes you most isn't the art, it's the inscription below one of the panels, Apostola Apostolorum, the apostle to the apostles. For centuries that title was whispered more than proclaimed, but here it's carved in stone. You trace the letters with your fingertips and feel something shift, an acknowledgement that finally made it into the architecture of faith. And yet, her influence didn't stop at religion. In the Renaissance, her name began appearing in esoteric manuscripts, connected to the lost wisdom of Sophia, the divine feminine. The alchemists called her the rose of hidden gold, symbolizing enlightenment through inner transformation. Artists like Donatello and Titian painted her not as a fallen woman but as a radiant seeker, half saint, half philosopher. In those years, she became a secret muse for the mystics. Hidden societies, poets, and philosophers, especially those persecuted by orthodoxy, saw her as a symbol of forbidden knowledge, the spark that survives suppression. They encoded her symbols, the red rose, the alabaster jar, the mirror, into their works like a private language of defiance. A curious example, Leonardo da Vinci's Last Supper. Some art historians claim the figure to Jesus' right looks strikingly feminine. Whether or not Leonardo intended that, the rumor itself became legend. People began to wonder, had artists been hiding her all along, sneaking her back into the narrative every chance they got? You chuckle softly at the thought. Maybe Mary herself would have appreciated the mischief, truth disguised as art. Historians still debate how much of that symbolism was deliberate and how much was projection by later generations, desperate for balance in a patriarchal world. But there's no denying that her presence lingers where reason meets mystery. You step outside into the cool French night. The moon sits low, spilling silver over the landscape. In the distance, the hills ripple like waves frozen mid-motion. You imagine her walking here centuries ago, sandals brushing the soil, eyes fixed on the horizon. Maybe she found peace here, far from the arguments of men who debated her worth. You look up at the sky, and for a fleeting moment it feels like the same one she once looked upon, the same constellations, the same patient moon. Time collapses. You're both standing there, separated by centuries but connected by curiosity. And maybe that's her greatest legacy, not the doctrine, not the debate, but the invitation to seek. To not settle for stories told by others, but to look deeper, feel deeper, question gently but relentlessly.
You can almost hear her voice again, steady, calm, teasing. You're starting to understand.
That's all I ever wanted. You smile at the night air.
She's right, of course. Her story isn't about being worshipped, it's about being remembered correctly. About balancing faith with understanding, devotion with awareness.
Back in the basilica, a priest closes the heavy wooden doors.
The final candle flickers and the scent of myrrh lingers faintly in the air. The legend says that in her last moments, the cave filled with light so pure that it illuminated the whole valley. Whether myth or miracle, you like to think that light never really went out, it just changed form. It became knowledge, compassion, resilience. It became the quiet courage to ask forbidden questions.
You start walking down the mountain pass, gravel crunching Benny at your shows.
The night wind brushes against your face, cool and soft. Somewhere in that wind, the mysterious woman still moves, no longer confined to scriptures or symbols, but alive in every question that refuses to die. And maybe you think as you reach the bottom of the trail, that's how she truly changed the Bible forever. Not by rewriting the text, but by rewriting how we read it.
You wake before the somewhere between dream and memory, the world still half asleep.
The scent of pine from the French hillside still lingers in your nose, but now it's mixed with something sharper, ink and parchment. You're back in a library, though this one feels different. The walls are stone, lit by thin shafts of morning light filtering through narrow windows. Dust drifts lazily in the beams, catching the glow like slow snow. You stretch, yawn, and run your hand across a long oak table.
Dozens of manuscripts lie open, each bearing traces of the mysterious woman's ghost. You're not alone.
Scholars whisper softly at the far end, their robes brushing the floor. The setting could be anywhere, maybe Oxford, maybe the Vatican Library, maybe some forgotten monastery in Armenia. Wherever you are, this is the place where history gets rewritten or erased. A historian beside you adjusts his glasses and mutters, "She keeps turning up where she shouldn't." You glance at the parchment he's reading. It's written in Greek, faded but legible. The name Mariam appears several times. He looks at you and grins. If this fragment's genuine, she wasn't just a witness. She was a leader. That's your mainstream historical fact for this round. A real fragment of a text, sometimes called the Gospel of Mary, was found in the late 19th century in Egypt, part of what's known as the Berlin Codex. Scholars dated it to the 2nd century CE, one of the earliest Christian writings discovered outside the traditional canon. In it, Mary speaks to the disciples after Jesus' death, calming their fear, guiding their understanding. Peter predictably doubts her, but Levi defends her authority, saying, "Surely the Savior loved her more than us."
You lean closer.
The script shimmers slightly in the candlelight, the letters carved by a hand that clearly believed every stroke mattered. The words don't just tell a story, they challenge who gets to tell the story. Historians still argue whether the Gospel of Mary was written by a follower of an early Gnostic sect or whether it preserves genuine oral traditions from Jesus' time. Either way, the message is revolutionary. Salvation isn't achieved through hierarchy or ritual, but through understanding one's inner self. You can see why that wouldn't sit comfortably with a church obsessed with structure. The historian beside you chuckles. "You know," he says, "when this text was found, it caused less outrage than you'd expect. Mostly because people just ignored it." You raise an eyebrow. He explains, "The church had a habit of accidentally misplacing inconvenient discoveries. Easier to forget than to argue." You think back to that cave in France. Maybe Mary foresaw this, how her truth would be buried again and again, only to resurface centuries later, like a stubborn root breaking through stone. Now here's your quirky tidbit. One of the first people to translate the Gospel of Mary into English was a woman named Esther de Boer in the early 20th century. She faced ridicule from male colleagues who called the text sentimental. Yet decades later, her translation became a cornerstone for feminist biblical studies.
Sometimes history likes its little ironies served cold.
You turn another page and find diagrams drawn in the margins, circles within circles, lines connecting symbols. It looks almost like an early form of sacred geometry. The librarian explains softly, that's the journey of the soul section. Mary describes the soul rising past 7 powers of darkness, each representing a vice or illusion.
You trace the circles with your finger, half fascinated, half unsettled. 7 powers. 7 demons. 7 virtues.
The symmetry is poetic, almost suspiciously neat. Maybe that's the point. It's not about literal demons but internal ones. Historians still debate whether this vision was her own teaching or a later philosophical layer added by her followers. Either way, it's clear, she was portrayed as a teacher of wisdom, not sin.
You lean back in your chair, staring at the tiling. Candles flicker, a draft whispers alcohol.
You imagine the monks who once copied these pages by hand. Perhaps some believed every word, perhaps others feared damnation just for touching it. Either way, they copied it. And that act alone kept her voice alive.
Outside, the morning has fully broken. The library windows glow gold, and a distant bell tolls.
You realize something. This woman didn't just change theology, she changed the psychology of faith. She shifted the focus from obedience to understanding, from shame to awareness. That's dangerous power, even today. You wander to another table where a different manuscript lies open. This one bears Latin notes and marginal doodles, tiny faces, vines, even a little fish. It's the Gospel of Philip, another Gnostic text found later among the Nag Hammadi scrolls. You scan it quickly until a line makes your breath catch. The companion of the Savior is Mary Magdalene.
He loved her more than all the disciples.
There it is again, that word companion. Scholars have argued about it for decades. Does it mean student? Friend?
Partner?
The original Greek word koinonos can mean all of those things, and more. Historians still argue whether the intimacy it implies is spiritual, intellectual, or physical.
You smirk. Well, you whisper to yourself, leave it to history to turn a word into a war. The librarian overhears and grins. That's academia for you. We've been arguing about punctuation for 2,000 years. You look quickly, the sound echoing softly between the shelves.
But then a thought hits you, a slow, heavy realization. Maybe it doesn't matter whether she was his partner in body or in mind. Maybe what matters is that she was seen as equal. Someone capable of understanding him without mediation, without approval. That idea alone would have been heresy in a world built on hierarchy. You glance again at the line, he loved her more than all the disciples, and wonder how many times it was crossed out, rewritten, or hidden under the ink of centuries. You pause for a moment, letting that thought sink in. Then you ask the librarian how many of these manuscripts were discovered only recently. He replies, most of them after 1945, buried in sealed jars hidden during the early purges. Someone risked everything to protect them. And just like that, the image flashes in your mind. A nameless believer in the 4th century, burying papyrus scrolls in the desert, hoping future generations would find them. You can almost feel their heartbeat, steady and terrified, as the shovel hits dry sand. That's what legacy looks like. Not marble statues or gilded altars, but hands trembling in the dark, saving words from silence. You close the manuscript carefully and rest your hand on the table. The wood is warm, the air is still humming with the ghosts of languages you'll never fully understand.
But you feel it anyway, that pulse, that defiance, that quiet insistence that truth doesn't die. You exhale slowly, eyes half closed. You're starting to realize that maybe her greatest rebellion wasn't against men or the church, but against the very concept of being forgotten. Every text, every rumor, every half-erased line proves she succeeded. As you leave the library, sunlight spills across the courtyard. The bells stop. A breath's mouth strokes the olive trace, and the faint scent of parchment lingers on your hands. You smile. The mysterious woman didn't just survive history, she taught it to whisper. The sun is higher now, warm against your back as you walk through narrow cobblestone streets somewhere near Florence. The air smells faintly of espresso and old paper, a combination that could wake even the sleepiest mind. You've followed the mysterious woman's shadow across continents, through scriptures, deserts, and cathedrals, and now you're following her into the age of art and reason, when her silence turned into symbols. Wherever you look, she's hiding in plain sight. You stop before a Renaissance chapel. Its frescoes gleam like captured dawn. Angels hover, robes swirling, but in the corner, there she is again, head bowed, jar in hand, halo faint as if drawn in secrecy. You tilt your head. Why the corner? Why not the center, where saints usually stand? The painter knew. You can almost hear him whisper through the centuries, "They'll never let me place her beside him, but they can't stop me from painting her gaze toward him." That's your mainstream historical fact here. During the Renaissance, artists like Donatello, Titian, and even Botticelli reimagined Mary Magdalene not as a penitent sinner, but as a luminous seeker of divine truth. Donatello's wooden Magdalene penitent from around 1455 shows her not broken but transcendent, hair flowing like living fire, eyes lifted in spiritual ecstasy. The sculpture terrified some clerics. They thought it made her look too holy, too human. But artists loved it. It gave them permission to paint faith as yearning, not punishment. You step inside the chapel, your footsteps echoing of marble. A tour guide murmurs facts to a small group, pointing at colors, brushstrokes, patrons. You pretend to listen, but your eyes wander. The Magdalene appears again, this time in a stained glass window. Her jaglos ember in the sunlight like captured honey. You can't help but smile. The church may have controlled the sermons, but art belonged to dreamers. Here's your quirky tidbit. In Florence, the Magdalene hair became a fashionable motif among women of the upper class in the 15th century. Loose flowing curls, considered scandalous a century before, suddenly became the mark of mystic beauty. People whispered that wearing your hair down like the Magdalene symbolized honesty of spirit. Of course, the men still complained it was too seductive, which only made the women love it more. Historians still argue whether this shift in imagery was theological evolution or quiet rebellion. Was the church softening her reputation to attract more female devotion? Or were artists using her as a cipher for suppressed truths, an archetype of the wise, wronged woman whose story keeps resurfacing no matter how tightly it's sealed? You wander deeper into the chapel, the color brushing your arms. There's something comforting about the silence here, the way colors do the talking. A ray of sunlight cuts across a fresco, landing right on her painted face. Her eyes meet yours, or maybe you imagine it, but it feels like she knows you've been following her trail all this time. In that gaze, there's a question almost teasing, do you see it now? You note to yourself, you do see it. Her story didn't vanish, it evolved. Artists, philosophers, poets, all became her co-conspirators. By the 16th century, her image began blending with older mythic figures. In alchemical texts, she morphed into Maria Prophetessa, the legendary first alchemist, said to have invented the bain-marie, the gentle water bath still used in kitchens and labs today. You grin, even chemistry owes her a wink.
That's not coincidence. The alchemist saw her as the embodiment of transformation. Sin turned to wisdom, grief turned to gold. For them, Magdalene wasn't just a woman, she was a process. They believed her story mirrored the soul's purification, descent, struggle, illumination.
Historians still debate whether this Maria Prophetessa was ever meant to be the Mary Magdalene. But for those who practiced the royal art, the names didn't matter. What mattered was the symbol, the feminine aspect of divine wisdom, the one who turns base matter into enlightenment. You picture her now as an alchemist, surrounded by jars and flames, whispering to metals about resurrection. Somehow it doesn't feel far-fetched. Outside, the bells of Florence begin to ring. The sound spills through the open windows, bouncing off the marble columns. You step out into the square, blinking against the brightness. The crowd moves like water, painters, merchants, monks, tourists. You realize that even here, in the cradle of reason, belief never really died. It just changed costume. You stop at a small bookstall by the river. The vendor, an old man with ink, Steinfingers, Mears?
Looking for something particular, he asks. You tell him you're chasing a woman history keeps misplacing. He nods knowingly, like he's heard that before, and pulls a worn volume from under the table. It's an old reprint of a text by Hildegard of Bingen, the 12th century mystic and composer. Inside, between lines of Latin, there's a miniature illustration, Mary Magdalene surrounded by stars, her hands outstretched toward a glowing orb labeled Sapientia Dei, the wisdom of God. You can almost hear Hildegard's music humming behind the page, ethereal and defiant. Hildegard, your historical companion for this stop, was one of the few medieval women allowed to write theology. She often used coded visions to speak of divine femininity without provoking the Inquisition. Some scholars believe she saw herself as continuing the Magdalene's mission to reclaim what was lost when wisdom was split from womanhood. You run your thumb over the edges of the page. The ink has faded, but the intent hasn't. You close the book gently and hand it back. As you walk along the Arno River, you notice the water shimmering like melted bronze. Somewhere in the rhythm of its current, you hear echoes of every story she's touched. The student's doubt, the artist's brush, the mystic's dream. Her influence isn't linear, it's tidal, coming and going, erasing and revealing. A sudden breeze ripples the water, and you think of the cave again, the candlelight, the scent of Mai, the unbroken gas. Maybe her greatest trick was hiding in symbols so effectively that even when they tried to erase her, they ended up preserving her. Historians still argue how much of her modern revival is historical recovery versus wishful myth-making. But maybe that's the wrong question. Maybe myth itself is the archive of what logic forgets. You pause at the bridge, resting your elbows on the stone railing. The sky is streaked with orange and gold. Below the river carries centuries of reflection downstream. You imagine Mary's reflection among them, half shadow, half light, always moving but never gone. You close your eyes and let the nose of the city fade into a soft murmur. In that moment, you feel something curious. Not faith exactly, not certainty, but connection. The kind that hums beneath every question worth asking. You open your eyes again, smiling faintly. Somewhere between the brushstrokes and the footnotes, you realize she succeeded. Not by conquering doctrine, but by haunting it. Not by speaking louder, but by refusing to vanish. And maybe that's what Florence and all of history was trying to tell you. That truth doesn't shout. It lingers. It waits for those who keep looking. You step out from the bridge, blending back into the crowd. The city hums around you, alive, ancient, indifferent. But you carry her with you as every seeker does, a question disguised as a memory, a whisper in a painting, a shadow that glows. Night has fallen again. You're back in motion,
train window open, wind teasing your hair as the countryside blurs past in streaks of silver and shadow. The air team of the world sounds almost like a heartbeat, steady and hypnotic.
You followed her from the deserts of Judea to the cathedrals of France, through libraries, scrolls, and frescoes. But now her voice is calling you somewhere else, not to the past, but to the echo she left in modern times. The train slows, screeching gently as it enters a tunnel. For a moment the world goes black. You hear only the low hum of machinery and your own pulse.
Teen light returns, neon, electric, urban.
You've arrived in London. It's raining, of course. The streets shimmer with reflections of headlights and umbrellas. You step into the drizzle, and for a second you imagine her walking beside you, hood up, silent, amused by your insistence on chasing ghosts. You make your way to a museum, its marble steps glistening under the rain. Inside, the air smells faintly of polish and parchment. Glass cases line the halls holding fragments of human belief, statues, letters, coins, broken tablets. And then, in one dimly lit corner, a familiar name gleams from a brass plate: Mary Magdalene, 1st century CE. Inside the display rests a tiny alabaster jar, its surface cracked but intact. The label says, "Provenance uncertain," believed to be from Magdala. You lean closer. The glass reflects your face, and behind it a shape you almost swear is hers, faint, watching, patient. That's your mainstream historical fact tonight. The alabaster jar has long been associated with Mary Magdalene because of the gospel passage describing a woman anointing Jesus with expensive perfume. Archaeologists have found such jars all over the Levant, used to store nard, myrrh, and aromatic oils. None can be definitively linked to her, but the symbol stuck, so tightly it became her signature. A guard strolls by and nods politely. You whisper, "Funny how an object can outlive a reputation." He smiles, not quite understanding, and moves on. You stand there for a long time, watching the jar. It feels heavier than it looks, as if it's holding more than oil, maybe memory itself. You think of all the hands that once held it, merchants, mourners, maybe her own. You wonder if she ever imagined she'd be reduced to a relic one day, labeled and categorized by people who never met her. And yet, maybe she'd find it funny how something meant to contain fragrance ended up containing controversy for 2,000 years. Here's your quirky tidbit. In 1969, Pope Paul VI officially revised the Catholic liturgical calendar, declaring that Mary Magdalene was not the same person as the sinful woman of Luke 7 or Mary of Bethany. After 1,400 years, the Church quietly admitted the mix-up. A divine case of our bad. You grin. Bureaucracy, it seems, even haunts the holy. Historians still argue whether that correction came from new evidence or from cultural pressure in an era of rising feminism. Either way, the timing wasn't lost on anyone. The late 1960s, a decade of social upheaval, when women everywhere were demanding to reclaim their names, their bodies, their narratives. Maybe Mary just rose again at the perfect moment. You leave the museum and step back into the Rhine. The city hums, buses hiss, neon signs flicker, a saxophone drifts from a doorway. You wander to destination lost intact. Everywhere you turn, her story seems to echo in new forms: novels, films, songs, academic debates. You pause under an awning, scrolling through your phone. Search results explode, pages upon pages about her. Some call her the first feminist, others the lost apostle, some still cling to the repentant sinner. You scroll past conspiracy theories, scholarly essays, fan art. She's become both saint and symbol, theology and meme. And you can't help but laugh softly. 2 millennia later, humanity is still arguing about one woman's reputation. That's staying power.
You duck into a cafe for warmth. The barista, a young woman with tired eyes and pink headphones, asks your name for the order.
You hesitate, grin and say Mary. She writes it on the cup without blinking. Maybe that's fitting. Maybe she deserves to keep showing up in small, ordinary moments.
You take your seat by the window, zipping slowly. Raindrops slide down the glass, distorting the city lights into streaks of gold.
You start jotting notes in your journal. She's not just in history. She's in language, art, protest, psychology. That's another fact. Modern theologians and psychologists alike have reinterpreted her as a model of transformation. Carl Jung even referenced her archetype as an example of the anima, the inner feminine, that connects consciousness and the soul.
She's not just a figure of fight anymore, she's a mirror for human evolution. Historians still debate how much of this modern revival is scholarly recovery versus collective projection. But you can't ignore the pattern. Every few generations, when culture swings too far toward control, she reappears, soft-spoken but unyielding, reminding us that wisdom and compassion aren't mutually exclusive. You glance up from your notes. Outside, a homeless woman huddles under a cardboard sheet, clutching a soggy newspaper. You feel an ache in your chest.
For a moment, you see her again. The woman with the one history mislabeled. You imagine her kneeling beside the outcast, not out of pity but kinship. That's the thing about legends, they don't die, they adapt.
You remember another curious fact. In 2016, Pope Francis elevated Mary Magdalene's liturgical status to equal to that of the male apostles. He declared her apostle of the apostles. The church that once called her a harlot now calls her a herald. You whisper the title under your breath, Apostola Apostolorum. It felt right, like an overdue correction echoing through marbled time. You take a slow sip of coffee, watching steam curl upward. It smells faintly of myrrh in your imagination. You wonder if she'd laugh at all this fuss. Maybe she'd say, "Took you long enough."
The rain begins to ease. The city lights reflect on puddles, turning the sidewalk into a galaxy underfoot. You step outside, your reflection rippling beside a house in a glimmering pool.
She's there, in every woman who refuses to be silenced, in every scholar who dares to question, in every artist who paints truth in the margins.
You find yourself walking toward the Thames. The water gleams dark and deep, carrying centuries of stories. You lean against the railing, the wind brushing your hair.
It strikes you suddenly how this journey began with a simple curiosity about a forgotten woman. And now standing here, you realize it was never really about her alone. It was about how history treats women who know too much.
You close your eyes, breathing in the damp night air.
The sounds of the city fade until all that remains is the steady murmur of the river, a reminder that truth, like water, always finds its way through stone. Maybe that's her final lesson. You can bury her under titles, sins, doctrines, but she'll always rise again, transformed, untamed, and radiant.
You open your eyes, whisper softly, "You win, Mary." A faint laugh seems to stir in the wind. Or maybe it's just the city exhaling. Either way, it feels like she heard you. You turn back toward the lights, steps quiet but sure. Somewhere behind you, the Thames glitters like liquid scripture and the legend of the mysterious woman drifts onward, still rewriting the Bible in every heart that listens. You wake again, this time to the low hum of cicadas, somewhere from the Rhine and Main of London. The air is dry and golden, carrying the scent of sand and sage.
You blink against the sunlight, and when your vision clears, you realize where you are, back in the Holy Land on the shores of the Sea of Galilee. The water glimmers in the distance, calm as glass.
You've come full circle, back to where her story began.
You walk slowly down the worn path that slopes toward the water. Pebbles crunch under your feet.
The lake is vast, stretching toward the horizon, reflecting a sky so blue it almost hurts to look at. This is where she first met him, where the mysterious woman's journey began, and where her silence still hums like a chord struck 2,000 years ago. A small stone ruin stands by the water's edge, half swallowed by weeds. Local guides call it Magdala's synagogue. Archaeologists say it dates to the 1st century. That's your historical fact for this last stretch. In 2009, excavations near the town of Magdala uncovered one of the best preserved synagogues from Jesus' era, complete with mosaic floors and carved benches. Coins and pottery found there date precisely to the years she would have walked these shores. For many, it confirmed that her hometown wasn't legend, it was real. You sit on one of the stones, letting your fingers trace the rough surface.
The sunlight warms your skin. A soft wind moves across the lake, rippling the reflection of the hills.
You close your eyes, and for a moment you can almost hear her voice again, low, steady, unhurried.
You followed far enough, she seems to say. Now just listen.
You do. And in the hush you hear it, the echo of footsteps, laughter, prayers carried by the waves. It's strange how sound can outlast memory.
She was from here, a place of fishermen, merchants, salt and sweat. No palace, no cathedrals, just open sky and endless water.
And maybe that's the point. Her faith, her defiance, her love, they all started in the ordinary. The same kind of ordinary that we live every day. Here's your quirky tidbit. In modern Hebrew, Magdala means tower. Some scholars believe that's no coincidence, that her name wasn't just geographical, but symbolic.
Mary's a tower, a woman who stood tall in a world built to make her kneel.
You smile. It fits too perfectly to ignore. Historians still argue whether that interpretation is poetic license or linguistic fact. But as you look across the lake, you realize something. It doesn't matter. Whether by language or legend, she became a tower, something that endured storms without crumbling.
The wind picks up.
The lake begins to shimmer with tiny waves, each catching the sunlight like a moving constellation. You find yourself whispering, "You never really left, did you?" Of course she didn't. Not from this place, not from history. Every time someone retells her story through art, song, or a whispered prayer, she returns. She's not buried in stone, she's carried in voice.
You stand and begin to walk along the water's edge. Your sandals kick up cool mist.
In the distance, fishermen are hauling in their nets, their shouts echoing faintly. For a moment, the scene feels timeless, ancient and present all at once. You imagine her there, walking beside them, laughing, helping, teaching. A woman the world wasn't ready to follow, but followed anyway. You pause, crouch, and pick up a smooth pebble. It fits perfectly in your palm. You turn it over and think about everything you've seen, the manuscripts, the frescoes, the rumors, the revelations. All of it orbiting one truth. She changed the Bible not by rewriting words, but by refusing to be erased from them. She became a paradox, erased yet eternal, diminished yet divine.
Maybe that's the secret of all immortal stories.
They don't survive because they're perfect. They survive because someone keeps looking.
You toss the pebble into the lake. It skips once, twice, 3 times, then vanishes beneath the surface.
The ripples wieden shimmering outward until they disappear into the horizon.
You smile. Every question, every discovery, it all began with a single ripple like that. Historians still argue about her, about whether she was apostle or sinner, visionary or victim, symbol or woman. But none of those labels fit completely.
Maybe that's why she endures, because mystery is stronger than certainty. You keep walking until you reach a cluster of olive trees.
The Chat feels cool, sehr quieta.
You sit and pull your notebook from your bag. Its pages are filled now, notes, sketches, fragments of thoughts. You read a few lines aloud softly, your own handwriting strange and intimate.
She loved beyond doctrine. She spoke before it was allowed. She became the question that never stopped echoing. You closed the book and rested on your lap. The silence feels different now, not empty but full.
De kind of Seelangstad listens back.
And then you remember something from the beginning of your journey, her words in that imagined whisper from the cave, "Don't search for me in heaven. I'm right here in the question."
You look quickly, shaking your head. Of course. That's the perfect ending.
She didn't just live inside the Bible. She lived inside the human need to ask. The sun begins to sink behind the hills. The sky turns shadows of violet and gold, the water reflecting it like molten glass. You stay still, breathing in the softer, feeling the light fade inch by inch. You think of every person who's carried her story forward. The monks who risked their lives to hide her gospels, the artists who smuggled her face into paintings, the scholars who pieced her truth together from ashes. And you realize she didn't just change scripture. She changed how people see themselves inside it.
You whisper one last line, a quick benediction to the dusk. For every voice that was silenced, another learned to sing.
The first stars appear, faint and trembling above the lake. Crickets start their evening chorus.
The world fails balanced again, mystery and peace sharing the same bread. You stand, stretch, and take one final look at the water. The reflection stares back, your face and hair blending for a moment in the rippling surfs.
You smile. Maybe that's how she survives, by finding new faces to borrow.
As you turn to leave, the wind shifts, carrying the scent of myrrh again, soft, distant, unmistakable.
You pause, eyes closed, letting it wrap around you like a quiet blessing.
Maybe it's coincidence. Maybe it's her way of saying goodbye. Or maybe, like all great stories, it's neither ending nor beginning, just continuation.
You take one slow step, then another, until the lake disappears behind you.
And somewhere beyond the hills, the mysterious woman smiles.
So now, as the story quiets and the night settles in, you can let go of the journey. The air around you softens, even the sound of your breathing seems to slow, stretching into the stillness. You followed her across centuries and continents through faith and doubt until her name became more than history, it became a mirror. You can picture her one last time, standing at the edge of that Galilean shore. The wind lifts her hair, the same way it lifts the leaves outside your window right now. She turns once, smiling faintly, not as a saint or a secret, but as something simpler, a person who dared to remember love when the world preferred control. The light dims further, fading from gold to deep indigo. Every thought that once burned bright now glows gently, like embers after a long fire. You realize you don't need answers tonight, just the comfort of knowing some mysteries are meant to be companions, not puzzles. So breathe out slowly. Feel the room around you grow lighter, quieter. Let the story settle somewhere safe inside you, where memory makes rest and wonder hums quickly beneath the surface. Tomorrow there will be other questions. But for now, you've done enough searching. You can close your eyes knowing the past isn't lost, it's just waiting to be seen differently.
The waves are calm again. The tower still stands. Goodnight, Traveler. Sleep easy.